the opening ceremony of the third international seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2023, conducted by Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, is commencing shortly. So I would like again to remind everybody to kindly have a seat and please kindly turn your smartphones into silent mode. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, either here in the auditorium of JICA, FPMI PAUPI, or those attending virtually through Zoom meeting. I'd like to greet you in Sundanese culture, Sampurasun. Once again, I would like to introduce Sundanese greetings because now we are in Bandung, the capital of West Java province. So if I say Sampurasun, please kindly respond to me by saying Rampes. One more time, Sampurasun. Thank you very much. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, who in this occasion is represented by the Vice Rector for Finance and Human Resources, Professor Dr. Haji Adang Suherman, MA, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Sport and Health Education, represented by Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Dr. Haji Dian Budiana, MPD, the Honorable Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, FPOK UPI, Dr. Yusuf Hidayat, MSE, as well as the newly elected head of the study program, Dr. Char Siwan, MPD, the Honorable Chairperson of today's seminar, Dr. Resandi Nugraha, MPD, esteemed keynote speakers, Aryo Bima Nandito Aryo Tejo SH, the Minister of Youth and Sport, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Fiona Catherine Chambers, PhD, President of AIE SEP, Head of the School of Education at the University of College Cork, Ireland, Professor Dr. Nadia Rosita Abdul Latif from University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Haji Adang Suherman, MA, Vice Rector for Finance and Human Resources, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Boyke Mulyana, MPD, Dean of FPOK UPI, Irjen Pol Purnawirawan, Dr. Juwansih, SH MHum, and Dr. Danis Koh Chun Lian, Dean of Prasiswazah, Sukan and Rekreasi Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Respectable invited speakers, Adam Linobi, MSc from University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Dr. Haji Agus Mahendra, MA, Head of Elementary School Physical Education, Teacher Education Study Program, Professor Dr. Hajah Tite Juliantina from Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, UPI, Dr. Yusuf Hidayat, MSE, from Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Professor Agus Rusdiana, MA, PhD, the Head of Sports Science Study Program, UPI, Dr. Haji Dik Jafar Sidik, MPD, from UPI, as well as the Head of Research and Development of Indonesian Weightlifting Association, Dr. Haji Mulyana, MPD, the Head of Sport Coaching Education Study Program, Dr. Shifa F. Shihab, MSE, the Head of Nutrition Study Program, UPI, and Dr. Lisna Anissa F. MKes Aipo, the Head of Nursing Study Program, UPI, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Welcome to the opening ceremony of the third International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2023. Featuring the theme of physical education, sport and health promotion, lifestyle global challenges, this seminar, conducted by Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, is a scientific forum for lecturers, researchers, as well as practitioners of physical education, sport and health to share the most recent updates of their scientific works. I am Cep Ubad Abdullah, and I am truly privileged to be hosting today's agenda. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to commence with, let us together sing Indonesia Raya National Anthem. Please rise. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Diwa Ikal Mutakin SPD to lead the prayer. Diwa, the floor is now yours.
A'udzubillahiminasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, marilah sejenak kita tundukkan kepala, bermunajat kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala untuk memohon kelancaran dan keberkahan dalam segala aktivitas kita pada hari ini. Izinkanlah saya memandunya secara Islam. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma Rabbana taqabbal minna salatana wa siyamana wa ruku'ana wa sujudana wa qu'udana wa tadarru'ana wa takhussu'ana wa tammim taqsirana ya Allah ya Rabbal Alamin. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, pada pagi ini kami berkumpul memohon keridhaan dan ampunan-Mu. Ampunilah segala dosa-dosa kami, dosa-dosa ibu bapak kami, dosa para pemimpin kami dan dosa para guru-guru kami. Ya Rabb, dengan segala kerendahan hati kami berharap ridho-Mu pada kegiatan hari ini. Atas kehendak dan izinmu kami berkumpul pada kegiatan internasional seminar Physical Education, Sport and Health. Oleh sebab itu, bimbinglah kami ya Rabb, agar kelak kegiatan ini mendapatkan barokahmu dan menjadi jalan untuk mempererat tali silaturahmi serta tolabul ilmi. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, sungguh besar asa kami kepadamu. Oleh karena itu kami haturkan banyak terima kasih atas semua nikmat yang telah Engkau berikan, terutama nikmat iman, nikmat Islam, dan nikmat kesehatan. Bimbinglah kami ya Rabb, agar kami tidak menjadi golongan orang yang kufur. Bimbinglah kami agar kami dapat terus di jalan-Mu, jalan yang lurus dan jalan yang Engkau ridhoi. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, kami meminta sebaik-baiknya permintaan, permohonan, keberhasilan, ilmu, amal, pahala, kehidupan, kematian, dan tetapkanlah kami dalam semua kebaikan. Beratkanlah timbangan kami ya Rabb, kokohkan iman kami ya Rabb, tinggikanlah derajat kami ya Rabb, terimalah salat kami ya Rabb, ampunilah kesalahan-kesalahan kami, dan kami memohon surga yang paling tinggi kepadamu. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa jadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi syakaratil maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi syakaratil maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi syakaratil maut wan najata minan nari wal afwa indal hisab. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar wa qina azaban nar wa qina azaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Diwa, for leading the prayer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, prior to the speeches and official opening of the seminar, we are going to present to you a cultural arts performance by an extracurricular activity or club from our laboratory school. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Angklung SMA Lab School UPI. Are you guys ready?
Tempat di hati gigir mani mulus ngan hanjakang pisang kalakuan si gesetan gunta ganti jauh kesirik naunggang minggu nah aku naon nu gelis loba nu bangun nah aku naon nu bangun loba nu gelis sigana aing hadir rupa bisa bayu kasasaha untungnya jadi cilaka kulit kalirkan mencangkan jauh run kena bodas tipung tarigu biwir berem-berem jauh susu ngana atuh beti memurah teblek hirup daek jadi runtah ulah bangga bisa gonta-ganti jaluk kumajang pahu di baju panana alus irung alus bibir alus hadi tempat di hareup gigir meni mulus ngan hanjang pisan halatuan siga setan gunta ganti jalur tesidik naunggal minggu nah aku naon nu gelis loba nu bangun nah aku naon nu bangun loba nu gelis siga nama ngarasa asa aing hagerupa bisa payu kasasaha tuntungna jadi cilaka kelirkan mencang jauh kuntuna bodas tipung tarigu diwir berem-berem jawar hayang pana coklat kopi susu ngana atuh beti memurah geblek hirup daek jadi runtah ulah bangga bisa gonta-ganti jaluk kumajang pahu di baju putra saha di mana bumina habirese panon hidang panon hidang pipi koneng irung mancung putra Bandung putra saha di mana bumina habirese panon hidang putra saha di mana bumina abdi rasa panon hidang siang wengi ka impi-impi hate abi sararedi teu emut tahan teu emut minum emut kanu kaset panon hidang teu emut dahan teu emut nginum emut kanu kaset panon hidang Sebelumnya kami mengucapkan selamat datang kepada para tamu undangan dan juga para petinggi UPI, mungkin Bapak Rektor dan juga yang mewakilinya. Let me introduce ourselves. Ya, izinkan saya memperkenalkan kami. Kami adalah grup angklung Lakestra, ya, from SMA Lab School UPI, ya, yang dikepala sekolahi oleh Bapak Dr. Andes Deni Kadarsa dan dilatih oleh Pak Aan Handoyo yang tentunya sudah menuai banyak prestasi seperti menjuarai angklung juara 2 tingkat nasional, juga juara 2 tingkat Jawa Barat, dan juga terakhir juara 1. Abdi anon hidup teemut dahan teemut hinu emut kanu kasih panon hidup. Kalau ku pandang kerlip bintang nun jauh di sana, sayupku dengar melodi cinta yang menggema. Detak jantungku seakan ikut irama, karena tersentuh alunan lagu semetu kopi dangdut. Api asmara yang dahulu pernah membara semakin hangat bagai ciuman yang pertama. Detak jantungku seakan ikut irama, karena tersentuh alunan lagu semadu kopi dangdut. Irama kopi dangdut yang ceria menyengat hati menjadi gairah, membuat aku lupa akan cintaku yang telah lalu. Api asmara yang dahulu pernah membara semakin hangat bagai ciuman yang pertama. Detak jantungku seakan ikut irama, karena tersentuh alunan lagu semadu kopi dangdut. Kalau ku pandang kerlip bintang menjauh di sana, sayupku dengar melodi cinta yang menggema. Detak jantungku seakan ikut irama, karena tersentuh alunan lagu semadu kopi dangdut. Api asmara yang dahulu pernah membara, semakin hangat bagai ciuman yang pertama. Detak jantungku seakan ikut irama, karena tersentuh oleh pesona alunan kopi dangdut. Irama kopi dangdut yang ceria menyengat hati menjadi gairah, membuat aku lupa akan cintaku yang telah lalu. Api asmara yang dahulu pernah membara, semakin hangat bagai ciuman yang pertama. Terasa kembali gelora jiwa mudaku, karena tersentuh alunan lagu semadu kopi dangdut. Karena tersentuh alunan lagu semadu kopi dangdut. Karena tersentuh alunan lagu semadu kopi dangdut.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again give a big round of applause for such an amazing performance of angklung, a traditional musical instrument made from bamboo, and it can play along with any music genres. And the performers are actually high school students of SMA Lab School, that is the Laboratory School of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the chairperson of the 3rd International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health to deliver his report. So please join me in giving the warmest welcome to Dr. Resandi Nugraha, MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, represented by Vice Rector for Finance and Research, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Haji Adang Suherman, MA, Dean of Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, represented by Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Dr. Haji Dian Budiana, MPD, Al-Vice Dean, Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Dr. Yusuf Hidayat, MSI, as well as the newly elected Head of the Study Program, Dr. Haji Charles Yuwan, MPD, all of Study Program at Faculty of Sport and Health Education, keynote and invited speaker of this seminar. This guests all co-hosting institutions from universities and industries. Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all faculty members of the Faculty of Sport and Health Education, organizing committee, and our audience joining us in the auditorium, Zoom meeting from around the world. Welcome to the 3rd International Seminar on Physical Education, Sport and Health 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, this seminar is an annual event, and this is the third year that we are holding it in a hybrid format, with the audience physically attending in the auditorium and those virtually participating through Zoom both today and tomorrow. My sincere gratitude and warmest welcome go to all of the keynote speakers, Mr. Aryo Bimo Nandito Aryo Tejo SH, Minister of Youth and Sport of Republic of Indonesia, Prof. Dr. Fiona Catherine Chambers, President of ISF, Professor Madya Dr. Razita Abdul Latif from University Teknologi Mara, Dr. Dennis Koh Chunlian from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Mr. Adam Lim Nobi, MSc from University Teknologi Mara Malaysia, all keynote and invited speakers either from internal or external affiliation. We really appreciate your time and willingness to be the keynote and invited speaker in this seminar. In this third seminar, there are 416 participants consisting of 89 presenters and 327 participants. There are several series of important agendas in this seminar, namely 2-time coaching clinics, of scientific publication, and 2-time submission to Scopus Index Journal carried before and after this seminar. As many as 22 articles have been submitted in the first batch to Scopus Index Journal, and there are still dozens of articles to submitted in the second batch on August 15, 20, and 23. We would not forget to thank the Vice Rector of Research, International Affairs, Partnership, and Business, and Bandung City KONI for providing financial assistance in this seminar. And we thank many parties who have provided assistance so that this third seminar can be carried out. This is the end of my report, and the chair of the seminar, once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I thank you all for your presence and apologize for any shortcoming. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rasandi Nugraha MPD, for delivering the report on behalf of the organizing committee of this year's seminar. Distinguished guests, participants, speakers, and presenters of the seminar, now I would like to invite the Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program to deliver his welcoming speech. So, to Dr. Yusuf Hidayat, MSE, the floor is now yours.
A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to all of us. May Allah always bless to us. Excellencies, Minister of Youth and Sport of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Aryo Bimo Nandito Aryadito. Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, represented by Vice Rector of Finance and Resources, Professor Dr. Haji Adang Suherman, MA. Excellencies, Dean of Faculty of Sport and Health Education, represented by Academic Vice Dean, Dr. Dian Budiana, MPD. Excellencies, all heads and Secretary of Department and Study Program, and all of keynote and invited speakers, the Chairman of CONI Kota Bandung, and all co-hosting from the university, industry, and professional organizations, and all distinguished guests that are respected. Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, faculty, members of the Faculty of Sport and Health Education, the organizing committee, and our audience joining us. Welcome to the third International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport, and Health 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, my sincere gratitude goes to all of you, especially for the keynote and invited speakers. We really appreciate it for your time and willingness to contribute to our program. I would also deliver my gratitude to all the committee members who have worked hard to host this seminar, all stakeholders and parties for endless support and assistance during the preparation of the seminar, and all co-hosting Universitas Majalengka, International Association for Physical Education and Higher Education, Sariater Hot Spring Theater, Putra Sampurna Foundation, Remaja Rosda Karya Publisher, and especially for the best hour co-hosting Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Thank you very much for your supporting. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that this seminar is annual event, and this is the third year that we are holding our major annual event in hybrid format. In regarding with them of this seminar, this is physical education, sport and health promotion, lifestyle global challenges. We hope that this them can inspire all of us to develop innovative and creative formulations related to healthy lifestyle all the time, both in a local or global perspective. On these occasions, I would like to say, welcome to all of us at the third International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2023. I hope this seminar can become a platform to share knowledge, ideas, best practice experiences on how to build, how to develop, how to promote a healthy lifestyle through physical education, sport, and health activities. Finally, thank you very much for all, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Yusuf, for delivering such a warm welcome speech representing the head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the speech from the Dean of Faculty of Sport and Health Education, who in this occasion is represented by the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Dr. Haji Dian Budiana, MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli amma ba'du. A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Ministry of Youth and Sport, Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Vice Rector, Research and Finance and Human Resource of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Adang Suherman MA, the Honorable Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation, Dr. Yusuf Hidayat MSI and Dr. Charsiwan MPD, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Majalengka. Thank you for your coming this seminar. Esteemed keynote speaker and invited speaker, respectable scientific and organizing committee of the event, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, it's such as a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the third International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2023. In this occasion, allow me to send our dean warmest regard as he could not make it the opening ceremony today due to conflict schedule. As the Dean of Faculty Academic Affairs, Faculty, Sport and Health Education, allow me to represent the Dean in delivering the open in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the seminar, Physical Education, Sport and Health Promotion, Lifestyle Global Challenges, resonate with a profound sense of urgency. It emphasizes the critical need to address the obstacle we face promoting physical education, sport, and overall health a global scale. From my vantage point, is the evident that the challenges we confront about complex and far-reaching, transcending bordering, affecting individuals from diverse backgrounds. I recognize the impact of the physical education and sport in shaping the very fabric of the role they play, nurturing harder lifestyle and fostering and sense community cannot be underestimated. Yet it also see the doubting barrier that hinder progress, the secondary routineness, the default of digital screen, the disparities access to sport facilities, and the province of unhealthy habits present and uphill battle. I would like to express to heartfelt gratitude to the committee of the third ISPESH chaired by Dr. Resandi for the hard work to make this event happen. I would like also sincerely thanks to keynote speaker and invited speaker for taking up your time of the share in this conference. I do believe that as you giving significant contribution of the seminar. Last but not least, I wish all participants fruitful discussion. May this seminar be a catalyst of progress, particularly within the field of the physical education, sport, and health. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dian Bunyana MPD, Vice Dean for Academic Affairs of the Faculty, for delivering another warm welcome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon the Vice Rector for Finance and Human Resources, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, to also deliver his opening remarks as well as officially open today's event. Without further ado, please join me in giving the warmest welcome to Professor Dr. Haji Adang Suherman, MA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, represented by a Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Dr. Dian Bunyana MPD, the Honorable Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Dr. Yusuf Hidayat, as well as the newly elected head of the study program, Dr. Charsiwan MPD, congratulations. Please give applause to him. Esteemed keynote speakers and invited speakers, respectable scientific and organizing committee of the event, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I am representing our rector, Professor Dr. M. Salehuddin, who could not attend today's seminar due to a conflicting schedule, as he has to lead the accreditation visit of Faculty of Medicine. Hopefully it will be success and running well. Jadi saya sangat berharap kepada semuanya, karena kita sudah cukup lama mengharapkan Fakultas Kedokteran mudah-mudahan pada hari ini yang bersamaan dengan kegiatan ini bisa berjalan dengan mulus, baik, lancar, dan sukses. Amin ya Allah ya Rabbal Alamin. As the Vice Rector of Finance and Human Resources, as well as a part of Faculty of Sport Health Education, it is such an honor as well as pleasure for me to welcome you all to the third International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2023, held by Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program. The rapid development of science and technology, like one in a variety of other fields, has both positive and negative impact. One of the biggest positive effects arose within the pandemic era, in which all of us, especially academic and educators, were forced to switch the learning mode from face-to-face learning to virtual one. There were some struggle at the first phase of this adjustment, but everybody had been adapting so that it is now becoming a solid option of mode in the so-called new normal. On the other hand, studies have shown that addiction to gadget has been leading to decrease of physical activity. Thus, it is such a big challenge for all of us, particularly in finding a balanced strategy of technology implementation and sustainable active lifestyle. This urgency is in line with the seminar topic, interconnecting such various topics of physical education, sport and health in order to promote healthy and active lifestyle. I do believe that everybody involved in this seminar, either keynote and invited speaker or parallel presenter, will have such a flourishing discussion that the society will benefit from. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers, committee members, and participants of this seminar, in this special occasion, allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to the Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, as well as organizing committee of the seminar for successfully conducting the seminar. It is such a great platform for academic in enhancing their up-to-date idea as the result of their scientific work. It is also an effective way of international collaboration, which play an important key to our university, especially in relation to our world-class university program. My warm gratitude also goes to all the speakers, both keynote and invited speakers. Here are Aryo Bimo Nadianto, Aryo Tejo, Professor Viona Catherine Kambers, PhD, Profesor Dr. Madya Rosita Abdul Latif, Profesor Dr. R. Boyke Mulyana, Dr. Denis Kohcon Lian, Adam Linobi, MSc, Dr. Agus Mahendra, MA, Dr. Indra Adi Budiman, Rector from Universitas Majalengka. Thank you very much for your willingness amidst your hectic schedule to share your expertise with all of us. With that all being said, I am now officially opening the third international seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health, Physical Education 2023 by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I wish you all a fruitful discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Adang Suherman, the Vice Rector for Finance and Human Resources, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, for delivering the warmest welcome speech, as well as officially opening today's seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, now that the seminar has been officially opened, we have come to the first plenary session. But before that, I would like to invite all the keynote speakers, invited speakers, and all the VIP guests to please come forward because we are going to have a photo session. So once again, to all the keynote speakers, invited speakers, and VIP guests of the seminar, please come forward to have a group photo session. Kalau kata orang Sunda, mumpung belum hinyai Pak Warek mukanya. Masih fresh. Teu aya bahasa Inggris na hinyai. Kalau glowing kan positif. Thank you very much. Now you may go back to your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the VIP guest group photo session marks the end of the opening ceremony of today's seminar, as well as the opening of the first plenary session. And our first speaker will be Professor Fiona Catherine Chambers, PhD. But first, allow me to introduce you all to the moderator of the session, who will be chairing the discussion of the first plenary session. Formerly serving as the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs of Faculty of Sport and Health Education Study Program, as well as the head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, his research interests are mainly on physical education, pedagogical movement, human movement, and didactic and methodic. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in giving the warmest welcome to our moderator, Associate Professor Bambang Abdul Jabbar, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to say thank you for Mr. Ubad, Chef Ubad, as a master ceremony, to invite me come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third international seminar on physical education, sport and health to 2023. Thank you for coming, even for online media or even directly come to this room. Thank you very much for your attending this conference. At the first session of this seminar, we have Professor Fiona Chambers from USA, and I would like to say hello to Professor Fiona. Do I have Professor Fiona on the screen? Hello, Professor Fiona. Can I hear your voice, maybe?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Okay, thank you very much for being guest lecturer or guest speaker in this seminar. Thank you very much. I replace Ibu Nia, that so far always connected with you by email, but
Yes.
suddenly today, Bunia has another job, so she replaced me to be a moderator on your presentation. Again, thank you very much for coming on this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, before Professor Fiona deliver his paper, I would like to introduce her expertise. Yeah. Dr. Fiona Chamber is a senior lecturer in physical education and sport pedagogy at University College Cork and former head of the School of Education since 2018-2022. She can be described as a senior leader in higher education with almost 30 years global experience in education, sport, and innovation with a very strong background in leading strategic design in multinational educational environment, and an extraordinary ability to educate people to solve complex problems through human movement-centered innovation. Her work focuses on delivering impact in three core overlapping areas: sport pedagogy, education, and innovation and design thinking. Here on some highlight of her work. She is an educational visionary and academic leader who uses a human-centered problem-solving mindset, it means design thinking, to innovate the most complex societal issue through both his research and practice. She has massive publication widely in this area and continue to educate and empower the three-sector community to employ design thinking as a tool for change and impact. She is the only Hasso-Plattner Institute licensed design thinking coach and the only design sprint coach in her field. So that is expertise and Dr. Fiona. Dr. Fiona will deliver his idea telling about threshold concept for quality physical education in society 5.1. I think this topic is very important for us also because it is related to how to make PE lesson at school become an important subject, for example, by design thinking, how to rise all people consume physical activity for good daily living, for example. And of course, I think his idea also related to how upgrading quality of physical education, even as a profession related to physical education. So I think without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Fiona to speak on the seminar. Please, time is yours. And forget, you have 1 hour, you have 1 hour to deliver your idea, and then we have QA answer, question and answer for 10 minutes. Please, Fiona. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll just start my slide deck now. And I just need to check that everybody can see my slide deck. Is it clear to everybody?
Yeah.
Yes? Yes. Great. Okay. If it's okay with everybody, I will start. So the title of this presentation is Threshold Concepts for Quality Physical Education in Society 5.0. I am absolutely delighted to attend your wonderful seminar. I believe it is a really important moment for physical educators and physical education researchers across Indonesia. And I'm delighted to share some of my ideas with you today. So to begin, I want to share with you why I even began to engage in physical education. And you can see me here in the photograph number 14, and I was 14 at that stage. My relationship with physical education began at that age. My family moved around a lot, around the island of Ireland, which is in Europe. I attended about 5 different schools in all, and believe it or not, there was only one of those schools that offered physical education. So I only had physical education, formal physical education, for 1 year of my entire schooling. So my inspiration to enter the realm of physical education had to come from somewhere other than the classroom. And it came in the form of a gentleman by the name of Padraig Griffin. Padraig Griffin was my history teacher, and it happened that he was also an athletics coach. He invited me to attend athletics training on an evening, and I found a pair of shorts and old runners, and I went along. I was really nervous, but I was able to run, and he told me I could. And what I didn't realize at that time was that Padraig Griffin was the Irish Olympic coach for the Irish athletics team. He had trained many Irish Olympians, so he did know what he was talking about. He had a gift for training and educating athletes from the ordinary, like me, to the Olympian. And I remember that he used very interesting training methods with very little equipment. And I knew that they were informed by this international thirst for research. He was constantly looking for the latest and best research to inform what he was doing. And he inspired me to engage in competition for many years. He also was the person who inspired me to engage in physical education as a physical educator. And I was one of the first in my county in Ireland to enter that profession. And I'd like to dedicate my presentation today to Padraig Griffin. This is Padraig Griffin back in 2022, and this was 40 years later. And I called to see him at home, and he was in his sport flight deck, perched on a comfy recliner. He had 3 TV screens around the room, and he was watching the European Athletics Championships. And he was taking notes constantly on the form of these athletes. He's 80 years of age. He uses physical education and sport pedagogy research every single day. He relies on our research in this profession across the world to constantly inspire him and to ensure that what he does is at the best level possible. So in my work, I tend to always focus on who it matters to, who is the end user. And often in that case, it is the young people that I'm aiming for. How can my research and my physical education work inspire young people to become physically active for life? How can I encourage them to be joyfully engaged in physical activity and movement across their lives? And I'm always asking the question that in that work, how can my research matter to those coaches and other physical educators around the world who are trying to do the same job? I'd like you to think for a moment as I'm talking, who is your Padraig Griffin? Who is the person that inspired you to enter this glorious profession of physical education? Who is that person who encouraged you to become physically active and to maintain that throughout your lives? Perhaps maybe that person should be at the back of your head as I go through this presentation. So the roadmap for this presentation is as follows. There are 5 sections, and I'm going to try and speak as slowly as possible so that my Irish accent doesn't cause any difficulties for you. So the first thing I'd like to do is to spend some time setting out a burning platform. Cotter talked about a burning platform as something which is creating an impetus for us to do something and to make lives, in my case, better for others through, in this case, our research. The second part of the presentation, I will move on to the threshold concepts for physical education and the genesis of those threshold concepts. Part 3, I'd like to talk about the implications for the cross-discipline of physical education. So how do those threshold concepts cause, I suppose, an excitement around what is possible in physical education? The penultimate part, part 4, is about how we generate life-centric and super smart threshold concepts for quality physical education in Society 5.1. I will introduce you to each of those concepts throughout the presentation. And then finally, I have a number of closing remarks. So I'm going to begin as I've laid out here on this roadmap. So the first thing as part of this burning platform that we talk about is this very concerning time that we're in. So it's both exciting and also concerning in equal measure. And that's for every human being on planet Earth. And it is also obviously for every physical educator, for every physical education researcher that's attending this seminar. So the genie is out of the bottle. There are so many dynamic events and contexts in the world at the moment. The physical education community has got to be aware of these, and not just aware of them, they need to be absolutely tuned into what's happening around. There is no time now for any physical educator or researcher in our field to be in the lab or just focus on one small little area. We need to look wide and broad and to be very, very tuned in to what is happening around the world. And more than being aware, we need to embrace what's happening, and we need to make sure by embracing what is going on that physical education research is constantly helping us to ensure that physical education is relevant for our classrooms and for every single young person that it serves. That is why I get up in the morning. I get up in the morning to see who can I inspire today to remain physically active for the rest of their lives. I often talk about a concept called a movement pension. By being aware of the issues that are surrounding us on the planet currently, as physical educators, we can actually encourage young people to develop a movement pension. That's a term that was coined by David Barrett. That particular term means that as soon as we begin to start being physically active in a very sincere way, we are building that repertoire all the way through our lives, and we can cash it in later as our health maybe perhaps deteriorates in some way, and we can encourage a lifelong, we can encourage lifelong well-being and encourage everyone to enjoy better health as they move through. So that movement pension is important. So this particular slide is about the genie being out of the bottle, the fact that there's many, many things going on around us at the moment. And as physical educators, we need to look up, listen, and figure what is happening and how it impacts what we're doing. So one of the things that we need to be aware of is the notion of this collision of pandemics. And what I mean by that is we are living through, at the moment, everybody on the planet, a collision of different types of pandemics. The first one we have lived through very, very recently, which is COVID-19. We are still living through that global pandemic. Okay, that has not gone away. It has huge implications for our lives, for our health, or our levels of physical activity. The second one that I want to call out is the issue around climate crisis. Every single day we are reading about the impacts of climate crisis on our daily lives. And you can hear about the forest fires on the Greek islands to flooding in various parts of the world this week. It's just relentless. And climate change is something that is really impacting the world. So I would call that a type of pandemic, sweeping the world. For us as physical educators and physical education researchers, the physical inactivity crisis is another significant issue for us. The fusion of all of these pandemics leads us to an economic crisis, which is both personal and societal, and it leads to a poorer quality of life for many, many people on this planet. Inequity is pervasive. Inequity is ensuring that we do not and we will not meet the Kazan Action Plan Sustainable Development Goals or any of the 17 SDGs by 2030. And these are what we're striving to meet in the midst of all of these pandemics. There are 7 Kazan Action Plan Sustainable Development Goals, and they are SDG 3, which deals with healthy lives and well-being, SDG 4, this idea of inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong opportunities, learning opportunities for all. Gender equality is SDG 5. SDG 8 is about sustained, inclusive, sustainable economic growth for all. SDG 10, again, we're back to inequality within and among countries across the world. SDG 11, making sure that cities and human settlements are inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And then finally, SDG 16, which is promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. Those action plan, or that particular action plan, the Kazan action plan, was devised in 2017 rather, at a UNESCO MINIPS 6 meeting, which was held in Kazan. And these are where we're trying to go to. I believe because of the number of pandemics facing us, we are in serious, serious trouble. And I will reinforce that message as we move through. And so we have to start watching for the signals around us. What else is going on apart from these pandemics that maybe can provide a bit of hope or can provide something where we need to be very, very aware and where we need to take significant action, okay? So I call this idea of scanning for signals, this idea of looking for strong and weak signals around us. Now, they can be core signals, for example, the trends that are happening currently in sport or in physical education. We can look for signals that are around us which are just adjacent, which are the trends in education. Or we can also look for ones that are more peripheral. So it could be something that seems to be totally different to what we do in a daily life, but actually gives us some sense of maybe where our planet is going and what is happening. And that would be peripheral, and they would be things like, and it sounds crazy, space travel. How does space travel and what is happening in space travel pertain to what we're doing as researchers in physical education? So this idea of us lifting our heads up out of the classroom or out of the research lab and looking around us to see what is going on is vital for the success and continuity of our field. And what I call that is a thing called design fiction. It's about where, when we're in the midst of what is going on in the world around us, we start to say we have a lot of power and hope and agency around the world that we live in. So we can actually shape it in some way. The more data points we have, the more insights we have in what is happening around us. So essentially, it's about us creating a possible future for physical education in the midst of all the crises that I've been talking about, okay? So yes, there are awful things happening around us. There seems to be a grave urgency around what is happening, but we do have some hope and agency about what is happening. And we have the intellect and we have the ability as humans to actually really to do something about it. So for me, in terms of the signals that I'm spotting in the world around us, there's probably 5 that I think we should think about today as you open this particular conference. So these are the 5 that I call out. So Society 5.0, or as I'm going to introduce you to in a moment, Society 5.1. That's the first one, and we will talk about that in a moment. The second one is the idea of digital generations. The third one is about phygital and data. The fourth one is about learning and meta skills. So what kind of signals is that particular area providing? And then finally, there's the one which is to do with what are the current things happening? What signals are coming out of health and well-being? And I'm going to go through these in some detail now to give you a sense of really the really exciting and interesting things that are happening around us, which pertain and will directly relate to what we do as professionals in physical education. So the first of those is Society 5.0, as I have named it, Society 5.1, and I will explain why now. So Society 5.1 is essentially, it's a wonderful philosophy that has been developed by the Japanese society. And essentially they would have put it out as being Society 5.0. It would have been developed around 2017, 2018. If any of you are interested in reading more about it, I would encourage you to read the work of Deguchi, that's Deguchi, and colleagues. There's a free book as a starter if you want to really understand what's happening here. So essentially, Society 5.0 has 5 pillars, but I've added education to it most recently. So it's education, healthcare, environmental, infrastructure, AI, and logistics and effective communication. What is really interesting about this is what's written on the right-hand side of the screen there. And that is the idea of something being life-centric and super smart. What I mean by that is when we talk about Society 5.1, we talk about a society in which all of life on the planet matters and technology is in the service of all of life on the planet. Now, you would probably think, where has this come from, this notion of a society? This particular slide may help you. So if you can cast your mind back thousands and thousands and thousands of years, we have the notion of Society 1.0. So that was back when we had hunter-gatherers. Society 2.0 was the farming age, the agrarian age. Society 3.0 was the industrial age. Society 4.0, which was the most recent one, was the information age. And finally, we have this Society 5.0, or as I've iterated it, Society 5.1, which talks about being super smart. This idea of technology in the service of life on the planet, human or otherwise. It's extremely exciting. Why is it exciting? Because it's all about humanity. Whereas in Society 4.0, everything seemed to be about how technology could be understood by humans. Society 5.1 is all about how technology can serve the interests of humans in order to make an egalitarian society. And if you remember a number of slides back, I talked about the fact that inequity and inequality were some of the major issues that we're facing across the world. How would it be if this philosophy of a new type of society could actually shape that and resolve that so that we have a more egalitarian society? So that's the first interesting and I believe quite exciting philosophy of how our world could work that's on the table for us. The second signal that I think you need to look at, and again, this is quite exciting, and I know from the earlier speeches that were given this morning, it's about digital generations. And I don't know, are you aware, maybe you are aware, that we actually, in any place that we're in now, any place of education particularly, like a university or a school, we actually have 6 generations, 6 digital generations living and coexisting alongside each other, okay? And they are builders, boomers, Generation X, Generation Y, Generation Z, and now Generation Alpha. Generation Alpha is the latest generation. Each of these generations are different because of how they engage with the digital world and also their cultural reference point. The newest generation is Generation Alpha. They are 13 years old now in 2023. They are the generation who are born between 2010 and 2024. The next generation is going to be Generation Beta. They will be born in 2025. And once more, there will be a step change in terms of how they will engage with digital technology. So I am Generation X, born in the late 60s. I was born at a time with no digital, but I've kind of transferred my energies across to the digital world. So I am very different to Gen Z or Gen Z, who actually grew up with digital. And I am entirely different to those 13-year-olds who are Generation Alpha. What's interesting about Generation Alpha in terms of you educating them in a physical education classroom is that their worlds are really very interesting. What is interesting about them is they exist in a kind of hybrid world. They exist with a foot in the physical and also a foot in the digital. They are constantly trying to figure out their identity. They're trying to figure out, who am I online? Who am I in person? How do I manage myself in those environments? How do I manage things like digital misinformation and disinformation? How do I manage my values online and offline? So as physical educators, this particular signal is vital, because it is very difficult for me. I've said I'm Gen X. It's very difficult for me, Gen X, to truly empathize and understand Generation Alpha or even Gen Z. Very, very difficult for me. But as an educator, as a researcher, I have got to make that leap. And as I will talk to you a little bit later, that's why I engage in something called design thinking, to make that leap. So that is a very, I think, a very interesting other signal that we need to be aware of. In terms of the phygital and data as the third signal, and I know that you are fully aware of this, but I'm going to highlight some of these issues. The first thing that I'm going to highlight for you is the idea that we are now living in metaverse and Web3. That's just ubiquitous, and that is how the world is working currently. In terms of ChatGPT, which really came on the scene as strongly and formally back in November, it's something that is causing a lot of fear in education circles, where often we are regressing back to paper and pen examinations because we're afraid of AI. And I suppose what I'm encouraging you to think about today, as we grapple with these signals that are out there, is not to be afraid of AI, because the only way AI can learn how to effectively, I suppose, serve humanity, and remember what I said earlier about Society 5.1, is that we embrace it and we teach it. We need to teach it how to actually make those decisions, how to generate data, how to synthesize data. So that's entirely up to us how we do that. The next one is to do with the Apple Vision Pro, which would have come out in the last couple of months. And again, that's a really exciting way of understanding how computing is going to occur from this point forward, without keyboards, mice, etc., all literally it's not even by touching anything, it's just simple movements are actually going to control what's happening and how we control computers. The fourth one then is to do with the fact that data is the new oil. But
Deputi 3 Bidang Pembudayaan Olahraga Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga.
We engage with it and we actually refine it in some way and synthesize it so it becomes really useful to us. So in terms of the fourth different signal, I'm going to move on now to the learning and meta skills arena. And again, this is a fourth area of signals that we need to be aware of as we research and engage in education and within physical education. So again, here we go. We talk again about the equity and inclusion issue. The fact that we have global markets issues where it's a constant capitalistic kind of push to be at the cutting edge of what's happening.
Tolong operator Fionanya ke mute. Bisa dibantu operator?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, excuse me, Fiona. There is a technical problem here.
Sure.
Yeah.
How far, do I need to go back to a previous slide?
Yeah.
Which, will I go back? Sorry, now just no problem there?
Yeah.
Or one. Further back?
This one.
Oh, perfect. Apologies. Thank you for interrupting me. So shall I explain this slide again to everyone?
Yeah.
Sure, no problem. I'll just go back just to build it again for you.
Fiona,
so
sorry.
Yes.
Excuse me. I think uh, we have almost 30 minutes over from your presentation. Maybe you can make it short.
Sure thing, of
Yeah,
course,
yeah.
no problem. Now I'm moving forward onto the threshold concepts shortly,
Yeah,
but I
thank
do
you.
feel that this is nearly complete.
Okay.
If that's okay with you. So yeah, so it will be exactly 1 hour, and so I'm continuing if that's okay. Thank you.
You're
Okay,
yeah.
so thank you. For this particular slide, I talked about digital and data, and I talked about the issue to do with metaverse and Web3. I talked about the fact that we need to embrace ChatGPT, to embrace AI, in order to teach AI the best way of operating. Because the more we are ignoring what's happening with ChatGPT and AI, the more that AI is going to do almost what it needs to do itself. So humans need to be actively engaged to teach AI what we need from it in the spirit of Society 5.1. We have the Apple Vision Pro, which was recently released, and this is the newest form of computer. And then the issue around data being the new oil. So in other words, the more we refine it, analyze it, synthesize it, the more useful it becomes to us. And literally it's flowing everywhere, and we need to engage with it. In terms of learning and meta skills as another signal, we have 6 areas that are highlighted by the OECD in 2022. The issue of equity and inclusion, the issue of global markets, climate change, which we raised earlier, the fact that often knowledge is not always available to everybody, and if it is, it may not be in formats that are easily accessible or formats that are truthful. So we need to actually understand how knowledge is being perpetrated or spread around the world so that we understand and can trust it actually and be critical about it. The idea of complexity around the world, so systems thinking and digitalization. So this particular set of 6 signals are all found in Education Fast Forward. I'm saying that in this seminar and beyond this seminar, physical educators need to be aware of these contextual issues, these signals that are out there. And then finally, we have health and well-being. So in terms of health and well-being, physical education, I would argue, is getting lost in the noise in this particular set of signals. We are often not being noticed. And basically the types of trends that are currently happening in health and well-being often don't consider physical education at all. And therefore we need to think about that and say, how can we make ourselves as relevant as possible? So the first one is the trends in health and well-being around digital and mental health, health and well-being as an industry, the connection of our bodies with nature, the mind-body connection, and then this idea of planet well-being and people well-being. And the final really worrying trend in terms of health and well-being currently is Ozempic. And Ozempic is just an example of drugs that are currently available on the market that will achieve the weight loss that some people strive for through exercise. So the Ozempic pandemic is currently happening. This particular drug was developed for diabetes type 2 and essentially has now, as a side effect, it develops this weight loss component. And we're finding in areas of the United States that this is actually being used by people. They avoid exercising, and this is their way of actually fast tracking to losing weight rather than doing the opposite and actually exercising for joy, human movement, and all of the rest of it. So these particular 5, or as I call them, the big 5 across all of the, I suppose, the context that we're operating in as physical educators, really set a very complex scene for us in the physical education world. It's very, it's hard to get lost in it. It's hard for physical education to really put its head up and be seen in the mix of such complexity, but we cannot avoid it because otherwise we are drowned in all of that noise and etc. So we started to look at the issue of physical education as almost being considered as a Cinderella subject. And we hit upon this idea of threshold concepts as being perhaps an area we could look at as researchers. Okay, so our journey began in Wales. We were having coffee and we reflected on not only the direction of physical education degree programs, but also more broadly on the physical education profession. We felt at the time that there was a sense of stagnation and a growing distance from what was actually happening in the classroom versus what was needed to happen in the broader society, as I've just painted for you. We became very curious and we asked a number of questions. Were we as a profession clear on our purpose in a very crowded physical education curriculum that seemed at the moment to be very concentrated on content rather than developing people so they can move for life? So it was about content, quite a reductionist view. Was it possible, this was the second question we asked, was it possible for all children and young people to achieve this goal of moving for life? And how could we foster that lifelong love of physical activity and movement by the time they left school? And how could we make sure that every single child leaving our care in school would actually want to engage in movement for life, physical activity for life, for their own health and well-being? And we really didn't feel, sitting around the table, that that was happening in physical education currently. Many children engage in physical education, they learn it, but they don't continue it for the rest of their lives. So what we decided to do was to develop a book on this, Threshold Concepts for Physical Education, and we used a design thinking approach. And I'm just going to work through this with you now for the remainder of the presentation. So in this book, we had 27 authors with over 700 years of experience in physical education from 10 countries around the world and 8 different time zones. This was the question we asked ourselves as we embarked on this, and it was a really wicked problem. We described ourselves as a profession that did not appear to have an agreed matrix of threshold concepts for the advancement of physical education. I will explain what a threshold concept is in a moment. We felt the learning need for physical education educators was to identify some threshold concepts for physical education, so that they were able to plan, implement, and assess learning in and through physical education. The insight that we had was that because we didn't have any threshold concept in our area, it led to an ambiguity and a weakening of the perceived value of physical education in our curriculum, and that impacted on the status of our profession across the world. And just to kind of introduce you to what a threshold concept is. So first of all, I would say to you that every single discipline has a threshold concept. If you look at any subject area, any discipline area, in any other jurisdiction, you will find they have threshold concepts. So when they're mastered, they basically enable scholars to think in particular ways. So for example, in maths, a threshold concept in mathematics is complex numbers. Once a person learns to understand complex numbers, they move across a threshold which opens a new level of understanding about complex numbers. That particular understanding can never be unlearned, and they therefore become more mathematical in their thinking. So when we go to something like law, an example of a threshold concept in law is the concept of precedence. And again, once we learn precedence, when we're learning law, we cross the threshold. We cannot unlearn that. Therefore, we are moving forward into that discipline of law and becoming more scholarly. So a threshold concept fundamentally, which is in every other discipline apart from physical education, is like a portal. It opens up new and previously inaccessible ways of thinking about something. It represents a transformed way of understanding or interpreting or viewing something without which the learner cannot progress. So what I would say is that when somebody hasn't learned the threshold concept, they are in a liminal space. As soon as they learn the threshold concept, they move across the portal into a new space where they can't unlearn that. They have it forever. And in terms of looking at the different features of a threshold concept, these are the 8 features of threshold concepts. So essentially, they have 8 different characteristics. So for something to be a threshold concept, it has to be transformative. It has to be something which is performative. There's some inaction, or it has to be enacted in some way. It is irreversible. It is something which is integrative, so it links with other concepts. It doesn't stand on its own. It is bounded. So in other words, it is basically bordering other areas or other concepts, but it has its own bounded area and it has its own space, as it were. It's really troublesome. They're always very tricky. They're not something which are things that you can actually just mimic. You have to actually learn them viscerally, and they, in terms of your cognition, in terms of your psychomotor skills, and more into your emotional learning side. So they are quite troublesome and tricky to actually embrace and to actually learn. But once they're learned, they're there for forever. And they're reconstitutive. And what I mean by reconstitutive is basically that it's basically that we change in some way in relation to that new way of looking at that particular discipline area. Once we understand this threshold concept, it changes us in some way, and it changes our view of the world in some way. And then finally, it extends the way we use language in some way. And that means it is discursive. So if I call anything a threshold concept, it needs to have all of these 8 features, according to Meyer and Land. And so we started to look really closely at physical education and say, okay, with physical education, what is it? If we could try and figure out what physical education is, could that give us a clue or a pathway as to where we might go? And in terms of physical education, it's a cross-discipline, which is categorized as an interdiscipline. And this means that it contributes, or there are contributing disciplines from other areas that offer threshold concepts to physical education. In addition to this, physical education has an interstitial third space where all the disciplines that feed into it meet. And this is the exciting part. Physical education, therefore, is able to offer its own unique threshold concepts, which we found was a breakthrough moment in terms of what this could actually mean. And it was Henry's work that actually helped us to understand this a little bit better. So this diagram is going to be interesting, I hope. We used Bernstein's languages of description to help us a little bit to understand threshold concepts and what was going on within physical education. So if we look at the inside here of this diagram, we can actually see our internal languages of movement. So essentially what we say is, in terms of our understanding, I'm just going to open up this entire diagram just to explain it to you. Essentially what we have is the development and use of threshold concepts was influenced by Bernstein's languages of description. And they were actually outlined originally by Moss, Moray, and by Neves. And essentially it helped us to understand that languages generally, in any discipline, there's actually 2 different types of language. So in the case of physical education, we have internal languages of movement like philosophical, psychological, physiological, biomechanics, pedagogical, sociological. And then outside that layer, we also have external languages which are coming into play within our discipline. And they are fundamental movement skills, motor skill competencies, kinesiology, physical literacy, Laban's movement analysis, and Arnold's work there. So in other words, we were trying to figure out, as we worked through it, what are the internal grammars that help us to shape the languages that we use in physical education? And could threshold concepts help us in some way in manifesting what they meant? We felt that we would be able to make a very big leap in physical education if we could, first of all, understand the languages used in physical education, and then most importantly, to identify threshold concepts that actually could encompass those. And you can see in this diagram also, the 8 different areas are also listed of varying types of, I suppose, features of those threshold concepts, as well as the areas in which we engage in physical education as well. So in order to try and do that, we saw this as a really complex way of doing things. So we turned to something called design thinking, because naturally design thinking is human-centered for starters. So it's always about trying to develop, I suppose, innovations or new ways of thinking, in this instance, threshold concepts, to try and make and encourage people's lives to be a little bit better. And they always grapple with wicked problems. The second thing we found interesting with using this type of methodology to define threshold concepts for physical education was the idea of abductive reasoning, the bit where we are constantly gathering data and making educative guesses as to where we might go to next. And finally, the piece that really encouraged us to use design thinking was this notion of contextual meaning, that no matter what threshold concepts we were going to develop, and you'll see in a moment how we did that, we would be able to always bring them back to physical education contexts. How and where could physical educators use these? So what we did was we identified 7 movement case studies. We had 7 international writing pods who engaged in each of these, and you can see all the country flags there as we went through. So dance, Gaelic games from Ireland, gymnastics, martial arts, netball, outdoor education, and parkour. And in terms of the methodology, we had an academic, a practitioner, and an athlete working in each of those movement contexts. And the process involved the academic, practitioner, and athlete working really closely together to observe a student in action while they were doing the particular activity. And these students or athletes were really, really wonderful at those activities. So they were wonderful at whatever activity, whatever activity context that we were looking at in that instance. So if it was a dance movement case study, that student or athlete was an accomplished dancer. We asked them to dance. We basically conducted an explicitation interview while they were in flow doing that particular movement. And we basically recorded the interview in those movement case studies and conducted a thematic analysis to surface insights from each of those.
Sorry,
and
Dr.
these
Fiona,
are, yes.
I have to remind you, due to the time, would you please speak in around 15 or 20 minutes from now?
Thank you. I will be finished in 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem, not at all. And thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it. Thank you. So this was one of them, and this was basically looking at the gymnastics aspect and looking at Laban in particular. And essentially what came from that particular movement case study was the idea that it was holistic, accommodated difference, allowed success for all abilities, promoted cooperation, facilitated the development of a skill, emphasized learning as opposed to teaching, and encouraged exploration. So these were some of the themes that came through that movement case study. So that's raw data, and I'll show you in a moment what we did with that. The second case study that I want to highlight was parkour, which was done in Belgium. And parkour, if you're not familiar with it, is an individual activity in which the person tries to overcome various obstacles by means of swings, jumping, climbing, and running. And in this particular case study, this is the types of things that they learned. The notion of persistence, the notion of learning autonomy and creativity to overcome barriers as they were engaged in parkour. So this very accomplished parkour athlete was basically explicitating these ideas. I loved this one. This was to do with how they listened to their body. They seemed to know what their body was capable of doing, and they listened to how it was engaging with the activity. And then this really nice one, which was around developing a goal orientation for task mastery. And that was from the parkour movement case study. The third one I want to highlight for you briefly is the Japanese case study, which was done on martial arts. And in this case, it was done on Budo, which is an umbrella term for a very traditionalist post-Maya era Japanese martial art. And basically, Budo is a main course or a mandated course in Japan, in all schools in Japan. What did they learn from this case study? What they learned about, and this, I really found this fascinating, was this concept of respect, or as they call it, reigi, which is this idea of you developing technically, but always taking account of safety, risk, and enjoyment, and looking after each other in the midst of this. So there were many things going on in Budo in this particular case study that were highlighted or surfaced as we looked at this particular case study around risk, intimacy, pain, and interaction. And this notion of respect was the thing that really surfaced very, very critically here. So we analysed these data sets, and there were a number of different things that came through here. So what we did is we used an analytical approach, and you can see my colleagues Anna Bryant and David Aldis here, and that's my office in University College Cork in Ireland just before the pandemic, and then the digital engagement that we had during the pandemic. So 7 different case studies, and we conducted a discourse analysis of all of the data that came from each of the 7 case studies. We engaged in dialogic analysis, which interrogated our own and others' meanings to regenerate those languages that I spoke about earlier, those Bernsteinian languages. And then finally, we engaged in knowledge mapping using a conceptual sandbox, and we generated 4 different threshold concepts. And these are they: corporeal reflexivity, corporeal aesthetics, self-actualization through human movement, and this notion of the eudaimonia through human movement. And in the instance of these, as we bring you back to this particular diagram, we have the 4 threshold concepts. And you can now see that this diagram has increased in probably, I would say, complexity. We have the 4 of these concepts sitting in the center. We have the languages of movement that were used in our case studies. And then outside, we have the pedagogical context of each of the movements. And you can see here with the arrows, the features of the different threshold concepts that we're talking about. So what we developed in this book was a way of teaching them, because what we felt was we had to go way beyond the perfunctory things that often happen in physical education, and they are often around, can I skip, can I jump, can I throw? We said, actually, can we go bigger than that? Can we become more than knowledge brokers? Can we become, as physical educators, designers, that maybe, and I'm encouraging you perhaps to do this today, to think about the myriad of threshold concepts that physical education might offer us. We've identified 4, and I've shared our methodology with you, but we are absolutely convinced that there are more of these threshold concepts out there for our subject area. And we felt that this solo taxonomy provided a really interesting pedagogical foundation for where we could go. So with solo taxonomy, if you're familiar with this particular way of looking at things, we talk about Biggs and Tang's work in this particular diagram. So you're moving from teaching them the basics all the way up to relational, and the leap here is when they start to cross a threshold, when they start to come up with new ideas and they start to develop new ways of engaging within the physical education context. And it's between this purple and blue space where really, really interesting things can happen in the classroom and for your learners. So in the very short penultimate section of this, and it won't take very long to do this, I just want to talk to you a little about how you can bring the ideas that I've spoken to you about today forward in some way. And I'm just hoping that even some of you listening to this keynote might say, yes, I liked what she talked about with the signals. Yes, I think it's interesting about threshold concepts for physical education to give it a greater status. And yes, I'm actually willing to see what could I do with it. Could I play with the 4 that Fiona and her colleagues developed, or are there more that I might be able to surface as a physical educator or as a physical education researcher? So my question really here today is, how might physical educators generate and employ new concepts, new threshold concepts for what we do in classrooms and Society 5.1? And there's a couple of things that you need to be aware of as to the spotlight is starting to shine on us again as a subject area. We're still sometimes the Cinderella subject, but there's some really, really interesting things happening across the world. And one such thing, which I'm sure you've heard of, is the Quality Physical Education document from UNESCO. And this is about frequency, variety, inclusivity, and value content, and the idea that physical education is more than just learning and skill development. It's also capable of enhancing educational and employability outcomes. So that was developed in 2015, but probably the most exciting thing that's going on currently is something that I was very fortunate to attend in Azerbaijan recently, in Baku, where UNESCO launched the Fit for Life Alliance. And physical education is a component part of this. So it's my contention that if we can embrace these very big policy moves, global policy moves, if we can identify threshold concepts that only physical education can deliver on, then we start to get a seat at the table to show what our subject area is really capable of doing. And in terms of Fit for Life, it's about, and you'll have heard these words throughout this presentation, it's about tackling physical inactivity, mental health issues, and inequality to foster peaceful, inclusive, and resilient societies. So there is a move for people to use physical activity, sport, and physical education to try and reach that higher goal. I firmly believe, however, I believe that they will listen to us or probably listen more to us if we do have something solid to put on the table that uniquely only physical education can actually offer. This particular Fit for Life policy was actually developed to try and tackle life after COVID-19. So it's about reducing inactivity, physical activity, but it's more than that. It's actually about getting us ready for, and I shouldn't have to say this, there will be more pandemics. How can we use physical education as a fantastic way to help people to become more resilient, not only in their lives, but also against these types of health battles that face us and that are across there. So what I'm asking, I suppose, is that you would consider what new ones you could develop. We've given you the model within the book. You can hear it within this particular presentation. What else could you add to these bubbles? There's 4 there. Are there more? You have a framework to play with. You also have a chance, I believe, to play with what I presented and put on the table, and to be brave enough as physical educators and physical education researchers to see what could we put on the table. Could the solo framework, the solo taxonomy, could that help us in classrooms to try and really push the boundaries as to what physical education can offer beyond skills? Skills are vital, but there's more to it than skills, okay? And then finally, I would say to you, the opportunity to play with them in different areas. So imagining looking at corporeal aesthetics, this idea of understanding the beauty of human movement and applying that to a rugby context or a soccer context, not just to those things that are naturally aesthetic contexts like dance, gymnastics. What would happen to them then? So in conclusion, I think that this presentation offers a suggested theoretical, empirical, and dialogical framework for using a type of design thinking that can help us not only play with the threshold concepts that I presented to you today, but also develop new ones, so that we have hope and agency in spite of all of the things that are happening around the world, the pandemics and all of those other developments in the digital world, in health and well-being, etc., etc. What are the new things that we as a profession can put on the table so that we are noticed, we are valued, and that they see us as not just a Cinderella in the midst of it? And I think that it can only be done by us now. There is a real imperative around that. I have some references from this particular presentation, but in my last moments, I would like to just share with you how you might connect with me through LinkedIn or Twitter or Instagram. I would also like you to look at how you can connect with ISEP. I'm the president of ISEP, the International Research Association for Physical Education and Higher Education, and to invite you to attend our ISEP Connect events, which are on the last Friday of every month from September to May. So go onto our website, see what is happening in September. It's the last Friday of every single month. And if you are interested in design thinking, I would like you to just take note of this webpage and this Twitter account for this design thinking competition that I run globally each year. So thank you sincerely for listening to me, and I will be delighted to take any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Fiona. You give me a such great and huge idea about threshold concept in physical education. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have only 10 minutes to come to the question and answers. But before that, I think a little bit saya coba sedikit gambarkan penjelasan ataupun tadi informasi yang diberikan oleh Fiona sangat luar biasa. Sebenarnya mulai dari mengapa perlu ada threshold concept dalam pendidikan jasmani. Diceritakan dari awal sampai PPT 20 itu mengenai alasan-alasan mengapa kita perlu menggunakan threshold concept, karena berkaitan dengan adanya virus, kemudian adanya black platform itu ya, dan seterusnya, yang kemudian ditawarkan ada 4 konsep dalam threshold ini, yaitu corporeal reflexivities, kemudian corporeal aesthetic, lalu ada self actualization human movement, dan akhirnya eudaimonia human movement. Ini satu konsep yang saya kira perlu kita lanjuti, dan bagaimana pendidikan jasmani di kita ataupun physical activity di tanah air bisa terus dikonsumsi oleh masyarakat di Indonesia, terutama di Indonesia, yang secara global adalah di dunia. Baik, fine, ladies and gentlemen, I think now we have a question from the floor. Is there one who want to raise your hand to give a question, please? Okay, one question. Fiona, there is a question from the floor. Would you please to listen? Okay, please tell your name and maybe your your office work, for example. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bambang. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Wahib Umlar. I'm from Indonesian University of Education. The question is the whole concept for physical education, the same for adapt physical education. Concept for physical education, the same for adaptive physical education, Mr.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss.
So I think he wants to know about the concept of adaptive physical education. Yeah.
That's such a great question. That's a great question. And in terms of the application of threshold concepts, we were very cognizant that they were inclusive, so that they would actually be able to be incorporated in any physical education context, including adapted physical activity contexts. So why do I say that? I say that because when you look at them, corporeal reflexivity is about this idea where I understand what my body is able to do in physical education. And that means that I'm physically educated if I understand what it's capable of and what the limitations are. And in order to, I suppose, reach that status, my teacher needs to create opportunities for me to learn that. So in other words, I may feel in my reflexivity, my corporeal reflexivity, that I can only do a certain amount, but my teacher might see, no, actually, you can do more. We can adapt physical activity further to give you more opportunity. So that's the first one. In terms of corporeal aesthetics, I think this is a really vital one for adapted physical activity or adapted physical education contexts. And it's that idea where there is a beauty in human movement. It does not matter if you are physically able-bodied or not, or intellectually able or not. There is a beauty in how the body moves. We can see it when we look at for example, the Paralympics, the Special Olympics, how amazing the body is. And in terms of the aesthetics of it, it's understanding that beauty and valuing it and being able to critically engage with it. This idea of self-actualization through human movement, and I just really believe in the power of this one, is this notion of no matter who you are and how able you are, whether that's intellectually or physically, it is the duty of the teacher to teach you how to reach your potential. It's not just good enough that you teach the person to move and to move well. It's more about reaching that higher level of, I feel self-actualized by how I move. I feel that I've reached the pinnacle of how I can move in a physical activity context. And then the last one, again, it's an inclusive term. It's like eudaimonia is a term that came from Greek philosophy. And it's this notion of thriving and flourishing. And any physical educator in an inclusive classroom will want that for any person, regardless of their ability level. So I thought your question was a great question. I hope I have interpreted it correctly, but certainly every one of the ones that we have identified fit very nicely into an inclusive classroom. So I hope I have answered your question.
Yeah. Okay, can you get the idea? Ya, saya kira bisa ya. Thank you, Fiona, for your answer. Is there any further question? Oh, yeah, we have. Please, Ibu. We have one question.
Sure.
Yeah, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah.
My name is Ariati, and actually I'm a lecturer from UNJ, University of Jakarta. And my question on the concept of threshold, how far your experience on the concept of threshold on the case you have been solved or happening on your specific of your perspective, especially because we are looking for, or maybe big on the whole world, and in the specific in Indonesia, I'm looking for. Thank you so much.
Yes. Now, I just have to make sure that I understand that. So could maybe, Professor, could you just help me a little bit, just so I make sure I answer the question correctly?
I just say how far your experience on your concept of threshold of PE.
Sure.
And
So,
then,
so in what I do in my job, in my day job, I educate physical education teachers and sport coaches. So I teach them this. This is what I teach. So I don't just teach them the skills, the cognitive domain, the social and emotional learning. I push them to these threshold concepts. And how I do it is through the solo taxonomy. So I move them from an area where they're very comfortable and they're learning basics all the way through to pushing them to a higher level in terms of their understanding of what their body can do and how it can behave in physical education. So why I believe that this is a real game changer, because they start to, in the young people I work with, they start to feel that joy of human movement. They suddenly start to feel it. And not only do they feel it, they can tell me and my student teachers and physical educators, they can explain it. They can actually explain what is happening in them as they're engaging in physical education. And just to I suppose to say to you, that is not an easy thing to teach. You must start at the basic building blocks, but there has to be a pinnacle that you try to reach at the end, which is here. And when you reach that, then you have a physically educated person. That's what my team, my colleagues that have worked on this believe. You then have a physically educated person. Otherwise, you simply have somebody who may be able to play a game of soccer, hockey, do a bit of a dance, but they don't have that joy. They don't quite get why they're feeling the way they feel. And they find it harder to seek that beyond school life when they leave schooling. So I hope I answered your question. I hope I did.
Yeah, I think it's already clear. You want to ask further?
Sure.
Actually, yes, thank you so much. And basically, in Indonesia, it's most maybe, I don't know how much they start to apply between the teacher, because it's adult, and then when they teach at school, it's the little kids. So
Yes.
how they adjusting, thinking of children, not thinking of adult. So that's maybe.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah,
So you know this. You know that teaching in elementary school versus an adult. So I treat this journey as a 13-year journey. This is not something that happens in one semester. So it's from the moment they come into even preschool, earlier, that but you don't use these words. They're too big. You start to develop that joy, that understanding, my body can do this, my body can do that. How do I feel when this is going well for me? Am I flourishing? Am I thriving when I'm moving? And you build that confidence and competence as they move through the schooling system. So this is something that must start early. It's not something that is developed in one semester. It's a way of being. And it's something that must begin from the outset of formal schooling, and even before that in preschooling, if you can do it.
Yeah.
So very good question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have still time, Mr. Moderator? No. Fiona, due to the time, I think we have to close the session. Thank you very much for your great explanation about three-whole concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I hope I can contact you further, because I
Yes.
think it is important for us to know the whole concept of three-whole concept that you developed, and then
Sure.
try to improve the quality of physical education at school. How then we develop that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I hope I can contact you in further time. Okay.
Please do.
Yeah, yeah.
Please do. And the best of luck with the rest of your conference.
Okay.
The best of luck.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Very much, Professor Fiona, Dr. Fiona.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
welcome.
everyone.
Okay. I think if you have another job, you can leave the room of Zoom, and maybe we can continue to another session, or do we have stop? Oh, continue. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the second session now. That will be Pak Menteri, Pak Menpora. But actually, at this time, Pak Menteri has a busy time because he was called to come to another activity, and suddenly he couldn't come to this conference. So then apologize. But don't worry, there is one deputy from Kemenpora who is already come. Can I say hello to Pak Isnanta perhaps? Halo, Pak Profesor Isnanta, apakah sudah ada di ruangan, di Zoom? Saya ingin sapa lagi, apakah Pak Profesor Dr. Isnanta sudah ada di ruangan Zoom? Ada? Oke. Pak Isnanta, apakah bisa mendengar suara saya? Halo? Halo, Pak Isnanta?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Bambang,
Waalaikumsalam
selamat pagi.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Ya.
Baru berhasil di mute, tadi unmute.
Okay, at the second session we have another speaker, Bapak Dr. Raden Isnanta MPD. Mohon maaf, Pak Isnanta, saya panggil Profesor Isnanta, berkenan? Oh.
Belum Profesor.
Oke, mohon maaf. Ya, baik. Apakah kita bisa berkomunikasi dalam bahasa Inggris, Pak Isnanta, atau berkenan bahasa
Indonesia aja.
Oh, baik, baik, ya. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, baik yang hadir di Zoom maupun yang hadir di ruangan konferensi ini, pada sesi kedua ini kita kehadiran tamu terhormat dari Kemenpora yang semula Bapak Menteri akan berkenan hadir, tapi karena ada tugas dan lain hal, kita mendapatkan Bapak Dr. Raden Isnanta MPD. Beliau adalah Deputi Bidang Pembudayaan Olahraga Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga. Sedikit barangkali saya bacakan riwayat atau kurikulum vitae beliau. Secara singkat saja, Pak Isnanta ini lahir di Kulon Progo tanggal 11 Oktober 65, di satu usia dengan saya, Pak Isnanta. Saya di September 65. Sekarang menjabat di Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga sebagai Deputi Bidang Pembudayaan Olahraga Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga. Kegemarannya adalah olahraga dan seni. Kemudian saya juga mendapatkan kritik beliau, perjalanan karir beliau sejak menjadi Kasih Pengembangan Olahraga Pelajaran Mahasiswa di Kemenpora pada tahun 99, kemudian tahun 2001 masih di Kemenpora juga menjadi Kasubdit Pelatih dan Instruktur Internasional. Di tahun 2004 di instansi Ditjora, beliau adalah Kasubdit Pelaksana dan Sarana Ditjen Fasilitas Olahraga Prestasi, dan masih banyak lagi jabatan-jabatan yang diampu beliau di Ditjora maupun di Kemenpora. Saya kira untuk menghemat waktu kita akan berdialog langsung dengan Pak Isnanta, dan saya berikan waktu Pak Isnanta untuk memberikan wacana-wacana dalam pengembangan olahraga di tanah air. Silakan Pak Isnanta.
Terima kasih moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera kita semua. Yang kami hormati Bapak Rektor, Profesor Dr. Haji Muhammad Sholodin, atau yang mewakili, Bapak Dekan atau yang mewakili, dan semua peserta seminar internasional. Izinkan kami mewakili Bapak Menteri Pemuda dan Olahraga yang sedianya hadir, namun menugaskan kami Deputi Bidang Pembudayaan Olahraga, yang di dalamnya juga memiliki tugas dalam bidang pengembangan olahraga pendidikan, di samping olahraga berbasis masyarakat, sport for all. Jadi dalam policy yang dibangun sekarang ini oleh pemerintah, pendidikan jasmani dan pendidikan.
Mohon maaf Pak Isnanta, rupanya sinyalnya kurang bagus. Suara yang terputus-putus. Ya.
Masih putus-putus ya?
Nah, sekarang udah jelas. Ya, silakan.
Cukup jelas?
Ya, sudah cukup jelas. Silakan Pak Isnanta.
Kami ulangi. Secara nasional, pemerintah telah menetapkan desain besar olahraga nasional dalam sebuah peraturan presiden. Dalam desain besar olahraga nasional itu ada 3 poin besar, yaitu Indonesia bugar, berkarakter unggul, dan berprestasi dunia. Dalam konteks seminar hari ini, kita akan kupas tentang Indonesia bugar dan berkarakter unggul tadi. Kalau olahraga prestasi itu adalah sebuah dampak dari proses kalau Indonesia itu bugar. Kemudian juga punya fondasi karakter bagus. Nah, pelajar yang bugar, pelajar yang berkarakter merupakan poin penting untuk membangun olahraga prestasi. Bagi yang tidak berprestasi, artinya pelajar yang menekuni dunia non prestasi olahraga mungkin menjadi masyarakat, calon pemimpin bangsa, mencalon masyarakat jadi pebisnis, atau menjadi guru atau dosen, wartawan, apapun profesinya, tetap harus dibekali dengan karakter unggul tadi. Harus dibekali juga bangsa yang bugar. Jadi baik yang untuk berprestasi maupun yang tidak, karakter merupakan poin penting harus diletakkan di olahraga pendidikan, di kancah anak-anak pelajar. Apa poin pentingnya ketika bangsa ini berkarakter dan bangsa yang bugar? Tentu akan berdampak kepada produktivitas. Itu pasti. Karena modal physical fitness, modal karakter, jadi menjadi bangsa yang sehat. Sehatnya itu sehat jasmani, rohani, dan juga sehat sosial. Jadi tidak hanya fisik yang sehat, tapi jiwa juga harus sehat. Hubungan sosial juga harus sehat. Itu harus dibangun di dalam pendidikan jasmani, di olahraga pendidikan. Nah, setelah terbangunnya bangsa yang berkarakter dan bugar, pasti produktif. Kalau sudah produktif, ujungnya adalah kesejahteraan. Jadi bangsa Indonesia yang didirikan ini tentu akan bermimpi menjadi masyarakatnya adalah masyarakat yang sejahtera. Olahraga harus memberikan kontribusi menuju sejahteranya masyarakat tadi. Minimal lewat modal sehat, bugar, berkarakter tadi. Nah, kebijakannya adalah ingin memastikan Indonesia kematian masyarakat yang bugar. Yang partisipasi aktif berolahraga adalah baru sebatas 24%. Masih jauh dari target 2045 yang dicanangkan di dalam DEWON. Berarti kita akan gerakkan secara masif gerakan ayo olahraga itu di sekolah dan di masyarakat. Di sekolah kita akan memberdayakan secara optimal guru penjas. Guru penjas adalah yang terdepan untuk membuat pelajar itu berkarakter dan bugar. Pemerintah mengapresiasi lahirnya Ikatan Guru Olahraga Nasional. Mereka tentu akan saling sharing, akan saling diskusi, akan saling merapatkan barisan untuk menciptakan pelajar yang bugar dan berkarakter tadi. Tentu organisasi itu bisa tumbuh dan berkembang, maka pemerintah dan pemerintah daerah termasuk peran pencetak guru yaitu kampus harus sinergi untuk memberdayakan insan yang terdepan mengelola olahraga pendidikan tadi, namanya guru penjas. Kemudian langkah berikutnya, kita akan lakukan berbagai optimalisasi penjas di sekolah, karena ini menjadi ranahnya Kemendikbud, maka optimalisasinya tentu pengkayaan ekstrakurikuler. Kalau kurikuler selama ini menjadi titik lemah karena jam pelajarannya rendah, namun peran Menpora nggak cukup berarti dalam memperbanyak jam pelajaran di penjas, karena itu ranahnya Kemendikbud-Ristek. Namun kita akan melakukan berbagai strategi, yaitu melalui gerak jasmani, aktivitas jasmani di sela-sela jam pelajaran. Aktivitas jasmani di luar pelajaran, sore atau sebelum masuk kelas atau di sela-sela pelajaran. Kemudian memperbanyak juga kompetisi-kompetisi, lomba-lomba, festival-festival di tingkat pelajar. Ini untuk memotivasi anak mau bergerak dengan cara memberikan ruang berkompetisi, berlomba. Di samping penyediaan peralatan, kemudian lapangan yang representatif, supaya antara murid dan jam pelajaran, jam bergerak itu menjadi seimbang, dan juga ketersediaan guru yang seimbang pula. Kemudian polisi berikutnya, kita ingin menatap persaingan global melalui industri olahraga, maka perlu juga kampus-kampus perguruan tinggi juga menciptakan sebuah pembinaan pendidikan yang mengarah kepada sport management, sport finance, dan sport business. Karena tantangan global olahraga itu sangat dekat dengan sport industri ya, dan sport tourism. Antara ekonomi dengan olahraga sudah menjadi tantangan global. Anak-anak harus juga ada edukasi atau pengkayaan literasi tentang olahraga masa depan, tentang olahraga berbasis bisnis, berbasis, dan juga memanage olahraga. Ini penting, karena di samping kita harus menatap ke depan dengan persaingan di bidang ekonomi lewat olahraga, tapi kita juga menyiapkan sumber daya manusia yang memahami tantangan global itu. Kemudian berikutnya, menurut Sport Development Index, SDI yang kita ukur, literasi fisik pada guru dan terutama anak-anak atau murid, siswa, literasi fisik ini pemahamannya dan kemampuannya masih ya dianggap baru sebatas cukup atau 50%. Hasil SDI menunjukkan 0,5. Artinya belum cukup kuat literasi fisik dari anak-anak kita. Anak-anak harus banyak dipahamkan tentang pentingnya gerak jasmani. Harus paham tentang kenapa saya melakukan ini, melakukan begitu, supaya apa? Tumbuh kesadaran. Karena kalau hanya diajari olahraga dengan asal bergerak tanpa mengetahui unsur-unsur apa yang gerak, dampak-dampak apa yang bergerak, mulai dari aspek fisiologinya, psikologinya, aspek mungkin motoriknya, atau dampak kesehatan, dampak ekonomi, dampak semuanya itu harus banyak dipahamkan saat terjadi proses pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani. Ini beberapa poin yang bisa kami sampaikan secara umum. Saya ulangi sebelum kita akhiri bahwa polisi pemerintah, kebijakan pemerintah, pertama menjalankan GIBON dalam konteks membangun karakter dan Indonesia bugar tadi. Kemudian yang kedua, mengoptimalkan ujung tombak pembinaan pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga di sekolah, yaitu melalui guru penjas, baik mutu maupun jumlahnya, terutama mutu. Yang berikutnya ketiga, kita kuatkan pemahaman literasi fisiknya. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah perlu ada sebuah pelajaran yang menatap tantangan global di dunia bisnis olahraga dan juga sport finance, terutama dalam konteks sport management. Ini poin-poin yang bisa kami sampaikan dari sambutan Pak Menteri yang tadi dititipkan ke saya untuk disampaikan. Intinya harus diciptakan gaya hidup sehat dan akhirnya menjadi bangsa yang bugar, bangsa yang produktif, dan akhirnya menjadi kontribusi menciptakan bangsa yang sejahtera. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Mohon maaf atas kekurangannya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Isnanta. Dilanjutkan tanya jawab. Ya. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya banggakan, yang saya hormati, baik yang ada di Zoom maupun yang di arena konferensi, saya mempersilahkan barangkali Bapak Ibu atau Kakang Teteh menanyakan apa yang disampaikan atau menanggapi barangkali apa yang disampaikan tadi oleh Pak Isnanta yang berbicara berkaitan dengan diawali proyek yang sedang dikembangkan saat ini tentang Indonesia Bugar Indonesia berkarakter unggul dan berprestasi dunia, dan kemudian bagaimana membangun pelajar berkarakter melalui sarana olahraga yang ada di sekolah, mengembangkan ekstrakurikuler, kemudian memperbarui, memotivasi siswa bergerak, merekayasa peralatan ataupun tempat yang ada di sekolah-sekolah sehingga para siswa bisa terliterasi secara fisik dan bersedia untuk bergerak jasmani, menjadi loyal untuk beraktivitas jasmani, mengkonsumsi gerak di sepanjang hayatnya. Barangkali ada yang mau disampaikan atau ditanyakan, saya persilahkan. Barangkali ada yang di Zoom, berkenan ada yang di Zoom yang raise hand barangkali. Pak Isnanta, ada pertanyaan dari ruang konferensi. Saya persilahkan yang terhormat, yang saya banggakan, Bapak Panda. Mohon diberikan. Ya.
Baik, terima kasih sahabat setia moderator Pak Insya Allah Profesor Bambang. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Juga Prof Yusuf nanti Insya Allah. Amin. Sebelahnya juga tuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati seluruh hadirin yang hadir, insya Allah kita semua mendapat barokah Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Yang saya sangat hormati Bapak Isnanta, saya kebetulan datang ke Bandung untuk mengikuti acara yang hebat ini bersama rekan-rekan, insya Allah juga karena salah satunya adalah untuk keluaran penelitian di universitas. Nah, jadi saya dalam kesempatan ini mohon izin Pak Bambang.
Siap.
Bahwa tadi Pak Deputi ya sudah menyebutkan ada terdengar tentang The Bond, desain besar olahraga nasional. Saya berharap mudah-mudahan ini suatu kegiatan yang sangat luar biasa. Hanya pertanyaan saya Pak Is, apakah The Bond ini bisa menjamin sampai ke Olimpiade? Artinya nanti dicari betul-betul orang-orang yang hebat agar kalau ini dalam tanda petik dinyatakan sebagai pekerjaan luar biasa, saya pikir perlu sekali setiap waktu mungkin adanya evaluasi. Kemudian pertanyaan yang kedua, tadi apakah ada jaminan? Yang kedua, apakah ini dalam jaminan itu terus berlanjut? Masih banyak, saya pikir itu dulu dah. Terima kasih. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Kakanda Abang Kurnia. Jangan banyak-banyak Abang, satu juga cukup. Demikian barangkali Pak Isnanta bisa langsung merespon, silakan Pak Isnanta.
Ya, kami respon. Saya pikir posisi seminarnya di Jakarta, ternyata di Bandung. Ya. Izin, The Bond adalah sebuah peraturan presiden. Artinya kalau tidak dijalankan kan melanggar peraturan. Jadi peraturan ini harus dijalankan supaya menjamin target, kalau prestasi targetnya Olimpiade. Kalau peraturan ini tidak dijalankan, karena The Bond itu kerja kolaboratif, ada peran Kementerian Keuangan, peran Bappenas, peran Dikbud, Kemenpora, pemerintah daerah, provinsi, kabupaten, kota, Kementerian Sosial, Kementerian Kesehatan, Kementerian 12 lebih terlibat. Artinya kalau sudah sampai gubernur dan kabupaten kota, berarti ini semua dirijen dari ujung ke ujung ini. Karena SMP itu miliknya bupati wali kota.
Sayang sekali. Sayang sekali sinyalnya kurang.
Tugasnya.
Ya.
Ya berarti jaminan tadi menjadi berkurang. Kalau di SMA itu gubernur tidak menjalankan debon, ya berarti jaminan tadi menjadi berkurang juga. Nah, saya setuju perlu evaluasi. Karena kalau nggak dievaluasi, nanti yang menjalankan hanya 2-3 KL, kementerian lembaga, ya jaminan itu nggak akan tercapai. Nah, sekarang setelah dievaluasi memang belum optimal jujur dari orkestranya debon tadi. Jadi masih terbelenggu oleh anggaran, baik anggaran yang ada di kabupaten kota, dari provinsi maupun nasional. Database menunjukkan hanya provinsi Kaltim yang sekarang menganggarkan untuk debon. Kabupaten kota baru 2 atau 3 kabupaten kota. Ini evaluasi dari sisi budget, karena 0 kilometernya aktivitas menangkap debon itu ya dukungan dari anggaran. Nah, dengan demikian kerja keras lagi. Tapi tidak pesimis, karena di dalam debon garapannya itu juga memberdayakan sektor swasta melalui BUMN dan sebagainya. Ini yang perlu kita gali, dukungan sumber lain. Bahkan dalam undang-undang yang revisi, undang-undang keolahragaan yang lahirnya setelah debon, ini juga mengamanatkan untuk membentuk semacam dana perwalian, kemudian mengoptimalkan peran swasta. Nah, ini hambatan tadi semoga secara perlahan teratasi lewat menggali dana. Programnya, tahapan-tahapan sudah dipahami oleh teman-teman di daerah maupun provinsi maupun KL. Tinggal komitmen political anggarannya itu yang mesti kita lebih kerja keras. Strategi yang crash program yang sekarang dilakukan adalah bekerja sama dengan 4 kampus sementara. Ada UPI, ada Jakarta, UNJ, kemudian ada Semarang, NES, dan ada UNESA Surabaya. Di sana kita kumpulkan potensi yang akan menuju Olimpik, tapi dari SMP akhir, SMP awal. Nah, ini crash program saya katakan. Kenapa? Karena harusnya wilayah SMP tadi harus yang ngelola adalah bupati dan wali kota. Tapi sekarang karena potong kompas, yaitu di perguruan tinggi tadi membina dari usia muda hingga insya Allah sampai usia emas. Itu yang ditargetkan atlet-atlet menuju Olimpiade tadi. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Isnanta atas jawaban dan penjelasan yang komprehensif. Saya yakin suatu saat nanti Indonesia bisa berjaya di bidang olahraga dengan atlet-atlet yang berkaliber internasional. Kemudian masyarakat kita juga sejahtera, bugar, dan berkarakter unggul dengan adanya peraturan debon ini. Baik, nampaknya Pak Isnanta kita sudah sampai di penghujung waktu. Saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih sudah hadir di ruangan Zoom dan di konferensi ini. Mudah-mudahan Bapak selalu dalam keadaan sehat dan sukses dalam menjalankan tugas-tugas keseharian Bapak di Kemendikbud. Terima kasih Pak Isnanta. Sudah di close. Terima kasih.
Sinyalnya putus-putus.
Oh, putus-putus ya.
Maaf.
Baik, baik.
Maaf,
Mari
ini.
kita berikan aplaus barangkali para hadirin sekalian. Terima kasih Pak Isnanta sudah memberikan inspirasi kepada kami semua. Mudah-mudahan sukses selalu di dalam perjalanan dinas Bapak semua. Terima kasih Pak Isnanta.
Amin, amin. Matur nuwun.
Sama-sama
Semuanya.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, dengan berakhirnya sesi kedua, maka ya. Ya. Dengan berakhirnya sesi kedua, maka saya kira saya bisa mengakhiri tugas saya, dan terima kasih Bapak Ibu sudah mendengarkan, menyimak, memperhatikan dan mengajukan pertanyaan-pertanyaan sehingga konferensi ini bisa berjalan dengan baik dan lancar. Terima kasih, dan saya kembalikan lagi ke MC. Please, I deliver the time to you. Thank you very much, Pak Ubad.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, for both the speakers, Professor Fiona from University College Cork and also Bapak Isnanta representing the Ministry of Youth and Sport, Republic of Indonesia. And let's give another big round of applause for Associate Professor Bambang Abdul Jabbar, MPD, for chairing such a fruitful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the next keynote speech by Professor Madya Dr. Rosita Abdul Latif. But before that, we're going to have a coffee break for 15 minutes. And I would like to remind you that you cannot bring the food from the outside to the inside of this room. So there are several round tables available outside, so you can enjoy your coffee break on the round table. And please be back here in 15 minutes. 15 menit lagi kita memasuki ruangan ini untuk memasuki sesi berikutnya. Thank you so much. Enjoy your coffee break. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tapi bercakapnya mau pakai English apa Melayu saja? Ada audience. Enjoy, itu coffee break dulu dinikmati, Prof. Bahasa Inggris saja. Oh, in English instead. Okay. Pilih di protes. Oh, gitu.
This is Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia was initially established in 20th of October 1954 in Bandung City as Teachers Education College. The institution was integrated as a part of Pajajaran University, then amended into Institute of Teacher Education and Educational Sciences, or IKIP, and finally re-established as Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or UPI. The Bumi Siliwangi building, formerly known as Villa Isola, is the university's main building as well as its icon. Villa Isola, an Art Deco building that currently serves as a rectorate building, is now inaugurated as one of the nation's cultural heritage buildings. UPI's primary mission is to become a leading and outstanding university. Thereby, UPI is committed to promote academic excellence and nurture innovation and scholarly development in order to be a leading pioneer in the field of education. By having scientific, educative, and religious as its motto, UPI strives to balance the three concepts all in one harmony. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia is made up of 8 faculties: Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Social Science Education, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Faculty of Sports and Health Science Education, Faculty of Economics and Business Education, Faculty of Art and Design Education, and UPI also offers postgraduate programs at the School of Postgraduate, including RISE research opportunities and civic services at the Center of Research and Community Services. Additionally, UPI also offers non-educational courses as a mandate extension of the government to nurture future graduates of non-educational programs. UPI, in its academic implementation, is committed to apply cross-fertilization approach between educational and non-educational programs to mutually strengthen both of the areas. A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses, which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. In fostering student activities, UPI optimizes the empowerment of Student Activity Unit, namely UKM, or Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, and the engagement of students in various activities related to their talents, interests, and intellectual. Thus, It is not surprising if UPI students got so many achievements at the national and international level. As the center of the science and education practices development, UPI also has a laboratory schools ranging from early childhood education to high school level located at the main campus and the branch campuses. In supporting the national education preservation and fostering a brighter future of education, UPI built the Museum of National Education, expected to be sources of learning, research, educating, leisure for the public, particularly for students on all levels. From the dazzling land of Bumi Siliwangi, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Implementing excellence-oriented development, equitable and upholding diversity. Developing and disseminating outstanding research result in scientific field, education policies, and resolution of strategic issues in regional, national, and international levels. Organizing and developing community service through dissemination and utilization of innovation in the field of education, educational science, and other disciplines to empower the community.
Children and adolescents need to have at least 60 minutes a day for MPVA, or moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity across the week.
Organizing and developing student affairs to improve the quality of graduates, improve networking, empower the role of alumni. Developing the capacity of resources, human resources, facilities, infrastructure, and finance. And the university effort in supporting the implementation of 3 pillars, education to increase excellence of the university. Developing healthy and accountable university governance as an autonomous university-based and integrated information system. The Faculty of Sport and Health Education uphold the responsibility to implement an equitable, excellence-oriented development in the diverse environment to develop the quality of graduates as a response to the current development and need of the community. We believe that the dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of physical education and sport can be our contribution to empower the community.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEHR study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEHR lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEHR study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.
This is Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia was initially established in 20th of October 1954 in Bandung City as Teachers Education College. The institution was integrated as a part of Pajajaran University, then amended into Institute of Teacher Education and Educational Sciences, or IKIP, and finally re-established as Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or UPI. The Bumi Siliwangi building, formerly known as Villa Isola, is the university's main building as well as its icon. Villa Isola, an Art Deco building that currently serves as the rectorate building, is now inaugurated as one of the nation's cultural heritage buildings. UPI's primary mission is to become a leading and outstanding university. Thereby, UPI is committed to promote academic excellence and nurture innovation and scholarly development in order to be a leading pioneer in the field of education. By having scientific, educative, and religious as its motto, UPI strives to balance the three concepts, all in one harmony. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia is made up of 8 faculties: Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Social Science Education, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Faculty of Sports and Health Science Education, Faculty of Economics and Business Education, Faculty of Art and Design Education, and UPI also offers postgraduate programs at the School of Postgraduate, including various research opportunities and civic services at the Center of Research and Community Services. Additionally, UPI also offers non-educational courses as a mandate extension of the government to nurture future graduates of non-educational programs. UPI in its academic implementation is committed to applied cross-fertilization approach between educational and non-educational programs to mutually strengthen both of the areas. A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. In fostering student activities, UPI optimizes the empowerment of Student Activity Unit, namely UKM or Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, and the engagement of students in various activities related to their talents, interests, and intellectual. Thus, it is not surprising if UPI students got so many achievements at the national and international level. As the center of the science and education practices development, UPI also has a laboratory schools ranged from early childhood education to high school level located at the main campus and the branch campuses. In supporting the national education preservation and fostering a brighter future of education, UPI built the Museum of National Education, expected to be sources of learning, research, educative, leisure for the public, particularly for students on all levels. From the dazzling land of Bumi Siliwangi, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Implementing excellence-oriented development, equitable and upholding diversity. Developing and disseminating outstanding research result in scientific field, education policies, and resolution of strategic issues in regional, national, and international levels. Organizing and developing community service through dissemination and utilization of innovation in the field of education, education science, and other disciplines to empower the community.
Children and adolescents need to have at least 60 minutes a day for MPVA, or moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity across the week.
Organizing and developing student affairs to improve the quality of graduates, improve networking, empower the role of alumni.
Baik, Bapak Ibu peserta, mohon untuk diisi di kursi yang paling depan terlebih dahulu dan bergeser ke sebelah kiri.
Developing the capacity of resources,
dengan rasa
human
hormat.
resources, facilities,
Bapak Ibu untuk
infrastructure, and finance.
tempat di posisi kursi di depan dan bergeser ke sebelah kiri.
And the university effort in supporting the implementation of three pillars, education to increase excellence of the university. Full-blown healthy and accountable university governance as an autonomous university based on integrated information system. The Faculty of Sport and Health Education uphold a responsibility to implement an equitable, excellence-oriented development in the diverse environment to develop the quality of graduates as a response to the current development and need of the community. We believe that the dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of physical education and sport can be our contribution to empower the community.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEHR study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEHR lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEHR study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, everybody. How was your coffee break? Did you enjoy it? Was it good? Bad? Kurang ya? Kurang katanya Pak Resandi. Well, it's me again, but now I'm not standing there. And sitting next to me is a very beautiful and brilliant lady who is going to be the speaker for this plenary session. Even though our speaker needs no introduction, but allow me to briefly introduce her before I invite her to give the presentation. Her full name is Professor Madya Dr. Rosita Abdul Latif, and she is currently a teaching staff as well as researcher at the Faculty Sains Sukan dan Rekreasi, University Teknologi Mara Cawangan Negeri Sembilan, Malaysia. She earned her bachelor degree of Physical Education and Health at the University of Pertanian Malaysia in 1997, and in 2005 she earned her Master of Education in Sociology at the University Putra Malaysia, and her PhD is on Sociology Education, was obtained from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, in 2010. She has been actively involved in several scientific experiences and consultancy programs, one of which is a member of panel of experts of AQUAS, the international accreditation agency that is very popular here at UPI, and I believe that she was accrediting this very study program, right? Thank you so much. Last but not least, she has published numerous scientific journals, but I cannot name one of them because the time will be an issue here, but some of which are Linking Human Resources Management Practices and Organizational Commitment, the Mediating Role of Employability at the International Journal of Professional Business Review, and also Impact Perception Social, Economic, Environmental on Quality of Life Community at Sporting Events Triathlon, 2022, published in the Malaysian Journal of Social Sciences and Humanities. Her talk today will focus on the transformative power of sports as a catalyst for positive lifestyle changes. What happens to our lifestyle that it needs changes? We're going to find out. So without further ado, everybody please give a big round of applause for Professor Rosita Abdul Latif. Unfortunately, we only have 15 minutes for the presentation and later 10 minutes for the discussion. So the floor is now yours.
Okay. Is it there? No, not yet.
Yeah, it's there.
It's there. It's there, but not here. Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum and
Waalaikumsalam.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everybody. So, are you active or not? Are you active or not? So, I just be here about 2 days, and I saw there are many people moving in UPI. So on field, on the court, and the student itself, okay, move around. Okay, so it is that physical activity is a part of the life inside here. Okay, among the student, among the staff itself. So, but however, there have some. Okay, there have some people, they are not active, whereby we need to change, okay, their behavior. So that's why, okay, my talk is about the transformative power of sports as the catalyst for positive lifestyle changes. Okay, from nothing, you become somebody. Okay, is it true? From nothing, you become somebody.
Yeah.
So
from zero to hero.
Okay, from zero to hero. Okay, so right, tagline, road to goal. Okay, so you means that you must move yourself to become somebody, to be recognized by some people. So, but this has happened. Okay, next, please. Okay, but however, okay, there are many, okay, many problems exist. Okay, many problems exist in the world. Why? Because sedentary behavior. Okay, nobody is less people would not like to be an active person. Okay, for them when they are active, okay, they will what we call they will feel lazy after that. Okay, because they are using up the energy. So the choice, okay, that means that the terms of a lifestyle and daily habits have profound impact on our overall health, productivity, and quality of life. So next, so this is what we must know. What is physical activity? Physical activity is the umbrella. What is physical activity? Physical activity is a movement. Okay, physical movement. Okay, all the forms of movement. Okay, including those associated with work, transportation. Okay, recreational activity, exercise routine produced by muscle. Okay, skeletal muscle that result in energy expenditure. So you are moving right now. This is a part of the physical activity, but in the slow movement. So everybody, so right now I'm standing. It's a part of the physical activity. Okay, so you are not moving. Are you moving or not? Yes, you are shaking your head. You are moving. Okay, but in the slow move. Okay, you are not using the energy. Okay, you are not using the energy. That's why physical activity is a what we call is a big term. Okay, big term whereby is include everything: transportation, sport, exercise, play, leisure, and recreation. Okay, sports. Okay, according to Cotley, sport is the competitive activity. So they must have rule and regulation to make sure you can be in the situation. Okay, you must know about the rules and regulation. Without that, you cannot compete. Okay, yourself with another. So this is a part of the physical activity. But before you involve in sport, you must exercise yourself. What is exercise? Routine activity. Okay, they involve FITT. Okay, frequency, intensity, time, and type. Okay, so you must make sure you fill in. Okay, kalau dalam Islam, sorry, I use Malay. Dalam Islam kita ada rukun iman dan rukun Islam. So in physical fitness, we have 5, we have 6 also. Okay, so that is the term. Okay, so this is easier. So you must fit yourself before become a sport. Okay, sport person. And then we need to go, okay, one by one. So before that, in children, while you are children, you need to play. So play is move around without any regulation. You go around, you can do anything. So that is for children. And then when you are be in school, so you are be a physical education teachers, you must know. So when you are schooling, okay, schooling children, so they are more on game. Okay, game whereby they want to play to fulfill their free time. Okay, they need to know something, okay, that involve regulation of activity, and then they can participate in activity. How to kick the ball, okay, how to throw the ball, how to use the racket, tennis racket, how to the softball bat. So everything they need to know about it. So this is what we call the under physical activity. Okay, that they learn in school is physical education. As the physical educators, you need to teach them how to use that equipment, how to use the tools, and how to play the activity. Without that, they cannot move themselves. As physical educators, okay, you must fit okay, fit yourself to become fit, and then at the same time you must fit, okay, with the knowledge to transfer your knowledge to the student, okay, to the student. So from that we can see, okay, there is the importance of it, okay. So because of that, you can see, when people don't know what is physical activity, what is sport, what is recreation, so they be in a sedentary lifestyle. Nowadays, we can see, okay, most of the youngest love to involve in e-sports. Okay, e-sports, what they are doing? You're just holding the phone, okay, you play with another person. You move your body or not? You do physical activity or not? Still use, but at the finger, the little movement. Okay, the little movement. Okay, so what happened to another part of your muscle? You don't use it. Okay, you don't use the energy in your body. So we can see it. Okay, non-communicable disease. Okay, NCD. Okay, we can see they are increasing. Okay, increasing from years to years. So this is the data. Okay, this is the data, okay, from the WHO. Okay, you can see. Okay, this is comparing between Malaysia, Indonesia, and then they have another Thailand and Brunei. Okay, so the comparing, you can see whereby most of the ladies, female, are not active rather than male. Okay, this is data in 2022. Sorry, 2022. So been published last year, not this year. Okay, so we can see they are less active. Okay, less active. So this is Brunei. Okay, Brunei and Thailand, whereby we can see, okay, still less active. But okay, Malaysian. Sorry. Okay, never mind. Okay. You see, you can see at the maybe left or you are. Okay, left or you are, you can see. Okay, the red one. Okay, the red, we have red color. We can see Malaysia very high, and okay, fairly good. Okay, Indonesia high. Okay, very high, and poor. Okay, poor. At least you get the poorest. Okay, rather than Malaysia, all heights. Okay, so Brunei. Okay, you can see high, and then there is fairly good, and then the Thailand high, very high, and then average. So that is Thailand. So we can see, okay, Malaysia high, and then as you know, Malaysia is the third be in the third rank of the obesity among their citizens. Okay, Indonesia, they still have big cover up. Okay, those statistics, and data make it, okay, declare they are facing significant global health crisis. So that's why the importance of sport are the catalyst for positive lifestyle changes. So from that, okay, we need something, okay, to make sure everything need to be involved in. So to combat this global health crisis and promote overall health and social well-being, including social inclusion, the cultivation of lifelong active habit is paramount importance. Okay, why this is important? Okay, without you involved in activity, you cannot change yourself. Are you active or not? Okay, I will tell about my lifestyle. Before this, I'm very active. Okay, active. So when I be a undergraduate student, okay, I active. Every libur, okay, every semester break, I will went for the competition. Okay, okay, I cannot miss it. And then when be in the postgrad, at the same time I'm working, I still involved in activity, represent for the staff activity. So After that, we can see the COVID time. The COVID time, what I'm going to do? What I'm going to do? I need to active myself. Okay? What I do is I'm gardening. Okay? Every day I gardening. Okay? When they have a free land, I go. Okay? I go and cangkul. Okay? To make sure I can move myself. Okay? My husband asked me, why must you do that? I want to be a healthy person. Without involved in physical activity or sports, you cannot become a healthy person. After COVID, what I do? Okay, so after within the COVID time, I gardening. At the same time, I go for the brisk walk. Okay, I cannot go for the fast walk. At least I go for the brisk walk. Why? Right now I am 52. Okay, I'm 52. So I still feel healthy. Why? Because I'm still moving myself. So nowadays, every Saturday, every Sunday, I will move myself. Okay, every morning, at least 1 hour for when the calculation is about 4 to 5 kilometers per day. Okay, 4 to 5 kilometers per day. So that means 2 days I covered 10 kilometers. So every week I will do it. Okay, so what? Because of what? It is a catalyst for positive lifestyle. Without that, it's quite difficult. Okay, for us to make sure it become important. So why? Why sport participation? Okay, why sports participation is important? Why? We need to encourage people to involve in activity. Need I to use the microphone? No? Oh, without that. Okay, can you hear without the microphone? Not clear. Okay, because in my class I don't like to use the microphone. Okay, because maybe I would like to shout. Okay, shout clearly. Without. Oh, okay. Okay. Why? Sport participation as the social demographic equalizer. Okay, you can see vital role in shaping cultural identity and fostering social cohesion, preserving and protecting cultural heritage, foster a sense of community and belonging, social inclusion from various backgrounds. Why Perry de Coubertin want to run what we call the modern Olympic? Why? Why? Because this is how, okay, how he tried to integrate people from the various background, from the various social economy, and then from the various country. That's why he tried to make sure everybody have the same opportunity to involve in activity. So when you involve in activity, you can integrate, you can communicate with another person. So yesterday I showed, okay, before this I working in UITM Arau, okay, Arau Police, the northern of Malaysia. So I involved in IMTGT. Okay, that is Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Golden Triangle. So every year we have a game. We have a game, we have a conference, and then at the same time we have the cultural exchange. So we move around because so through the sport we integrate. We know, okay, the members from the Thailand, the members from the Indonesia, the members from the Malaysia. So sports, okay, we have the equalizer whereby we can mix with another. So that's why Perry de Coubertin suggested to run Olympic model in 1898, if I'm not mistaken. So, but okay. So he suggests why he tried to integrate people from various countries. Without that, you don't know he is a Germanese. You don't know he is the France. You don't know he is from the Malaysia. So they try to mix it. At the same time, okay, Louis Government. You know Louis Government? Louis Government, he's the first, okay, the first person, okay, encouraged to have an activity for disabled person. Okay? He tried to encourage disabled person to involve in the community. Okay, community. So how? So he ran a program, okay, rehabilitation program, but through the sports. Okay, through the sport. So from that, okay, we can see how he cultivate the good behavior among those persons. So indirectly, we promote the sense of community and belonging. Okay, at the same time, we try to foster the heritage of those culture. Without that, we don't know, what been done from this country and from this country. So from that, sports, encourage this type of behavior. So at the same time, we can see, sport is a catalyst for empowerment. Okay, so at the same time, we can see how the sport, become, teach of the value, in ourselves. Before this, they have 7 values only, but nowadays there are 35, 35 values, that being cultivated when you are involved in activity. Okay, before this only 7: discipline, teamwork, physical fitness, mental fitness. Okay, so only 7, but nowadays the 35, and then maybe soon it become more and more. Okay, the values will increase. So from that, we can see how personal empowerment be cultivated. Okay, so are you confident or not? Okay, when you are being involved in sport, you will become confident. You will do anything because of what? I can do. Okay, just like me, I can do. That's why I confident to talk to you. Okay, without that, it's quite difficult for me to talk to you. Okay, so I can become brave person. Okay, so you cultivate yourself. Okay, become somebody. Okay, so from that, without that, it's quite difficult for us to become. To bring impact. To ourselves. So that is why we need to be involved in activity. In activity. Okay. At the same time, when sport become fostering social inclusion and breaking down barriers. How about women in Indonesia? Are you active or not? Are they active or not? Yes or not? Yes. Okay. In Malaysia, yes. Okay. In Spain, yes. In Italy, yes. Why? Title 9. Okay. Everything start from the American. Okay. Doing government in England. Okay. Perry de Coubertin from the France. Okay. And then Title 9. Title 9 starting from the America. Okay. In education, American education. Title 9, there has equally what we call the balancing, balancing between men and women. They are not barriers, because of Title 9, every woman can involve in activity nowadays. Title 9, before this, women are not allowed to use all the facilities, universities facilities in America. But nowadays, yes, everybody can use it. So in Malaysia, they are non-biased. In Indonesia, they are non-biased. Because of what? Because we are using, what being used in Title 9. And then this is being fostering, by what we call the Britain Declaration in 1994, whereby there is no bias between men and women to use all the facilities to involve in that in those activities. So without this, okay, they have the bias. So back to the what we call Lewin government. Okay, Lewin government, we can see Lewin government, there are no bias. Okay, there are no bias for disabled person to involve in activity. That's why we can see, okay, visual impact can involve in activity, physical impairment can involve in activity, okay, hearing impact can involve in activity, about the not backbone, okay, but more on the what we call the tulang belakang lah, about the tulang belakang, okay, we can see the spinal cord, okay, spinal cord disease still can involve in activity. So right now I involved in Bocha in Kuala Lumpur as the members of over there, and then I can see how they can move themselves when they have support from the government. So from that we can see people can involve in the activity. Okay, so from that, okay, so it's promote on the gender equality between men and women. So when you involve in activity, what happened? From you move yourself, okay, you move yourself, you will feel, okay, you will feel at the same time you will feel happy. Why? Why you feel happy? Because when you move yourself, you throw out your tension. How you throw out your tension? Can I punch him? Can I punch him? Because when you move yourself, you will punch people. Okay, we will use your energy to punch people, to kick the ball. Okay, and then you can throw everything, your tension out there. So what happened? That means your psychological become improved. Okay, what happened? Okay, what happened when your psychological improve? That means you are using your energy. You throw out your endorphin. Okay, endorphin. Okay, you throw out you cultivate the new chemical, what we call the one. Okay, one activa, one gamma. Okay, one alpha. Okay, whereby is being produced through your exercising activity. So from that, you reduce your depression system, improve your quality of life, improve your stress management. How you improve your stress management? How? You talk. So you talk to your members in the field. Okay, you shout out to the people. Whoa! Okay. Oh! Okay. So when you throw out your voice, you manage your stress. Okay, that's why when children they play themselves, don't shout to them, but encourage them to do activity. Okay, as the physical educators, you need to encourage your children, your school people, okay, your children to move around. Okay, make sure they are move around and then shout. Okay, to make sure they can improve your stress management. So at the same time, you can make sure they strengthen the social skill. Okay, when they talk, okay, they can improve their self. Okay, so that is how the sports, the catalyst of sports, in yourself to the positive lifestyle. Okay, so from that we can see the importance of it. Okay, sport participation in modern health paradigm nowadays. So where you are, are you playing, or you are being leisure, or you are physical education sports within the school? No, you are at university and college, university sports and sports club. So your age is 19 and above. Is it true? Your age is 19 and above? Not yet. Not yet. So how old are you? Okay, so B university usually is 18 years and above. So you are okay at the what we call public and private and public sector, fitness and sport club, amateur and Olympic sports, okay, university and college, varsity, and then professional and performing sport and dance. Okay, so you are moving up, not moving down, but moving up, whereby you must move yourself. So there is nowadays. Okay, how many minutes you move yourself? How many minutes you move yourself? Are you following this guideline? The oldest people, yes, say yes. How about the youngest person? How about the youngest person? Are you following or not? Okay, this is from WHO. This is from WHO. So WHO encourage you. Okay, from my study, I found that. So they encourage us to be active 7 days per week. Actually, 7 days per week. Okay, about 20 minutes per activity. In the not vigorous but moderate activity. 7 days per week. Okay, but when you involve, okay, in vigorous activity 3 times per week, okay, but much more than 30 minutes. Okay, so this is guideline by WHO. Okay, WHO. Are you? I'm yes, because I do it every weekend. So I move myself every weekend. If I'm not brisk walk, doing brisk walk, I will gardening. Without that, it's difficult for me to become a healthy person. Okay, so are you following or not? Okay, try your best to do this. So you can see, okay, from the you see the mother, okay, at the downs, okay, the green one, okay, the replace. So you can see the mother bring up, okay, bring along the daughters or the grandchild to move around. Okay, don't move fastly, vigorously, but do it in the slowly movement. At least move yourself, and then you need to move yourself. So while I be a head of department that time, I don't encourage my student to climb the stairs in the faculty. So our building is they had about 5 levels. So I will ask my student to climb the stairs till 5 level. Okay, because this is my experience. So my experience when I pregnant for the 3rd child, I climbed the stairs till level 5, and then I be in the labor room only 2 minutes, and I delivered my baby. Okay, because of what? Because I have a strength muscle at the leg, so I can push my baby easily. Okay, so that's why I encourage people to climb the stair rather than using the lift. I think PKJR using the same guideline. Is it? The students are not encouraged to climb, to use the lift and then need to climb the stairs.
Forbidden.
Forbidden. Okay? So use it. That is the way how you can make yourself become an active person. So, over there are your ITM's logos over there. Okay? So, they are being encouraged, okay, to move around 550 minutes, okay, 150 minutes per week, okay, for the youngsters at least, and then, okay, if not 150 to 300 minutes per week for adults, and then 60 minutes per day, okay, for the older person, for the children, okay, for the children and the adolescent. So For the adults, we can see, okay, you can make around 2 days per week, okay, per a week. So the focus is more on the muscle strengthening and stretching activity. And then for the older adults, 3 times per day, okay, focus on the muscle strength also, okay, and then balancing. So another everyone can do is 30 minutes, more than 30 minutes per week. That means you can do, okay, around 3 times per week, one activity, okay, one activity about 100 minutes. That means 2 hours, okay, or 1.5 hours. Okay, you need to move around. So that's it. Okay, without that, it's quite difficult for you to change yourself. So that is the benefit of it. Okay, so when you move yourself indirectly, directly, your cognitive function become more effective, mental health can become reduced, and then social network become widely, and then physical impairment, they can move around, okay, when they do a rehabilitative activity, disease can be reduced, and then physical fitness, you can upgrade your physical fitness when you involve in physical activity. Okay, but when you want to encourage, okay, physical activity, okay, you must see, okay, the characteristic of that particular person. Okay. How to encourage? Okay, and then who are socializer? Who are the socializer? Who is the socializer to encourage people to involve in activity? Nowadays, peers is important. Okay, peers is important. So make sure, okay, you are a friend of your member. Try to encourage them to become an active person. But before that, you must have a knowledge. So another socializer is what we call the mass media. Okay, mass media is important. So the government must have the guidelines to make sure all of this, okay, must be, okay, be provided. That's why, okay, we go for the 3 P's. Okay, 3 P's. What is 3 P's? Program, okay, provide, program, and then another is participate. So who will provide the program? Who provide the program is more on the government. Okay, government must provide the activities. And then another, who? Your university or your school, okay, must provide the activity, okay, provide the program. Without that, people, okay, hardly to involve in activity. So in Malaysia, there are many programs. Satu sukan satu murid, okay, satu sukan satu murid, whereby we try to cultivate one activities in one, okay, one student. Okay, sukan untuk semua. Okay, this is run by government, okay, by Youth and Sports Ministry. Okay, why they run a program, okay, to encourage people to involve in activity. Okay, another. Fit Malaysia. Okay, Fit Malaysia. So every Sunday they will have program. Okay, in the jabatan or the government sector to encourage people to involve in activity. So that is a kind of program. What we call it, provide, participate, and then provide, program, and participate in activity. 3 P's. Okay. So, for that, say we need to educate people. Okay, they speak. Okay, educate people. How? How to educate people? Through the mass media. Okay, through the school programs, physical education. So you are physical educators. Make sure you have knowledge about the activities. Okay, how to encourage people to involve in activities. So that is the way how we can encourage them, okay, to become an active person. Educate them. Without that, it's quite difficult for everybody to involve in activity. So just like my husband, okay, firstly, he don't like to move around. Okay, when he saw, okay, I'm moving around, okay, and then after that I can move fastly in the housework I can do fastly. So he loved to do the brisk walk. Every Saturday, every Sunday, he will follow me. Okay, that is how. Okay, I try to educate him through the uneducated education program. So collaborative with whom? So collaborative with another agencies. Okay, how to make sure we can run a program to everybody. And then the same time, knowledge. Knowledge is how we transfer the knowledge to another person. How? The same just like education, educate people. We transfer knowledge, okay, via mass media, okay, via the friends, okay, through the friends, okay, we transfer the knowledge through them. And then at the same time, we need to provide a program to them to use their skill. Without that, okay, the physical activity, the physical movement cannot be cultivated inside ourselves. So from that is important, okay, important for us to make sure everything is moving. Okay, this is the last one. Okay, so okay, terkejut.
Yeah, because you still have 11 more minutes actually. But it's okay.
11 more minutes.
Yeah.
Not 3 minutes. Okay.
No.
Okay, 11 minutes. Okay, never mind. So we must know. Okay, sport is more on competitive, but I would like to use the exercise or physical activity. So we need to move around. When we not move around, that means we are not using our energy. When we are not using our energy, we are not producing something inside our body. That is, we are new chemical we need to produce in our body, something we need to throw out from our body. Okay, non-endorphin, endorphin, we need to throw out from our body. Without that, we are feel in stress. We need to cultivate, okay, to produce what we call the active 1 gamma, okay, 1 alpha gamma in our body to reduce our depression. So from that, okay, this is important for us to make sure we can move ourselves. When through sports, okay, we can cultivate a new members, okay, a new skill in ourselves. So make sure, okay, we must be an active person. Okay, I encourage you to involve in activity. Okay, just like I have done. Okay, for me nowadays. So that is for me. Thank you. Okay, for this session.
Wow, thank you so much, Professor Rosita, for such a great reminder that sports is very powerful in a variety of aspects. It can affect our psychology, physiology, even it can impact our personal development, community development as you described, and unsurprisingly, it also promotes gender equality. And thank you so much also for reminding us of the 3 PECs model to encourage, especially us, the young generation, to be more active, so that we can have a positive lifestyle change. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have more time for the discussion, so I will invite you to ask questions regarding the presentation that she just delivered. But I cannot help but ask you one question as well, because this is very interesting, Professor Rosita, especially when you talk about sports and well-being. It is such a big issue nowadays, especially among Gen Zs. You know, the Gen Zs right now are very attached to their gadgets. So I think it's very, very, very difficult for them to be actively, to be physically active. That's number one. And number two, in terms of well-being, they're very vulnerable, especially after the COVID. Sometimes they self-diagnose themselves. Like, oh, I got anxiety, I got this and that, I got OCD. So in your experience, especially if, let's say, in integrating the 3PACS model, how to actually motivate and encourage the Generation Zs who are very attached. You know, I think their time is mostly spent looking at their gadgets and social media, so it's almost impossible for them to take the stairs rather than the lift, just like what you said. So how is it?
Okay, sports and social well-being. Okay, when you move yourself, that means you try to throw out, okay, something that's inside, that stop, okay, from you from thinking. So, endorphin will throw out, okay, when you move yourself, okay, and then how to cultivate. Okay, how to cultivate those, especially children, youngsters, okay, from using gadget. Okay, we cannot avoid, okay, those person to use the gadget. Okay, I think yourself using the gadget right now, so actively. That's why in UITM, okay, in UITM, I refer to UITM first. Okay, UITM just like UPI, we have a space whereby the student need to park their car, the motorcycle in one area, and then they need to move themselves. Okay, walk to the faculties. Okay, faculties, whereby at least they will walk about 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer. So for the student only,
Okay.
not for the teachers.
It's the same here. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so from that, it shows that, okay, when you move indirectly, you're moving, you will not use the gadget that time. So that is how we want to cultivate. But for the children, okay, the children sometimes they are not listen for us. Okay, listen for us what we need to do. That's why I'm screaming to my sisters. My sister, she had the children, okay, sons, okay, almost 8 years old, using gadget every day using, yeah, editor. So I asked them, why you must give the gadget for them, okay, to make sure they are be silently. But that is not, okay, that is not how to cultivate a good behavior. Try to bring them to the recreation park. Okay, recreation park every week. Okay, every week bring them to the recreation park. Make sure they move around in recreation park. Okay, at the same time, okay, make sure they are actively in, okay, in activities, in sport activity. That's why Malaysian government, they will have co-curriculum activity every week. Okay, the children must involve. Okay, school children must involve in the co-curriculum, either uniform or sports. Okay, at least a day. Okay, start from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Okay, 3 hours per week. Okay, so that means they will involve in. So how you want to cultivate this good behavior among the youngsters? Actually, you are be a role model. Physical educators, you must be a role model, okay, to become an active person. That's why I want to be a role model. To whom? To my husband, to my family, okay, family members. I ask my daughters, why are you using that gadget? Why? Every time I see you, you are using gadget. Why? Please put down. Come. Okay, come walk with me. Alah, tak payahlah ibu, tak payahlah ibu. Come. Okay, I will ask them. If not, what I will do? I will ask them. Yes, the youngsters. Okay, my children is still young. Okay, 19 years old. So she will use gadget. But I said to her, you cannot be like that. Please help me. Buat apa? Okay, clean up the houses. Okay, when she clean up the houses, either sweeping or mopping, that is how she moves herself in physical activity. Okay, so that is it. So you are be a role model. Actually, you are be a role model. So please not use the gadget. So that's why. Okay, sometimes I'm not using the telephone or gadget. Okay, where be in the house. So that is because I want to be a role model. Okay, become a role model.
Thank you very much. Jadi mungkin Bapak Ibu di PJKR juga bisa mulai jadi role model supaya nggak pakai lift ya. Bercanda Bapak Ibu. Well, now I'm going to invite 2 questions from the, we have 1, 2, okay, 3. 3 questions from the floor, starting from Ibu at the front row with the black hijab. Dibantu mic-nya, ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Amazing, your model. I think I like how you explain from the beginning. I think we're reviewing, we're reminding all the theory you have. And I would like to know about, this is the question. My name is Aryati, by the way. What is the difference between sport education and physical education? Because in Indonesia, sometimes we mess up how to imply with all people thinking about elite athlete, and we are thinking about physical education. And at the same time, the children sometimes they get forcing by the sport itself for more than learning about physical education. And the second, how to socialize this terminology, I think it's really heavy, and all of them become a culture. Example, what you saying it, and you have the example right away as a model or become one of the person when you mention about jog, walking and on the step is not really jog. This is a real life. Everyone supposed to have a resilience of this. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Thank you Ibu. What's your name again? Sorry.
Aryati.
Aryati.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you Ibu Aryati. Yeah, Prof. Rosita. First is the debatable terminologies of sport education and physical education, and then the second, how to make it a habit, a culture of being active. First, we push them, and then how to transform that push into a culture or a habit of being active.
Okay, physical education and sport education. Physical education, you must educate physically. Physically, that means when we say about physically, the movement from you can scrutinize. Okay, from the little can become bigger. So that is physical, more on the physical. So physical education, how to do it? Okay, you must from one by one. That is physical education. So you educate people to move their physical. Sports, when we speak about sport is more on the institutionalized activity. That means they have regulation. The student must learn how to perform the activity. They have a skill. So sport education, people they had the physical education, the physical movement already, and then they will top up the skill. Okay, sport education is more on the skill education. So from that, there's the difference between physical and sport education. So sport education more, we are focused, emphasize on more the skill education, whereby to educate that person to become professional athlete or become semi-professional athlete. So they are, maybe they are amateur. Okay. But physical education, you must cultivate a good, more on the physical, how to run, okay, how to make the start of the run, okay, how to throw the ball. So we try to cultivate or to improve the skill that they had. Okay, so from that, there is the difference between sport education and physical education. And then how to become a role model. Okay, can use my experience. Okay, my father is sport educator, and my father is Islamic educator. Okay, but he involved as the coach for the school football, and then one of the his what we call his student school is footballer become a good person is Subkiden. Everybody know Subkiden? No, Subkiden. Subkiden is international referee from Malaysia. Okay, so I see why my father can become somebody. Nowadays he is 80 years old, but he can move around, still can move around fastly. Why he can be like that? So he is the role model. So I want to be like him. Okay, be healthier person, still active, can move around in the house, okay, fastly, and then can pick up something is more heavy, still can do. So I want to show to them, okay, to my children that I can do it. So for my student, I show that. So I still involved, I still active. Okay, I encourage them. Why? Kenapa pula nak naik tangga? Kenapa pula nak naik lift? Why not you use, okay, the stairs? Okay, from the stairs, okay, I can, okay, strengthen my muscle. Okay, I told them I can deliver only I be in the delivery room only 2 minutes. Why not you are? Why you are waiting for a long time just to deliver baby? So how? Okay, start from 4 months. Try to move, climbing the stairs. Okay, so from that you can become healthier. Okay, so one day I move around in the campus. Oh, doktor, rajin doktor ni. Oh, I want to make sure I'm being the healthy. Okay, healthy lifestyle. Okay, when the student is not there, be in the room using the laptop. Okay, it's make me lazy. From that, I need to move myself. Okay, but one thing, I don't like to move in the static area. I don't like to move in the static area. Gymnasium, I don't like to be in. Okay, I like to move in environment. Okay, the movement environment. Okay, because of what? Because I can integrate with people. That's it. So, Assalamualaikum. Okay, when you move around, you will meet another person. Salam. Okay, you will. Everybody will do like that. Okay, smiling. Okay, everybody smiling. So that is how you make a network. So sometimes they ask me why I'm gardening. Okay, I want to make sure I'm healthy and healthy, good health. So that's it. Okay.
Thank you very much. Well, next question. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. My name is Ari. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah Pekajangan Pekalongan. It is a very interesting topic to discuss that physical activity have so many benefits in our life, not only in our health, but also in the social life. We also know an issue which appears frequently at this time. It's about bullying in school. Yeah, not just in Indonesia, but in another country also. Even in Korea, it's like a culture in school. Would you mind to give your opinion about bullying in school and how physical education can prevent this problem? Thank you.
Thank you. Siapa tadi namanya? Ari ya?
Ari.
Alright. Yeah. The issue of bullying and how physical education can prevent bullying from happen at schools.
Okay. Actually, why people like to bullying another person? Because we are not appreciate them. Are you appreciate them? No. Okay, you are not appreciate them. Okay, when you appreciate them, they will feel happy. Okay, how to appreciate them? So you must involve them in sports, in rough activity. Rough activity like rugby, like football. Okay, don't involve them in tennis. Okay, they will we throw the racket to the floor. Badminton, they will also throw it. Okay, so in rough activity like rugby, okay, rugby, softball, and another part whereby when they are batting the ball, that means they are release their tension. Okay, so when you appreciate them, you encourage them to be inside there, they will slowly change themselves. Because study showed, just like the drug addictors. When you involve in physical activity, okay, their drug addictors to become less. So bullying is same. When you involve in the activity, they will less. Why? Because when they involve in activity, they will discipline themselves. Okay, they will come to the time that we encourage them to be there. Okay, they need to be disciplined on field. So if not, they will be what we call, they will be thrown out from the field. So they will discipline themselves indirectly. So why not? Okay, to reduce the bullying, encourage them to involve in activity. So you are being in, is it Muhammadiyah is more Islamic, is it? So try to use that, okay, a part of the Islamic, how, okay, in the zaman Muhammad, saya rasa zaman Muhammad pun kita nampak, bila orang nampak ni, dia akan menggalakkan terlibat dalam aktiviti-aktiviti yang kata apa, yang agak kasar, yang menyebabkan dia menggunakan tenaga dia untuk, okay, untuk meluahkan perasaan dia. So involve them in those activity. Without that, memang dia it's difficult for them to change themselves. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibari. And last but definitely not least questions from Bapak moderator tercinta. Silahkan Pak Bambang.
I just curious in your country, so allow me to ask. In your country, is there any institution or agency or maybe government agency who promotes physical activity to among the citizen? Among the citizen in
Okay. There are numerous ministry. Okay, numerous ministry that encourage positive behavior in physical activity. So Ministry of Sports, Ministry and Youth and Sports, Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. Okay, one of the ministry, they are focused on two activities. There is sports for all. So another is high performance sports. Okay, so high performance sport being catered by Majlis Sukan Negara, ISN, okay, Institut Sukan Negara and Majlis Sukan Negara. Another sukan untuk semua, sports for all, be catered by Jabatan Belia dan Sukan. So nowadays, every Jabatan Belia dan Sukan will run a program whereby just walk, okay, 10 kilometers, okay, participate in the area in the GBS itself. So they will have a program on that. So another is Kementerian Belia, Kementerian Kesihatan, Ministry of Health. Okay, Ministry of Health, they have a program what we call the this is combined with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Fit Malaysia. Fit Malaysia, they encourage people to walk around about 10 kilometers. Okay, 10 kilometers, 10,000 steps. 10,000 steps every Saturday or every Sunday. Okay. Nowadays in Kuala Lumpur, they are not encouraged to bring the vehicle till 10 o'clock, whereby people need to walk around. Okay, that is how they try to encourage all the citizens to move around, to make sure they are involved in activity. Okay. That is from the ministry. From university itself. Okay, university itself. Our campus. Okay, our campus actually encourage all those students to involve in activity. So we try to do like Kementerian Pelajaran Malaysia, okay, whereby one student, one activity. Okay, we try to encourage them to involve in. Without that, it's quite difficult for them to be an active person. Right?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Ibu Rosita and also all the questions. The response to Pak Bambang questions marks the end of the session for the plenary speech from Ibu Dr. Rosita. Before I close the session and I announce regarding the lunch break and what happens after the lunch break, I would like to invite the head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Bapak Dr. Yusuf Hidayat, to present the token of appreciation to our speaker, Ibu Rosita. So please proceed, come forward to receive the token of appreciation. Yes, please. Thank you very much once again, Ibu Rosita. Well, I have several announcements to make, Bapak Ibu. First, we are going to have a 60-minute lunch break, and the lunch is available outside, but the VIP guests are going to go outside first, followed by us, the participants. And then for all the Muslim participants, you can perform the prayer in the prayer room at the first floor, right side after the main gate. And the third announcement is that there will be a door prize for the best questions from the floor. And the last announcement, for those bringing SPPD, you can have it signed at the registration desk here. So thank you so much. I am Ubad, your moderator, signing off. See you in 1 hour, 1:30 in this auditorium. Thank you. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a nice lunch.
Pendidikan Indonesia. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia was initially established in 20th of October 1954 in Bandung City as Teachers Education College. The institution was integrated as a part of Pajajaran University, then amended into Institute of Teacher Education and Educational Sciences, or IKIP, and finally re-established as Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or UPI. The Bumi Siliwangi building, formerly known as Villa Isola, is the university's main building as well as its icon. Villa Isola, an Art Deco building that currently serves as the Rectorate building, is now inaugurated as one of the nation's cultural heritage buildings. UPI's primary mission is to become a leading and outstanding university. Thereby, UPI is committed to promote academic excellence and nurture innovation and scholarly development in order to be a leading pioneer in the field of education. By having scientific, educative, and religious as its motto, UPI strives to balance the three concepts all in one harmony. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia is made up of 8 faculties: Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Social Science Education, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Faculty of Sports and Health Science Education, Faculty of Economics and Business Education, Faculty of Art and Design Education, and UPI also offers postgraduate programs at the School of Postgraduate, including various research opportunities and civic services at the Center of Research and Community Services. Additionally, UPI also offers non-educational courses as a mandate extension of the government to nurture future graduates of non-educational programs. UPI, in its academic implementation, is committed to apply cross-fertilization approach between educational and non-educational programs to mutually strengthen both of the areas. A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses, which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. In fostering student activities, UPI optimizes the empowerment of Student Activity Unit, namely UKM, or Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, and the engagement of students in various activities related to their talents, interests, and intellectual. Thus, it is not surprising if UPI students got so many achievements at the national and international level. As the center of the science and education practices development, UPI also has a laboratory schools range from early childhood education to high school level located at the main campus and the branch campuses. In supporting the national education preservation and fostering a brighter future of education, UPI built the Museum of National Education, expected to be sources of learning, research, educative, leisure for the public, particularly for students on all levels. From the dazzling land of Bumi Siliwangi, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Implementing excellence-oriented development, equitable, and upholding diversity. Developing and disseminating outstanding research result in scientific field, education policies, and resolution of strategic issues in regional, national, and international levels. organizing and developing community secret service through dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of education, science, and other disciplines to empower the community.
Children and adolescents need to have at least 60 minutes a day for MPVA, or moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity across the week.
Organizing and developing student affairs to improve the quality of graduates, improve networking, empower the role of alumni. Developing the capacity of resources, human resources, facilities, infrastructure, and finance. And the university effort in supporting the implementation of 3 pillars: education to increase excellence of the university. Developing healthy and accountable university governance as an autonomous university-based and integrated information system. The Faculty of Sport and Health Education uphold a responsibility to implement an equitable, excellence-oriented development in the diverse environment to develop the quality of graduates as a response to the current development and need of the community. We believe that the dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of physical education and sport can be our contribution to empower the community.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEHR study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEHR lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEHR study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.
This is Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia was initially established in 20th of October 1954 in Bandung City as Teachers Education College. The institution was integrated as a part of Pajajaran University, then amended into Institute of Teacher Education and Educational Sciences, or IKIP, and finally re-established as Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or UPI. The Bumi Siliwangi building, formerly known as Villa Isola, is the university's main building as well as its icon. Villa Isola, an Art Deco building that currently serves as a rectorate building, is now inaugurated as one of the nation's cultural heritage buildings. UPI's primary mission is to become a leading and outstanding university. Thereby, UPI is committed to promote academic excellence and nurture innovation and scholarly development in order to be a leading pioneer in the field of education. By having scientific, educative, and religious as its motto, UPI strives to balance the three concepts, all in one harmony. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia is made up of 8 faculties: Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Social Science Education, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Faculty of Sports and Health Science Education, Faculty of Economics and Business Education, Faculty of Art and Design Education, and UPI also offers postgraduate programs at the School of Postgraduate, including various research opportunities and civic services at the Center of Research and Community Services. Additionally, UPI also offers non-educational courses as a mandate extension of the government to nurture future graduates of non-educational programs. UPI, in its academic implementation, is committed to apply cross-fertilization approach between educational and non-educational programs to mutually strengthen both of the areas. A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses, which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. In fostering student activities, UPI optimizes the empowerment of Student Activity Unit, namely UKM, or Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, and the engagement of students in various activities related to their talents, interests, and intellectual. Thus, it is not surprising if UPI students got so many achievements at the national and international level. At the center of the science and education practices development, UPI also has a laboratory schools range from early childhood education to high school level located at the main campus and the branch campuses. In supporting the national education preservation and fostering a brighter future of education, UPI built the Museum of National Education, expected to be sources of learning, research, educative, leisure for the public, particularly for students on all levels. From the dazzling land of Bumi Siliwangi, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Implementing excellence-oriented development, equitable and upholding diversity. Developing and disseminating outstanding research result in scientific field, education policies, and resolution of strategic issues in regional, national, and international levels. Organizing and developing community security service through dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of education, education science, and other disciplines to empower the community.
Children and adolescents need to have at least 60 minutes a day for MPVA, or moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity across the week.
Organizing and developing student affairs to improve the quality of graduates, improve networking, empower the role of alumni. Developing the capacity of resources, human resources, facilities, infrastructure, and finance. And the university effort in supporting the implementation of 3 pillars, education to increase excellence of the university. Developing healthy and accountable university governance as an autonomous university-based and integrated information system. The Faculty of Sport and Health Education uphold a responsibility to implement an equitable, excellence-oriented development in the diverse environment to develop the quality of graduates as a response to the current development and need of the community. We believe that the dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of physical education and sport can be our contribution to empower the community.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEHR study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEHR lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEHR study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.
This is Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia was initially established in 20th of October 1954 in Bandung City as Teachers Education College. The institution was integrated as a part of Pajajaran University, then amended into Institute of Teacher Education and Educational Sciences, or IKIP, and finally re-established as Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or UPI. The Bumi Siliwangi building, formerly known as Villa Isola, is the university's main building as well as its icon. Villa Isola, an Art Deco building that currently serves as the Rectorate building, is now inaugurated as one of the nation's cultural heritage buildings. UPI's primary mission is to become a leading and outstanding university. Thereby, UPI is committed to promote academic excellence and nurture innovation and scholarly development in order to be a leading pioneer in the field of education. By having scientific, educative, and religious as its motto, UPI strives to balance the three concepts all in one harmony. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia is made up of 8 faculties: Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Social Science Education, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Faculty of Sports and Health Science Education, Faculty of Economics and Business Education, Faculty of Art and Design Education, and UPI also offers postgraduate programs at the School of Postgraduate, including various research opportunities and civic services at the Center of Research and Community Services. Additionally, UPI also offers non-educational courses as a mandate extension of the government to nurture future graduates of non-educational programs. UPI in its academic implementation is committed to apply cross-fertilization approach between educational and non-educational programs to mutually strengthen both of the areas. A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. In fostering student activities, UPI optimizes the empowerment of Student Activity Unit, namely UKM or Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, and the engagement of students in various activities related to their talents, interests, and intellectual. Thus, it is not surprising if UPI students got so many achievements at the national and international level. As the center of the science and education practices development, UPI also has a laboratory schools range from early childhood education to high school level located at the main campus and the branch campuses. In supporting the national education preservation and fostering a brighter future of education, UPI built the Museum of National Education, expected to be sources of learning, research, educative, leisure for the public, particularly for students on all levels. From the dazzling land of Bumi Siliwangi, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Implementing excellence-oriented development, equitable, and upholding diversity. Developing and disseminating outstanding research result in scientific field, education policies, and resolution of strategic issues in regional, national, and international levels. Organizing and developing community security service through dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of education, education science, and other disciplines to empower the community.
Children and adolescents need to have at least 60 minutes a day for MPVA, or moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity across the week.
Organizing and developing student affairs to improve the quality of graduates, improve networking, empower the role of alumni. Developing the capacity of resources, human resources, by facilities, infrastructure, and finance. And the university effort in supporting the implementation of 3 pillars of education to increase excellence of the university. Further healthy and accountable university governance as an autonomous university-based and integrated information system. The Faculty of Sport and Health Education uphold a responsibility to implement an equitable, excellence-oriented development in the diverse environment to develop the quality of graduates as a response to the current development and need of the community. We believe that the dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of physical education and sport can be our contribution to empower the community.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEHR study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEHR lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEHR study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.
is Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia? Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia was initially established in 20th of October 1954 in Bandung City as Teachers Education College. The institution was integrated as a part of Pajajaran University, then amended into Institute of Teacher Education and Educational Sciences, or IKIP, and finally re-established as Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or UPI. The Bumi Siliwangi building, formerly known as Villa Isola, is the university's main building as well as its icon. Villa Isola, an Art Deco building that currently serves as the Rectorate building, is now inaugurated as one of the nation's cultural heritage buildings. UPI's primary mission is to become a leading and outstanding university. Thereby, UPI is committed to promote academic excellence and nurture innovation and scholarly development in order to be a leading pioneer in the field of education. By having scientific, educative, and religious as its motto, UPI strives to balance the three concepts all in one harmony. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia is made up of 8 faculties: Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Social Science Education, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Faculty of Sports and Health Science Education, Faculty of Economics and Business Education, Faculty of Art and Design Education, and UPI also offers postgraduate programs at the School of Postgraduate, including various research opportunities and civic services at the Center of Research and Community Services. Additionally, UPI also offers non-educational courses as a mandate extension of the government to nurture future graduates of non-educational programs. UPI, in its academic implementation, is committed to apply cross-fertilization approach between educational and non-educational programs to mutually strengthen both of the areas. A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses, which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. In fostering student activities, UPI optimizes the empowerment of Student Activity Unit, namely UKM, or Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, and the engagement of students in various activities related to their talents, interests, and intellectual. Thus, it is not surprising if UPI students got so many achievements at the national and international level. As the center of the science and education practices development, UPI also has a laboratory schools range from early childhood education to high school level located at the main campus and the branch campuses. In supporting the national education preservation and fostering a brighter future of education, UPI built the Museum of National Education, expected to be sources of learning, research, educative, leisure for the public, particularly for students on all levels. From the dazzling land of Bumi Siliwangi, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Implementing excellence-oriented development, equitable, and upholding diversity. developing and disseminating outstanding research result in scientific field, education policies, and resolution of strategic issues in regional, national, and international levels. Organizing and developing community service through dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of education, education science, and other disciplines to empower the community.
Children and adolescents need to have at least 60 minutes a day for MPVA, or moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity across the week.
Organizing and developing student affairs to improve the quality of graduates, improve networking, empower the role of alumni. Developing the capacity of resources, human resources, facilities, infrastructure, and finance. And the university effort in supporting the implementation of 3 pillars of education to increase excellence of the university. Developing healthy and accountable university governance as an autonomous university-based and integrated information system. The Faculty of Sport and Health Education uphold a responsibility to implement an equitable, excellence-oriented development in the diverse environment to develop the quality of graduates as a response to the current development and need of the community. We believe that the dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of physical education and sport can be our contribution to empower the community.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology.
Hi, my name is Adam Ninobi from UITM, and this is our latest patent-granted invention. Scientists agree that exercise is the single most important habit to reduce the risk of chronic disease, optimize your brain function, and possibly slow down the aging process. But how do you exercise properly? Your heart rate is the number of times your heart beats per minute, and your target heart rate during exercise is the range of beats per minute you should aim for during exercise. Staying in your target intensity heart rate range means that you can gain the maximum benefit from the exercise session. But the
and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEHR study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEHR lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEHR study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.
This is Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia was initially established in 20th of October 1954 in Bandung City as Teachers Education College. The institution was integrated as a part of Pajajaran University, then amended into Institute of Teacher Education and Educational Sciences, or IKIP, and finally re-established as Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or UPI. The Bumi Siliwangi building, formerly known as Villa Isola, is the university's main building as well as its icon. Villa Isola, an Art Deco building that currently serves as the rectorate building, is now inaugurated as one of the nation's cultural heritage buildings. UPI's primary mission is to become a leading and outstanding university. Thereby, UPI is committed to promote academic excellence and nurture innovation and scholarly development in order to be a leading pioneer in the field of education. By having scientific, educative, and religious as its motto, UPI strives to balance the three concepts, all in one harmony. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia is made up of 8 faculties: Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Social Science Education, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Faculty of Sports and Health Science Education, Faculty of Economics and Business Education, Faculty of Art and Design Education, and UPI also offers postgraduate programs at the School of Postgraduate, including various research opportunities and civic services at the Center of Research and Community Services. Additionally, UPI also offers non-educational courses as a mandate extension of the government to nurture future graduates of non-educational programs. UPI, in its academic implementation, is committed to apply cross-fertilization approach between educational and non-educational programs to mutually strengthen both of the areas. A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses, which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. In fostering student activities, UPI optimizes the empowerment of Student Activity Unit, namely UKM, or Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, and the engagement of students in various activities related to their talents, interests, and intellectual. Thus, it is not surprising if UPI students got so many achievements at the national and international level. As the center of the science and education practices development, UPI also has a laboratory schools ranging from early childhood education to high school level located at the main campus and the branch campuses. in supporting the national education preservation and fostering a brighter future of education, UPI built the Museum of National Education, expected to be sources of learning, research, educative, leisure for the public, particularly for students on all levels. From the dazzling land of Bumi Siliwangi, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Implementing excellence-oriented development, equitable and upholding diversity. Developing and disseminating outstanding research results in scientific field, education policies, and resolution of strategic issues in regional, national, and international levels. Organizing and developing community service through dissemination and utilization of innovation in the field of education, education science, and other disciplines to empower the community.
Children and adolescents need to have at least 60 minutes a day for MPVA, or moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity across the week.
Organizing and developing student affairs to improve the quality of graduates, improve networking, empower the role of alumni. Developing the capacity of resources, human resources, facilities, infrastructure, and finance.
Tes pada seluruh undangan atau pemateri mohon mengambil posisi tempat duduk yang masih kosong. Insyaallah nanti akan disut ke peserta ya. Disut ke peserta, jadi posisinya rapat, tidak kosong-kosong begitu. Tidak kosong-kosong, nanti peserta, makanya kami kursinya dipepetin ke belakang dan dibalikan supaya tidak dipindahkan lagi.
Table University Governance
tidak memindahkan lagi kursi yang sudah disetting terbalik, tetapi silakan tempati kursi yang masih kosong.
Faculty of Sport and Health Education uphold the responsibility to implement an equitable, excellence-oriented development
Belum bosan kan lihat muka saya?
Environment to develop the quality of graduates as a response to the current development and need of the community.
Ya, silakan tempati kursi yang sudah disediakan, tidak membalikan lagi kursi yang sudah kami balikan. Yang belakang dua minta tolong kursinya dibalikan
and utilization of innovation in the fields of
kecuali sertifikatnya siap untuk tidak dikeluarkan. Ayo, ini acara kita, siapa lagi yang dukung kecuali kita.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the true dharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for Secondary Schools, guest lecture, visiting
Jangan
lecture,
lupa nanti
and
ada
so
door
on.
prize untuk penanya terbaik.
Almost all
Kalau
lecturers
misalnya
are
bingung
involved
bertanya
in
pakai bahasa
research and
Inggris atau
community
bahasa Inggris
service
gimana,
activities,
manfaatkan
both
ChatGPT dan
internal,
Google Translate,
national,
guys.
or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association.
Di sini.
Mohon diisi kursi sebelah depan saya. Insya Allah ada tiket pulang. Jika saya berikan tiketnya. Ibu sebelah sini, Bapak di sini. Ini sepertinya 5 sekawan tidak boleh lepas ya. Pas saya bikin kursinya 5 itu. Luar biasa, 5 ya. Ini tidak, ini buat dompet.
Ngomong-ngomong Fulbright, boleh aku potong dulu sedikit? Ini tuh nemu yang di Iowa, Master. Udah bisa? Bisa dimulai? Pak Adamnya mana? Pak Adam? Oh, masih sholat. Jadi nunggu beliau. Serius? S1 SCB-nya mah physical education kan ini yang diikut sama orang. Dibuka aja dulu. Cek. Ya, ke saya aja. Oke, yang ini auditor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I like the spirit, I like the enthusiasm. So, good afternoon everybody. Are you still excited? Are you full? Are you sleepy? Tenang, nanti materi dari Pak Agus ada loncat-loncatnya katanya. Well, yeah, a very good afternoon with me again, your moderator slash master of ceremony for today's third International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2023. In this session, we're going to have a panel of 2 speakers, but unfortunately, one of the speakers is still praying, so I'm going to just introduce, even though the speaker needs no introduction for his remarkable reputation, but it is my job anyway to introduce the speaker. So, the person sitting next to me is an associate professor at the Department of Sport Education at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. His research interest is in physical education pedagogy, motor learning and motor control, physical activity and physical literacy, physical growth and motor development of children. And she is also the country leader of Active Healthy Kids Indonesia as country member of Active Healthy Kids Global Alliance, or AHKGA. He earns his Bachelor's of Education in 1988 at IKIP Bandung, Indonesia, and he pursued his Master's of Arts in Elementary Education from the University of Iowa, the United States of America. Give it up. In 1995, and he earned his Doctor of Physical Education in 2016 at Universitas Negeri Jakarta. He has been active here and there, but it's impossible for me to read one by one. And he has been published numerous numbers of public scientific articles, 2 of which are Construction of Analytical Thinking Skills Instruments for Micro-Teaching Courses, published in Journal of Education Research and Evaluation, and Manipulative Movement Learning During the COVID-19 Pandemic. I think this is a must read for you. An Approach to Implementing Online-Based Physical Education Learning, published in Active, Journal of Physical Education, Sport, Health, and Recreation. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Agus Mahendra. Enggak. Mic-nya pakai ini. Enggak. Demi acara ini Pak Agus rela baru pulang dari Jakarta ya. I heard you just went back from Jakarta early in the morning, right?
Actually, sorry. Test, yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for to Pak Ubad, who has already introduced me to you. Sorry. With a good expression. And actually, I'm so sorry because I have been feeling not so well with my body because during 2 days ago, I'm coughing consistently. I mean, constantly coughing and a little bit meler. You know meler? Could be brought about by so very happy duty schedule. I don't know. So just beware if I got the coffee with me right now. Okay. Well, actually, I just sent my presentation to Pa Asep. And then regarding the question of Mr. Ubat, yes, I just arrived from Jakarta this morning around 7 o'clock because I was in the middle of busy time to prepare the new CP. CP means capaian pembelajaran in the independent curriculum. So for all those students who are already knew that we have already CP for PE lesson in the independent curriculum, just beware and be ready because there will be the new edition of CP. Yeah, it will take a little bit time for you to learn more. This the new one CP, I think.
Are you sure a little bit or much?
Well, I believe that it's a little bit
a little bit much.
Considerable considerable work for us as the formulator and also for you to understand the change of this curriculum. Yeah. So, well, I think so. It is a kind of a rush for me because Pak Ubar just called me when I was still on the way by walking to this place. It's also because Pak Charsiwan picked me up in my room. Will be lab room because I'm not again eligible in that room because yeah, I'm no longer the head of the PETE for elementary school study program. Okay, so, well, actually, I have. Okay, Paubar, thank you very much for the introduction. So nice introduction. And then I'd like also to extend my great gratitude to all the committees member of this conference, especially, of course, to the head of the PJKR study program to give a trust for me to become one of the presenter in this conference. This is very prestigious conference, I believe, and it's actually given me a big burden because I did not prepare the presentation material since a long time ago. I just prepared this last night. Wow. That's why I choose to come back to Bandung just before subuh time. Just because I could consider that if I go home last night, then I will just don't have any material to be presented to you. All right. Do you have the presentation file? Slide?
Okay, it's there.
Okay. Already there also?
Yeah.
Where is this?
Okay, it's there and there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This is what I prepared last night. I choose to modify a little bit the title of this presentation, entitled School Physical Education and the Promotion of Youth Physical Activity. And Pak Ubat already mentioned that I'm also country leader of AHKI, that's mean HKI, Active Healthy Kids Indonesia. HKI is the member of AHKGA, Active Healthy Kids Global Alliance, headquartered in Canada. And our function and our role is to report the level of physical activity of our children and adolescents. So all countries member from HGA are obliged to report their condition of level of physical activity of their own countries, children and adolescents. So we already made the report. Yeah, that's why here I said that I told you that based on the 2022 Indonesian report card of physical activity for children and adolescents, the level of physical activity of the Indonesian children and adolescents is seriously poor. The report has produced and published by Active Healthy Kids Indonesia on his report on the Global Metric 4.0, organized by AHKGA in Abu Dhabi, Emirates Arab United. And the report simply emphasized that Indonesian children and adolescents score poorly and most of the indicators, including overall PA, means physical activity, organized sport and PA, active play, active transportation, and physical fitness. The indicator of Indonesian children overall is looking like this. For overall physical activity, the grade is F, and organized sport and physical activity also F. Active play F. You are going to know later on when I show what F means, yeah. And then active transportation D minus, and then to our surprise, the sedentary behavior grades is a little bit better because it get B, and then physical fitness, of course, F, because it's closely related to the overall physical activity, of course. And then we are also evaluating the influential aspect. The influential aspect of this PA level comprised of 4 aspects. First one is family and peers. That means how family influence the children activity, whether they are tend to be active physically or are they tend to be passive physically. And then the second factor is school. You could see that school and family and peers also got F grades. Yeah. And then we have also community and environment. They have a D plus grade, and then government got B minus. So this is the report that has been produced by our organization, AHKI or AHKI. So what the grades told us about? F means the number of children who is considered as active is under 20%. That's why we gave to almost any physical activities indicator F, because the numbers of the children who are active based on and then these grades going up proportionately, just like you could see over here. So B for community and environment means that our community and also the government get got B minus. That means there's something to be true as a good factor. Okay, so we can say that these grades are the meaning that we need to do something. So right here we can see that the latest study show that 1 in 5 children between the age of 5 to 12 years considered as overweight, and more than 10% classified as obese. And then only 6.8% of children aged between 5 to 9 were physically active for 5 days of the week, while the number of sport participation continued to decrease as children mature. And then this figure should arm the public health authorities and other stakeholders on the urgency of promoting regular PA among children and adolescents. And then obesity in youth is always associated with an increased risk of type 2 diabetes, and then glucose intolerance, hyperlipidemia, and hypertension, and also social discrimination and altered self-esteem. So with this condition, we should be very apprehensive, because our children are faced to the very we called fatal risk in their future. So what should we do? Of course, we need to promote the children PE level. So why should we really concern with the promoting children PE level? Because emerging evidence indicates that physical activity is beneficial to the health of children and adolescents. It's the report of USDHHS. And then among youth, physical activity is inversely associated with obesity and a number of cardiovascular risk factors. And then because physical activity habit developed early in life may persist into childhood, so adequate participation in physical activity during childhood and adolescence may also be critical in the prevention of obesity and chronic disease in later life. So we need to be very cautious about this. And I would like to impose one of the very important things to you all, that we can do something actually. By what? By, it's also according to, just based on the organizing committee request, we are mentioning about physical education. Physical education can become one important means by which the level of physical activity can be affected. By what? Of course, by the obligation of the children to join the PE class. If the lesson being arranged by a very effective PE teacher, that means they are going to have enough or sufficient level of the physical activity, but only arranged by effective physical education. We are going later to tell about, to discuss about how the condition of Indonesian PE lesson. We can realize whether it is already as expected, ideally or not. Yeah. And then, in fact, Salis and Mackenzie argue that positive student motivation in physical education could influence children to adopt physically active lifestyle as adults. From this statement, we could infer that only physical education with positive arrangement will give the children effect. and this effect will be brought by the children into later life of the children until they're adult. And during the last decade, research has provided the rationale for abundance or for an abundance of research that student motivation in physical education is really critical point. This is related to presentation, no? So now we are arriving at the key questions about PE and PA. How could physical educator increase student perceived competence and subsequent enjoyment in their experience in physical education? Hence, this effective outcome of physical education will transfer into motivation to adopt physically active lifestyle out of school. And based on theory and research, how the experience of enjoyment become a critical factor in determining one's motivation and continued participation in exercise setting later on in their later life. And then how competence motivation theory suggests that enjoyment of physical activity is a result of successful mastery experience, which lead to bolstered perceived competence. There is a hypothetical answer of PE and PA promotion, and we need to believe this. I believe that physical education may indeed be a powerful factor in determining youth physical activity, but the causal linkage between students' experience and attitude toward physical education and their adoption of a physically active lifestyle has yet to be determined. So we need to collect a very strong empirical evidence base about the effectiveness of PE in improving the attitude of children toward the physical activity. And then further investigation is required to validate Salis and Mackenzie's claim that positive experience in physical education in childhood could influence the adoption of active lifestyle as adult. And then further evidence must be provided that physical education curricular program can foster positive changes in students' motivation toward physical activities, such that this motivation is a significant determinant of the student's participation in a more physically active lifestyle of school. We really often to find that the physical education lesson in the school are not effectively organized by teacher in terms of their enjoyment, and in terms of this lesson give the joyful feeling to the children, and also the personal or strong personal feeling of success. So this is the problem. So for us right now is to see how physical education curriculum and learning intervention close or far for their association with high level of youth physical activity, and how could we improve the influence or the effect of physical education to the effective promotion for youth physical activity in our lesson. So this is the one that I am going to explain to you. Physical education classes in Indonesia right now, in terms of curriculum or from curriculum standpoint, PE program in Indonesia has the power to increase PA level of children. The proof is the first content arrangement in the curriculum has been based on the strong developmentally appropriate practice principle for every level of school. Let's say in elementary school, there is DAP principle or DAP framework that should be also utilized by teacher. Also in middle school or also in high school. And then philosophically, the PE curriculum has contained objective and paradigm that focus on the total development of children, including making bridge to the spirit of physical literacy and physical educated person. PE curriculum also has been based on a strong urges to be delivered with utilizing model-based instruction and curriculum-based model, ranges from movement education, fitness education, developmental education, and teaching personal and social responsibility model, as well as cooperative model. And in game, I miss it. In game, we are also introduced with what we call TGFU model, teaching game for understanding model. And then currently, all those factors will be ameliorated by the new learning outcome framework to strengthen the mission of PE by including recommendation for health authority from health authorities such as WHO and the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. So in our new learning outcome that I just told you previously, we are trying to emphasize the importance of referring to the recommendation of, let's say, WHO guideline on physical activity and sedentary life, which recommend all children to do their physical activities at least 60 minutes per day with MPPA intensity. PPA means moderate to vigorous physical activity intensity. Moderate means it's around 70% of their maximum heart rate, and high or vigorous intensity is around 80 to 90% of maximum heart rate. So we already tried to insert the recommendation of all health authorities, both in national and international level, to be included in the curriculum, and it should be kind of mandate to the PE teacher to base their physical education lesson with the recommended. I hope it will work, but I think, yeah, we need to really work hard about it. And then, contrary to the curriculum that I already mentioned, conducive to all of the learning process, to the effective level of learning process, we also found that what the PE teacher done in the lesson, this is something that we should try to change in the later phase of our period. So, based on my, what we call, my endeavor to find the recent data about the PE teacher situation, I mean PE lesson situation, I at least found 4 apprehensive factors. The first one, that the PE lessons is always organized by PE teacher with very minimum preparation. What does that mean? Teacher preparation in conducting PE lesson is considered poor. And this limited preparation is obviously seen as in how teacher choose and prepare the content for the kids and also the learning equipment. So many PE lesson, if we could witness directly, obviously is conducted in very poor learning process interaction. So I doubt that the kind of PE lesson could automatically improve the PA level of the children. And then PE lesson situation also contain activities that really wasting time. Yeah. One indicator that our PE teachers are not taking advantage of the time available in PE lesson can be seen from such routine activities such as lining up the student. So we have to membariskan anak, ya, satu persatu, and then as we could witness that when it is happening in, let's say, in elementary school, in lower class of elementary school, you are going to see that the part of these children here has been in a very neat order, but on the other side of the children are unorganized. And then the other routine activities like checking student attendance, and it's likely is one of the one of the way of teacher to waste their time. And then as consequence of number of equipment that is limited, and then the PE lesson will be, let's say, it's just turning that for the children. The other one is traditional warming up. So another illustration of the poor situation of learning can also be seen from the implementation of the warm-up phase, which is still carried out in a formal and traditional way. The teacher seems to be still bound by the old structure of learning, which require a phase of warming up, core and cooling down phase. And we could witness that so many children are not really enthusiastic in following this warming up phase, because the teacher only instruct the children to run around the corner or around the field, and they will not exert their energy to run or to jog, because it's really boring activities. And then another indicator that our PE lesson is not effective is one-way learning process. Why? What is this? This is because almost all teacher has only mastered a single style in teaching that we call comment style. So the comment style in teaching PE is still existed in our PE lesson. So all of this situation, I think, should be it is time for us to diminish it. So this is my suggestion, and I think it's not suggestion, sorry, but I could believe that PA level of the children will automatically improve if we could try to implement these points. The first one, PE learning should be joyful and yielding a strong personal feeling success. So teacher need to master the skill of, or the teaching skill to make this to occur. And then physical educator can play in determining student achievement orientation and facilitating an increased perception of competence and enjoyment within an activity area. The third one, physical education, participating in more out of school physical activity at higher level of intensity than those who perceive themselves to be less competent. So school need to have a kind of policy to provide this out of school activity, let's say after school time. And then this is evidence suggests that teaching strategies utilized in physical education, such as those associated with task-oriented climate, influence the psychological mediator of youth physical activity, such as perceived competence, enjoyment, and intention to be active, should be one of the consideration of the PE teacher. So we have a very big homework, how to improve the capacity and the competency of PE teacher in near future. I think that's all what I have prepared for this presentation, and I thank you very much for your attention. And then Pak Ubad, back to you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Agus, for such a great presentation. Even though I have to be honest that the data that you show at the first 3 slides are very frightening because the high risk of obesity leading to the dangerous diseases, I think those are the scary facts that we need to face. Well, I believe that the participants are very curious. They would like to ask some questions, but I would like to postpone the Q&A after the second presenter of the session finish the presentation. So I would like to allow me to introduce the next presenter, which comes from University Teknologi Mara, UITM as well. And he received his diploma in health and fitness at UITM in 2004, his Bachelor of Science in Sports Science at UITM at 2007, and his Master of Science in Sports Science at Bonn University, Australia in 2009. His research interests are mainly on sports, exercise and health science, high performance nutritional aids, emerging sport technology, and oxidative and negative stress. He has been very active and he has received several awards, but what I'm going to read you is only 2 of his newest publications. Those are Influence of Recreational Badminton Playing on Blood Pressure and Cognitive Function in the Elderly, a cross-sectional analysis with playing time stratified sampling, published in Journal of Physical Education and Sport. And the other one is Exercise Intervention, up to 6 months, Postpartum Improves the Outcome of Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, published in Journal of Physical Education and Sport. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Bapak Adam Faisal Linobi. Hi, Bapak Adam, how are you?
Hello, good. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I need a minute to set up my...
Sure. Take your time, please.
Sure. Everybody, once again, give it up for Bapak Adam Lenobi.
Alright, Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, salam kebajikan. Yang terhormat Timbalan Dekan Fakulti Pendidikan Olahraga dan Kesihatan, yang sahabat kami Dr. Yusuf Hidayat, Ketua Prodi PJKR, yang berusaha Chairman of ISPESH, Dr. Reshandi, Barisan Pelaksana Program, dan seluruh tamu undangan. Pertama-tamanya marilah kita panjatkan syukuran kepada Allah kerana program ini. Jadi hari ini, today, I'm gonna is it share?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's online now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Right. So my topic here today, the first three presenters maybe talk about little bit on related to educations, but mine will be more on performance sides because I'm a sports scientist by training. Yeah. So please bear with me. It will be a little bit of technical. Izinkan saya juga, tadi saya ditandas. Di kedengaran juga ada bisik-bisik dia cakap, kalau presenternya bercakap bahasa Indonesia lagi bagus. Ada bisik-bisik dari studinya. Jadi I think I'll be mixing.
Tandas is toilets, guys.
Tandas gossip, yeah. But I'll be mixing. But and also the moderator says that we are catching up with the time. Yeah. All right. Cool. I'm gonna quickly goes to my topic. My topic today is the technological age in athletic performance. So what's the new opportunities to advance the field of sports nutrition? So I'll tell you so. This will be a technical presentations. Right. A little bit on my research experience. Yeah. My research experience. So my research experience starts when I involved in the high altitude research project in 2007. When I undergrads, when I'm finishing undergrads, I'm doing a research at Mount Everest, Nepal. So looking at several research projects, 3 on nutrition and also on mountain blindness. So that's actually from perhaps 300 candidates have been selected for these projects. So that actually sparks my interest in research. Yeah. So I've been also in a sports science consultant in a state's team, football team, and then chairing several associations. So I've got some experience on training as well as conducting research on national and national and also states level team. Yeah. Yeah. So I really love doing. My principle is like is that when I do research, I always want to create something materialized in terms of products. You see. So I don't really like publishing research and hoping people to sites. But my way of doing research is always I want to create the end products. So in this case, I've got almost 52 startups products, and this is 3 of the products related to sports and health products. So these have been, I've won multiple awards for this, Alhamdulillah. And also, as I mentioned, my products is also scientific based, so it's backed up by science. And this is one of the latest products that been submitted to the Journal of Nitric Oxides. So it's still in the preprint stage, but the results is quite, I think, is quite promising in terms of reducing blood pressure, and also not only that, it is a dua serampang, 2 swords. I mean, it can affect health not only health aspect in terms of blood pressure, but also improve exercise performance. So yeah, I think many of you also quite accustomed with the word nitric oxide. So nitric oxide is a molecule that exists in bayam merah, tahu kan? Bayam merah, beetroot juice. So there's a lot of nitric oxide, nitrates. So nitrate convert to nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is actually a molecule, one of the important molecules in our body that regulate blood pressure. And not only that, in 2010, my supervisors in UK, PhD supervisors, found that these nitric oxides, if augmented by nitrate, by consuming beetroot juice, can actually impact exercise performance, improve exercise performance by about 13 to 15%, which is huge. Yeah. Not only on the supplement side, I also like a technological, apps and building apps. And this is some of the apps that my startup, building. So not many, sport-related or health-related, but there are some which are sports and exercise mobile technology that we are developing. And this is one, this is my, I think one of my project that I look forward to release in the market. So this is a color-coded heart rate monitor. I think I let the video explain to you on what is this project and how it impacts, monitoring heart rate and how easy to monitor heart rate by color coding technologies. Can I show the video? Yeah. Okay. Sounds not good.
Hi, my name is Adam Linobi from UITM, and this is our latest patent-granted invention. Scientists agree that exercise is the single most important habit to reduce the risk of chronic disease, optimize your brain function, and possibly slow down the aging process. But how do you exercise properly? Your heart rate is the number of times your heart beats per minute, and your target heart rate during exercise is the range of beats per minute you should aim for during exercise. Staying in your target intensity heart rate range means that you can gain the maximum benefit from the exercise session. But the intensity of exercise is hard to control and may require you to purchase a heart rate monitor, and this can cost you a lot of money. Unfortunately, since its introduction in 1983, the heart rate monitor has never undergone a major improvement. We still have to monitor the tiny digital numbers in wearable devices or fitness equipment. And during exercise, this monitoring process can be very difficult. Our team solved this problem by introducing the color-coded heart rate monitoring system. This revolutionary and patented system is meant to be very easy. 3 colors will determine the user's state of exercise intensity. When it's green, you are in the optimal exercise zone, and you should maintain in this zone. Yellow means you need to exercise harder. And a red color signals you should reduce the intensity of exercise. It's super easy. Users can choose the system device they preferred based on exercise activity. iCobra is a color-coded heart rate monitor smartwatch app suitable for running and cycling. Chromosome is a color-coded heart rate monitor smartphone app suitable for gym and body weight workouts, and both are now ready for download in the App Store. Cobra wearables and Chromosome goggles are being mass manufactured, and these gadgets are suitable for majority of land and water-based exercise. These 2 wearable products are to be released in the market very soon. Heart rate monitors have a huge market, and 110 million.
To the next slide, because the video is quite long.
Hi.
Okay. Right. So yeah. So it's a very interesting project, I think, for me. At least this is my project. So the data is quite promising again in terms of validity, and we have actually print this, and the correlations with the gold standards of data from ECG is quite promising. So I think this is a product that will, I hope, will change or revolutionize the way we monitor exercise heart rate, right? Yeah, moving on. Yeah, also I do some of the technology that I developed is also involving the educational technologies. So fakultis pendidikan kan, so kena tunjuk sikit. Alright. And then, yeah, so this is machine learning and developing draft for your essays or, you know, thesis can be done easily just by typing your title. So imagine doing your thesis, you have a pre-draft of your thesis, draft, not your end products that you send to your supervisors, but a draft, not really draft, it's a pre-draft. It's something that you can, you know, to get you moved to start your work, right? So just easily, imagine this kind of work takes you perhaps 1 or 2 months. But now by machine learning, or biasa kan ChatGPT and everything, but this is better than ChatGPT because you just insert like just a few keywords and it actually learn what you want and develop your you know, theses and essays by just simple keywords. Yeah. Right. So enough about me and my projects. Let's talk about my title for my presentation today. But before that, I think we need to go back to the history of key technological innovation in sports nutrition. And we're going to look, kita akan tengok bagaimana sejarah sport nutrition ni bermula daripada awal, and what is the latest emerging technologies available to us now. Right, just a context before that. So this is the winner of Olympic marathon in 2016, yeah? Eliud Kipchoge. And when we compare the results of the records by Kipchoge and the record from 1904, Thomas Hick, the difference is about 1 hour and 20 minutes. That's a large difference. That's a large difference. Another examples, yeah, in terms of in the area of sprinting, 100 meters. Jesse Owens hold the records for sprints in 1936 of about 10.2 seconds. In 1936, but now Usain Bolt hold the record. I think it's lesser than this 2013 record. I think this current is about 9.5 something. Yeah, but the relative difference is about 5 meters. 5 meter in sprinting is like huge. Maybe, you know, we say, oh, 5 meters saja, and maybe it looks small, but in sprinting, a minute second counts. Yeah. So what is the reasons of this improvement? What is the actual reason of this improvement? Is it the training? Does our training improve or change drastically over the years? Maybe, perhaps so. Nutrition? Is it the whole reason, penyebab ataupun sebab kepada change in records ni, drastic improvement in sport performance records is due to nutrition? Not the whole, yeah. If you say that it is nutrition, look at the Usain Bolt statements, yeah. It's junk food, yeah. Usain Bolt loves McDonald's nuggets. And it's actually a routine for him to eat breakfast nuggets, McDonald's nuggets. Yeah? Just, could you imagine that? Could you imagine giving our kids McNuggets every day and expecting him to run? Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? Is it so? Is it nutrition? I think it's multidimensional, but you see, yeah. So back to the sprinting is one step more than the previous record. If you close your eyes slowly, that's how the difference in terms of time between Usain Bolt and Jesse Owen. Just like that. So the difference in times is very, very minute, very close, very small. Yeah, I suspect majority of the improvement, well, not all, but majority of improvement comes from the technological aspect. Yeah, Jesse Owen used that kind of spike. Yeah, and Usain Bolt using high technological sprinting boots. Yeah, and also Usain Bolt have apa itu? Dia punya plug pecutan itu kan? Plug block ya. Sprint block itu dipakai. Jesse Owen tengok. He doesn't use any sprinting block, just tanah liat. Yeah, so the momentum is very, very small. Yeah, so that 1.4% improvement. These sprinting boots statistically improve the sprinting by 2.4%. Yeah, and also the surface have changed dramatically. All right. So this add up to more than 2.1% increase. Yeah. So looking back, when does this technological key highlights of technology in sports nutrition start? And I believe it starts from 1920 when the developments of portable gas analyzer, VO2max, pernah guna kan? Yeah, VO2max gas machines, and also the bicycle, the electromagnetic bicycle, ergometers we call it. Yeah. So just imagine in the picture, that's a Douglas bag. We collect the air using that bag before, and looks how rudimentary the technology was. But this spike, the way we measure carbohydrates and fat ratio. So that sparks the sport nutrition area by then. Moving on. Right. So from 1920 to 1930s, right? So scientists discovered vitamins. Scientists not discovered vitamin, but discovered the function of vitamin and mineral and how important these micronutrient for athletic performance. Yeah. So moving on from there, 1950. Look, that's the first whey protein supplements. It's way different from now, right? So the packaging and everything. So protein powder and supplements gained popularity in 1950 for adding muscle repair and everything. And after that, then come the carbo loading. I think most of these scholars here knows what's carbohydrate loading. Yep. So carbohydrate loading is a strategy that quite popular among endurance athletes to enhance the glucose storage and generations, yeah, in the muscles. And after that, invention of sports drink. Kalau di sini yang paling popular apa sports drinknya? Di Malaysia 100 plus. Pocari, yeah. But did you know the first sports drink, the first isotonic sports drinks is developed in 1965. Looks. It looks like a sardine. Yeah, it looks like sardine. you can mystically, go to supermarket and put. I thought it's a sardine tins. Yeah. And look at the picture on how maybe it's not really clear here, but the coach are pouring the Gatorade that is bottled in a big jug there. Yeah. Moving on from there, 1970s, then the scientific era.
It's full color.
Yeah, it's intentional. Yeah, so we are going, this is look 70s in colors. Yeah. So 1970s, the reintroduction of muscle biopsy techniques that allows the deeper analysis in terms of glycogen storage inside the muscles. I usually use blood to measure glucose and glycogens, but I know it's not really accurate. It's not really representative of the content of glycogen inside the muscle where it matters, right? So muscle biopsy starts in 1970s, changed the game. Yeah. Okay. Did I skip anything? No? Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. So, just don't look at the picture. But, but the point here is, this is where.
It looks like a cup syrup.
Yeah. This is where the first publication of scientific journals, publishing on the effects, the ergogenic effects or the performance enhancing effects of caffeine. Yeah, so this is the sparks of using supplement, ergogenic supplement. When we say ergogenic, meaning that it enhances performance. Yeah, so in 1978, the first publication on caffeine and exercise performance published. Soon after that, the innovation starts. Yeah, and using the small package like power bar and easy to carry candy or the snacks inside the pockets. So it's really easy for athletes in terms of how easy it is to replenish the glycogens. Yeah, grab and go during training. Yeah, 1980 power bar, energy bar really took off then. And after that, the age of sports and exercise wearables. Yeah, so heart rate is 1980s, but a modern heart rates really took off during 2000s, something. So heart rate, GPS, power determined sport-specific intensities being developed intensively in 2000s. And we moving on faster and faster. In 2010, advance in biochemical tracking and personalized nutrition really speed up, focusing on personalized nutrition. Wow. Just remember this keyword, yeah? Personalized nutrition. This is the year where personalized nutrition, it's not common nutrition anymore. It's not everyone eat the same. So everyone have their own meals based on genetics, based on their meal preference, based on their culture preference. So everything, that's personalized. Right? Moving on from there, 2020, we are closer to the current state. 2020, genomics. Genomics, we have proteomics, metabolomics. Sorry for this, siapa yang belajar social science. You are hearing a lot of scientific terms today. Yeah, genomics is all about the genetic and epigenetics sequence. It's all about your genetics. Metabolomics, something molecular, something very small inside the body, the fluids maybe. Epigenomics is about the part of your genetics. So I don't want to go deeper into, it's not a scientific lecture. It's a common lecture, I guess. So yeah, yeah. So Did I skip anything? No. 2020s and now, the current time. This is what my focus of lectures will be on. 2023 and beyond is all about ChatGPT. No, it's all about the machine learning, the artificial intelligence, and how we utilize this all scrambles of big data, and how can we make sense of it. So this is the age. If we fail to utilize the technology, kita masih Malaysia, Indonesia akan still ke belakang dan terus ke belakang. Okay, we need to utilize this. We need to put focus on this. Machine learning is the future. I'm going to speak on this more later on. Yeah, so emerging tech nutrition areas to improve performance. How much time do you have? 14 minutes. 14 minutes. All right, plenty of time. Yeah, still plenty of time, right? Among the latest, what we call emerging technologies that are found is the wearable hydration monitors that can measure your sweat. Not only measure your sweat, it knows by machine learning to suggest how much we need to consume your drink and put on alarms and notify you when to drink based on learning your daily patterns. So this is quite extraordinary in terms of advancing the technology. Wearable hydration in terms of sweat monitoring have been exist 2012. But using machine learning, it changed the game. It changed the game a whole lot more. Again, on machine learning, so Nutri app with machine learnings, yeah? So it learns from a lot of factors, from your diets, from your microbiome. So microbiome, usus kecil awak ada community sini, di dalamnya. Your microbiomes actually determine your health, determine your exercise performance, actually, yeah? So one of my master's students are looking into how gut microbiome affect exercise performance. So it's very fascinating studies, but that is one of the several factors in terms of nutrition choice. Yeah, personalized. This I'm talking about personalized. Yeah, so personalized, and now 2023 and beyond with machine learning, not only personalized, but it's also precision. Yeah, so that's next level. Not only personalized, that 2020. Zero error. So personalized and also precision nutrition. That's what it is about. That is what it's about. This is the future of sports nutrition.
We're living in the future.
Yep. I'm showing you the future now. Right. So this is this is my PhD professors in UK. This is his quote. Undoubtedly, a precise evaluation of an athlete's daily energy consumption is one of the most valuable information for sports scientists. Remember that. Capture this. All right? Capture this quote because I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue this quote.
All right.
All right? So this is how I'm dealing with a lot of athletes, national athletes, states level athletes. And when doing a 7-day diary, when doing research, we ask them to record by phone because we want to count this size portion and to record what they ate. Yeah, it's quite difficult. It's a photo evidence, right? So how much is 1 genggam, 2 genggam, berapa banyak dalam tu kan? So it's quite arbitrary and in terms of it's not accurate. We dealing with accurate things, yeah. So contohnya ini makanan Indonesia ya. Ini apa nih? Nasi penyet.
Ayam penyet.
Nasi lemak.
Itu nasi lemak apa ayam penyet sih? Ayam geprek? I don't know.
Tapi di Malaysia panggil nasi campur-campur. Okay. Tapi how do we calculate? How do we measure the mix foods like this? It's quite it's quite hard. And also there are a lot of packaging with a lot of barcodes. We actually can utilize this. How we can utilize this? Look at this. This is the latest technology. This is the latest technology. Right. So just by capturing a video, and machine learning will do it works. And it knows how in terms of, in reality, how big is the bananas, what types of bananas, how much. Yes, it exists. Yeah. So the apps is in app stores, but this is game changer in terms of diet monitoring. And surprisingly, this app, in terms of accuracy, they're doing a calorimetric analysis of the foods. It's super accurate.
What's the name?
I'll give you data.
Okay.
Right. But some of it is have a paid app.
As long as it's precise.
Precise, yeah. Precise nutrition. Yeah, so come back to the quote, yeah. So again, measuring energy consumption is important, but it's hard, it's damn hard. Energy consumption may indeed be the most challenging aspect of physiological evaluation. It's one of the most important things, but it's hard. But with machine learning like this, phone just pointing out, and it calculates. And yes, a database, national database that has calorie, the portion and everything, and it gives you the right information, the nutrition information, which is previously is quite impossible to do. And also, I believe some of the lecturers here are specializing on periodization. Yeah, periodizations. Pre-seasons, in-season, and you need to calculate the intensity, and that is also based on the diets of athletes and everything. Now, it can be centralized, and also machine learning can already do all the graph, all the tedious work, recommendation of, okay, you put it here, you want to join the national competition. It knows how much you need to eat, when to eat, what to eat. So everything, this kind of data need a whole lot of factors. Yeah. So in terms of training workload, the diets records, the psychobiology of athletes. So this is need to be updated. But usually the data is segregated, or the data is not really centralized. And also, when coaches get the data, they don't know what to do. It's all numbers, It's all they can't do anything about it. But with machine learning, it can simplify and suggest the coach and the athletes. Right, I'm almost finished.
Okay.
How much time do I have left?
7 minutes.
7 minutes. I'm going to go faster. Okay. So there's no average athletes. Yeah. So there's no average athletes. Everyone need to be personalized. There's no common. Everyone need to be personalized. You are unique athletes. So you need. There's a lot of factors that need to be accounted for your own personal diets. So energy demands of the sport, for example, the sweat loss, the personal taste. Yeah, no, I don't like chocolate. So macam Pak Rusandi, Pak Yusof ya. Pak Yusof tak suka durian. Dia asal di sana.
Merugilah orang yang tak suka durian.
Rugi. So there are personal preference. So when you insert that, it learns about you, and it can suggest, relevance and to the objective of yours. Okay, right. So this is also a long-term monitoring of athlete. This costs you a lot of human labor, time and cost. Yeah, with a lot of data, genetics data, nutrigenomics data, microbiome data. How do you make sense of this? Machine learning can do this for you. All right, machine learning can do this for you. Right. So the last part is the advance in genomics and DNA sequencing. This is all hard data. Hard data. Previously, scientists spent a lot of hours making sense of the data. This, believe me, I've been working with the DNA genomics analysis before. It's a lots of data. Now we can just feed in.
How long does it take?
Less than 30 minutes, I think. Yeah, less than 30 minutes, you get personalized, precision data. That's what we want. Right. So, in terms of future, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
4:30.
4:30. Right. So, there is a reason to conclude. There is a recent technological advancement that provide opportunities for significant growth in sport nutrition. Usually, studies have been conducted in silos, in laboratories, in individual athletes. Now, we need a large data to feed in the machine learning. So the more data that we feed in, it can learn more and suggest a better predictor. Yeah. So there's a potential of sport nutrition to expand with this kind of technology, and also targeted nutritional periodizations. Yeah. So this reminds me of this the egg whites versus whole eggs. Which is better, whole egg white or whole eggs?
Traditionally, people will say egg white.
Egg whites, yeah. So because what? Because there are bouts of cholesterol, eh? Yeah. So there's a large amount of cholesterol. But we'll come to learn that the dietary cholesterol doesn't have any impact on the blood cholesterol. It doesn't matter. In fact, when you eat a whole egg, it's a complementary nutrient. So there are vitamins and minerals that complementary in a whole egg. But before we learned that, go eat egg white. Egg white is good. This is the advance. We need to accept the advance, advancing in terms of knowledge and technology.
Then welcome back, omelette.
Welcome back, omelette. Yeah,
Welcome back,
exactly. Right. But there's also.
This is what I've been waiting for.
Yeah. There are also limitation, of course. There is also limitations in terms of we need to carefully, be careful in terms of team that have minimal or no experience or extensive in apps using, and usually suddenly the team wants to go all out in terms of these apps and technologies. It might go into a problem of over-reliance, stress in the technology stress. But again, athletes should focus on performance, but not to get distracted by this non-validated advice. It need to be supported by expertise as well. Also, this technological data need to be processed by the experts. Okay. As sports nutrition research evolve with technological advance, constant questions of device reliability. Is it reliable? Is it that the machine learning is reliable enough to give a good data to us? So I think there are lots of limitations that I can discuss, but I think I'll push my time.
You have 1 minute to go.
Yeah, never mind. I'm holding the microphone. I can hold you for 2
Okay,
days.
all right.
2 days. Yeah, so I can't stop talking. I think I stop now. Thank you so much for giving me attention to this presentation. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. I'm going to call you Pak Adam because you're in Indonesia. Well, Pak Adam, thank you so much for such a breathtaking presentation. You know what? I feel like I'm in, I don't know, Silicon Valley, ready for in a launch party of a certain product ready to be on the market, or I'm an Apple event exclusively announced for the next Apple products to be launched, because I kept getting surprises from you, and I think technology plays a super massive role in nowadays in a variety of fields. Yeah, but before I invite the Q&A session, I would like to re-invite Agus to come on stage again. Would you mind? I know you're feeling unwell. Don't blame me. Blame Pak Resandi. Okay, so far we have been listening to several talks, and all of the topics are in line with the theme of our conference today about physical activity, about changes, the global changes of the active lifestyle. So I'm going now to invite, because again, due to the limited time, only 2 questions from the floor. 2 questions? Oh, I see Ibu Shifa, right? From the Zoom, raising her hand. Yeah, I'm going to invite Ibu Shifa first. Ibu Shifa, please. And then, yeah, one audience from the floor. Yeah, Ibu Shifa, please. You are still not audible. Operator, could you please help?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Pak Ubad. Hello, Cik Adam. I would like to ask you a few questions. Just like you said before, that we're like in Silicon Valley. It's all about technologies, and then, but in best practice, what I've with the team experience to get a personalized nutrition for athletes. That is not a simple thing. There are so many laborers to do.
Ibu Shifa, we lost you. I think you've got trouble with the connection.
So many inputs of data.
Is it our
just
connection
like
or her connection?
health, performance. Hello, the signal is not too good here. Hello, hello.
But you were freezing.
Yan masih ini ya? Aduh. I'm not cold, but I'm freezing.
What about
Okay.
turning off the video? I think it's usually better when it's only the audio.
Oh, okay. Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, it is.
Is it better now?
It is indeed.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, Mr. Adam, this is a simple question. We are dealing with so many athletes, and how in West Java only, in many field of sports, how can we use an AI application or an AI help to make our work better, to serve the athletes, to make recommendation for the coach. This in Indonesia, it is very, very limited. For example, we the team used to make 24 hours food recall to every athlete to know how many or how much they energy consumption.
Yes.
That is a very hard thing to do.
Very hard thing to
Based
do.
on your experience using the apps or
concur,
developing the apps. Is there any suggestion that we can simplify the food recall or energy consumption analysis?
Yeah.
That's all I think.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Shifa.
Thank you, Ibu Shifa, for the very interesting questions. I think that's a very relevant question because I'm a technologist. So I think this can be solved. I believe it can be solved. But again, the limitations that I spoke earlier in terms of over-reliance on technology must be, be very careful on that. Answering the question on how we can utilize these technologies, these emerging technology, new technologies, to get the data from, in terms of research or training, I think machine learning, this new technology can be used in terms of personalized diet plans. Yeah, even there is a specialized software to do that, but also we can also use ChatGPT. So ChatGPT Model 4 is clever enough. If you insert enough data, you feed on enough data in terms of your training loads, in terms of your whatever routines, your preference, it can learn about you and it can suggest you in tables. And also the new feature of ChatGPT 4, Code Interpreter, can give you graph and can give you a more specific schedule. So that's the first one. In terms of food recognition, into food and recognition training, machine learning, I think we can use the mobile apps. The video that I showed earlier is only one of the apps. Actually, they have 4 competitors now on that space, and you can search it. The machine learning food tracking, food AI tracker. I think they are in stores now. Some are paid. But I think this will be game changer for Ibu Shifa yang
her team.
Fokusnya on gizi kan. Food diary is our susah nak record and everything. I know that. I'm a nutritionist also, so it's quite problematic. And also when we have this data, we with machine learning we can have a predictability analysis. So not only the raw data that is hard to for us nutritionists to measure, it can give you a suggestion. So that's one of the few ways that I can think of. There are more ways. I can't hold microphone because I can speak for 2 days straight.
Is that a blessing or a weakness?
So that's the basic answer for
Thank you.
your questions.
Thank you. Ibu Shifa, any follow-up question, or does it answer all of your curiosity?
Good.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, final question from the floor. Committee? Yeah. Yeah, but I've tried the ChatGPT 4 version and it's magical. Yeah, the paid one, not the free one.
Exactly.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Introduce myself. My name's Lutfi Abdul Hakim for Physical Education, Health and Recreation UPI. My question for Mr. Agus Mahendra. What are the strategies or solutions so that physical activity goes well at Youth Indonesia? Strategies or solution so the physical activity goes well, berjalan dengan baik gitu Pak. Oke. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke. Ya, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. It's really good questions from Lutfi ya. Are you coming from PJKR study program? Yeah. It's a good sign that students also brave to extend their questions. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Okay, there are so many strategies about improving the PA level of the children, but it also should be strongly connected with how the parents behave and also how the school, government, and also the community. So I told you before, and I show you that the indicator about PA level that we already reported to HKGA on the Global Metric 4.0 Summit, comprising of 4 influential factors together with the PA level of children, community and environment, family and peers, and then school and government. So all of these area, all of these actors have their own role and function, and I think it should be also related to how the educational background of the parent, of the community, and also the government. For example, if we are talking about the government role in order to improve the PA level of the Indonesian society, it should be connected with their policy. They should produce the policy related to how to promote the PA to the community. Without this policy, I don't think we can become one of the success country to improve our PA level, and also, of course, it's connected with our health level. From government, let's say, we need to have government valid for the national scope or national policy, improving, let's say that all the infrastructure in Indonesia should be directed to seduce or to invite all people, let's say, to active physically in terms of pavement in the road, or providing the bicycle line on the road. Also, let's say, providing park and garden for the children. That is one of the policy implementation of the government. But this policy also should start from their partiality to the community. If they feel that they want to have a healthy community in Indonesia, that means government need to have the effort to improve all of the facilities connected to how people interacting, people travel, including how the children from their home to school or travel from home to school. That's what we call about active transportation. So these are among of the strategy that we need to have in order to improve this PA level. And then parent need to be educated about the importance of physical activity done by their children. They should really invite children to move actively in their daily life. They need to, let's say, stimulate children for, let's say, moving from one area to another area. And then parents also should be very cautious about having their TV set in their home, because it will invite children to just stay still in their chair and watching the movie or watching the program. So that's kind of also of the strategy. So parents, let's say, need to have a personal strategy in order to activate their children in their daily life. And then community and environment, that's connected with everything that I already mentioned as the work of the government in order in providing, let's say, park and garden. It should be nice. It should be inviting all people to come and to experience their movement with the enjoyment. Yeah, because without that, who is going to come to the garden? Because let's say if the garden is not safe, if the garden is dirty, if the garden, let's say, inaccessible. So every aspect of this, this party should have their own the strategy. School, let's say, school also should have kind of regulation. They don't allow, let's say, children to come to school if they are brought by the car of the parent. There should be regulation that all children should come to school by bicycle. or by walking, because it's in the walking distance, let's say. That's why we are really appreciative with the regionalization policy of the government, because it also will or could support the policy of the school. Because if the children's home distance from the school is too far, that means it's not possible to require children to come to school with walking. The only way for children to come to school, if their house is in distance, really distant from the school, is by car, let's say, or by bus, or by taxi. So everything's connected with how we think about how invite children with this PA level. Yeah. But still so many strategies, but I don't tell you everything, of course, right here, for limited time and limited space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's once again give a big round of applause for both of our amazing speakers. Well, to be honest, I myself have a lot of questions for you, but we don't have the time, so it's time for me to close the session. But before that, as usual, there will be some tokens of appreciation presented to both of the speakers. But first, I would like to invite Bapak Dr. Resandi Nugraha to present the token of appreciation to our first speaker of the session, Bapak Agus Mahendra. Please kindly to receive. And now, Bapak Adam will receive the token of appreciation from Bapak Dr. Charsiwan as the newly elected head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of our second plenary session of the day. We still have one more speaker and we still have the closing, but we are having a 25-minute break first, especially for those Muslim participants. It's time for us to pray Asar. So, and also the coffee break, right? Coffee break is ready. Please do not eat the coffee break here inside the auditorium. Kindly have them outside on the round tables available. Please be back in 25 minutes. It means jam 4 kurang seperempat ya berarti ya. Okay, 3:45. Be back at 3:45. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you soon.
This is Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia to mutually strengthen both of the areas. A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses, which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. In fostering student activities, UPI optimizes the empowerment of student activity unit, namely UKM, or unit kegiatan mahasiswa, and the engagement of students in various activities related to their talents, interests, and intellectual. Thus, it is not surprising if UPI students got so many achievements at the national and international level. As the center of the science and education practices development, UPI also has a laboratory schools ranging from early childhood education to high school level located at the main campus and the branch campuses. In supporting the national education preservation and fostering a brighter future of education, UPI built the Museum of National Education, expected to be sources of learning, research, educating, leisure for the public, particularly for students on all levels. From the dazzling land of Bumi Siliwangi, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Implementing excellence-oriented development, equitable and upholding diversity. Developing and disseminating outstanding research result in scientific field, education policies, and resolution of strategic issues in regional, national, and international levels. Organizing and developing communities in service through dissemination and utilization of innovation in the field of education, science, and other disciplines to empower the community.
Children and adolescents need to have at least 60 minutes a day for MPVA, or moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity across the week.
Organizing and developing student affairs to improve the quality of credits, improve networking, empower the role of alumni. Developing the capacity of resources, human resources, facilities, infrastructure, and finance. And the university, therefore, in supporting the implementation of 3 pillars, education to increase excellence of the university. Developing healthy and equitable university governance as an autonomous university-based and integrated information system. The Faculty of Sport and Health Education uphold the responsibility to implement an equitable, excellence-oriented development in the diverse environment to develop the quality of graduates as a response to the current development and need of the community. We believe that the dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of physical education and sport can be our contribution to empower the community.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious, and educational values. One of the important activities in the tree dharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for Secondary Schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEHR study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEHR lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the tree dharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEHR study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.
This is Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia was initially established in 20th of October 1954 in Bandung City as Teachers Education College. The institution was integrated as a part of Pajajaran University, then amended into Institute of Teacher Education and Educational Sciences, or IKIP, and finally re-established as Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or UPI. The Bumi Siliwangi building, formerly known as Villa Isola, is the university's main building as well as its icon. Villa Isola, an Art Deco building that currently serves as a rectorate building, is now inaugurated as one of the nation's cultural heritage buildings. UPI's primary mission is to become a leading and outstanding university. Thereby, UPI is committed to promote academic excellence and nurture innovation and scholarly development in order to be a leading pioneer in the field of education. By having scientific, educated, and religious As its motto, UPI strives to balance the three concepts, all in one harmony. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia is made up of 8 faculties: Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Social Science Education, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Faculty of Sports and Health Science Education, Faculty of Economics and Business Education, Faculty of Art and Design Education, and UPI also offers postgraduate programs at the School of Postgraduate, including various research opportunities and civic services at the Center of Research and Community Services. Additionally, UPI also offers non-educational courses as a mandate extension of the government to nurture future graduates of non-educational programs. UPI in its academic implementation is committed to apply cross-fertilization approach between educational and non-educational programs to mutually strengthen both of the areas. A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. In fostering student activities, UPI optimizes the empowerment of Student Activity Unit, namely UKM, or Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, and the engagement of students in various activities related to their talents, interests, and intellectual. Thus, it is not surprising if UPI students got so many achievements at the national and international level. As the center of the science and education practices development, UPI also has a laboratory schools ranging from early childhood education to high school level located at the main campus and the branch campuses. In supporting the national education preservation and fostering a brighter future of education, UPI built the Museum of National Education, expected to be sources of learning, research, educating, leisure for the public, particularly for students on all levels. From the dazzling land of Bumi Siliwangi, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Implementing excellence-oriented development, equitable and upholding diversity. Developing and disseminating outstanding research result in scientific field, education policies, and resolution of strategic issues in regional, national, and international levels. Organizing and developing community service through dissemination and utilization of innovation in the field of education, education science, and other disciplines to empower the community.
children and adolescents need to have at least 60 minutes a day for MPVA, or moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity across the week.
Organizing and developing study affairs to improve the quality of graduates, improve networking, empower the role of alumni. Developing the capacity of resources, human resources, facilities, infrastructure, and finance. And the university effort in supporting the implementation of three pillars: education to increase excellence of the university. Developing healthy and adaptable university governance as an autonomous university-based and integrated information system. The Faculty of Sport and Health Education uphold the responsibility to implement an equitable, excellence-oriented development in the diverse environment to develop the quality of graduates as a response to the current development and needs of the community. We believe that the dissemination and utilization of innovation in the fields of physical education and sport can be our contribution to empower the community.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious, and educational values. One of the important activities in the true dharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for Secondary Schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEHR study program. both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEH lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEH study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.
Boleh buat akang teteh yang sudah di sini dan temannya masih di luar, yuk di calling di WA, di telepon, di teror untuk masuk. Kita masih ada satu pembicara lagi, setelah itu kita penutupan dan besok lanjut sesi paralel yang akan dilaksanakan secara full daring. Itu hadiahnya. Itu hadiah pemenang game. Betul. Bagus kok. Yang lebih konsentrasi. Di tas. Hah? Di tengah, tengah nah eta. Udah mulai aja. Alright, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kurang semangat ya, udah ngantuk kayaknya. Welcome back to the third International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2023. This is our last plenary session, and the moderator of the session will not be me. But before I introduce the moderator, I'm going to have a giveaway. Here I have 3 books, and the 3 books are going to be given to best questions. Yang saya ingat aja lah ya, yang pertama adalah tadi yang bertanya ke Pak Agus Mahendra ya, atas nama Lutfi kalau tidak salah, ada namanya Lutfi. Everybody give it up for Lutfi. Silakan maju ke depan dulu. Nah, maju ke depan menghadap ke sana biar difoto. And the second best question goes to Ibu Ari. Masih ada Ibu Ari? Kenapa? Lagi di luar? Oke. Ya, panggil Bu Ari. And the third one goes to Ibu, siapa namanya satu lagi, Aryati ya? Ibu Aryati di luar juga. Ya, yang dari Muhammadiyah. Masing-masing mendapatkan buku Psikologi Olahraga, Konsep Keterampilan dan Metode, karangan Bapak Dr. Yusuf Hidayat MSI, for free. Ini kalau beli jadi promosi. Ada di toko orange nggak ini? Apa dikasihin dulu aja kali buat ini, kasihan nunggu ya? Oh nggak apa-apa nunggu, oh siap. Oke, Ibu Ari silahkan maju to receive a giveaway. Ya, Ibu Aryati. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi buat Ibu Ari, Ibu Aryati dan juga Kang Lutfi. I'm going to invite Bapak Charsiwan didampingi oleh Bapak Resandi again untuk menyerahkan door prize berupa buku Psikologi Olahraga, Konsep Keterampilan dan Metode, karangan Bapak Dr. Yusuf Hidayat untuk 3 penanya terbaik hari ini. Amin. Foto bareng dulu, silahkan semuanya. Iya. Nah, bukunya diperlihatkan, yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one final plenary session, and to chair the discussion session, please welcome Bapak Bambang Abdul Jabar, Associate Professor Bambang Abdul Jabar MPD. Katanya mau memulai dengan games ice breaking.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Even for participants in this room or in the Zoom online. I hope you're still eager to follow this conference and still have high motivation to hear the last speaker. Can I have your eager? Do you still willing to follow this program? Suaranya tidak kedengaran. Mungkin sambil harus berteriak ya. Do you still willing to follow this program, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, good. Okay, at the last session, I think this is 6th session. There will be speaker from Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. Her name is Dr. Dennis Koh Cho Lian. Can I have Dr. Dennis at the Zoom so I can say hi?
Petang, Bapak Bambang. Dengar ke?
Okay. Nice to meet you, Dr. Dennis.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Bambang, and everyone who is still at the conference. Thank you very much for waiting and staying and listening to my talk today.
Okay. Before Dr. Dennis deliver his idea, his presentation, I would like to read his curriculum vitae. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Dennis Koh is a senior lecturer at the Center for Education and Community Wellbeing, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. She's trained in physical and health education and completed her PhD at the University of Queensland, Australia. Her research interests are on physical activity behavior and its relationship with health outcomes. Her current research activities include objective measurement and evaluation of physical activity behavior among preschool children, development of health behavior education modules for preschool teachers, as well as development of fundamental movement skills for secondary school teachers. Dennis is also an active advocate in the community and have contributed to a number of dietary and physical activity guidelines for Malaysian by the Ministry of Health, Malaysia. So thank you, Dr. Dennis, for attending this conference to be guest speakers. Actually, I don't know what is your title.
I'm doctor.
Okay. As you read, the title of Dr. Dennis is Build Environment for Physical Activity a path to combating overweight and obesity in communities. Dr. Dennis, we have almost 40 minutes, but then I would like to divide 30 minutes for your presentation and 10 minutes I would like to have answer and a question and answer. Yeah. So Dr. Dennis, this time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang. Thank you, everyone. I would like to apologize that I cannot be there in person to attend your conference this time because, as I was telling Dr. Rashandi, in the last couple of weeks, my mother-in-law was not well, and sure enough, she passed away just 2 weeks, just last week, 2 weeks ago, I think. Yeah. So, but I'm very grateful that I'm being invited, and I hope you enjoy my talk today. So, my title for today is Built Environment for Physical Activity, And I'm looking specifically at overweight and obesity, and also looking more on children and adolescents. I will talk a little bit about the overweight phenomena first in the world and in our community. I checked out not only Malaysia, but also looking at some data from Indonesia. And I am also going to talk, I'm going to share also some of my studies looking at, not looking specifically at built environment, but studies that include some manipulation of the built environment for it to work. Okay. So overweight and obesity is defined as an abnormal or excessive fat accumulation that presents a risk to health. So it's not only for young children, also adults and older adults as well. In the normal population, non-athlete, I mean, so for our Asia Pacific cutoff, a BMI of 23 is considered overweight, and a BMI of more than 25 is considered obese. So obesity is one of the top 5 risk factors for death globally, and the rates of overweight and obesity continues to grow. And from WHO recently, it says their most recent report in 2016 says children aged 5 to 19 from 1975 to 2016, the prevalence of overweight and obesity increased from 4% to 18% globally. So this is some data that I would like to show. So number of deaths by risk factor. So worldwide, obesity ranked number 5. But as you can see, the top ranked is high blood pressure, and the 4th rank is high blood sugar. So we know that if you have obesity, you are also at higher risk of getting high blood pressure and also high blood sugar. So it is a compounding factors here. If I look at Malaysia, obesity is the 4th ranked risk factor for death in Malaysia in 2019. And the top rank is, again, high blood pressure. 2nd ranked is high blood sugar. So again, obesity contributes also to the risk of getting high blood pressure and high blood sugar. So what do you think is Indonesia's risk factor? So for 2019, according to WHO, death by risk factor in Indonesia, obesity is also ranked number 4. So is this exactly the same? The top 5 is exactly the same as Malaysia. Top with high blood pressure, and 2nd high blood sugar, and then you have smoking, and then the 4th is obesity. So these 3, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and obesity, are interrelated. So if we look at the change, since 1990 to 2019, worldwide, you can see, let me open my laser pointer. So you can see here, obesity, it is in an upward trend. So since 1990, it has steadily increased without fail. It has not stopped increasing until 2019. And it is now overall, so as we know, it's ranked the 5th overall. So if we look at Malaysia, high blood pressure is very steep increase, but also in obesity. And if we can see on the last 10 years, it is increased very quickly, more quickly than previously. So you have a steep increase here in the last 5 years. Yeah, 5 to 6 years. In Indonesia, although high blood pressure is way higher, but the increase of obesity, the prevalence of obesity in Indonesia actually climbed a bit faster compared to the 1990s. So if we looked worldwide overweight and obesity, you can see Malaysia is here, Indonesia is here, and you can see that actually Malaysia has a higher percentage of obesity in adults compared to Indonesia. Yeah. So Malaysia is around 30 to 40%, while Indonesia is around 20 to 30%. If we look at children in 2016, Malaysia and Indonesia have the same percentages, which is around 5 to 10% in 2016. So let's look at the increment. So for Malaysia, you can see the increase, the prevalence of obesity and overweight in adults is very fast. It's very fast. It's going like overtaking. It started with, below Singapore, and it overtook Singapore, and now we're on the top for adults. For children in 2020, because children, they have a latest data. So adults, they only reached 2016, but children have latest adult data. So 2020 for children, you can see that Malaysia has about 5 to 10% overweight and obese children, but Indonesia has 10 to 15% overweight and obese children in 2020. So back in 2016, among adults and among children as well, Indonesia was lower, or same with Malaysia. But in 2020, Indonesia has overtaken Malaysia in the percentage of prevalence in overweight and obesity. So let's look at the changes from 1990 to 2020. So you can see Malaysia is here. The increase in prevalence of overweight and obesity in children is going up, but very, very slowly, and almost maintaining in the last couple of years. But for Indonesia, it has gone way up, and from below Malaysia, like we saw in 2016, it has way past Malaysia, past Brunei, and the couple of countries that I compare here. Indonesia is at the top. So for Malaysia, we are increasing steadily, but not drastically. So problem of obesity, we all know, and I think many presenters has already discussed about the importance of physical activity, about obesity, and about health outcomes. So I'm not going to spend too much time repeating again the link between physical activity and obesity. I think we are all well aware that the evidence is quite clear that physical activity plays an important role in the prevention of overweight and obesity, not only among children, also among adults and older adults, but specifically children, because we know that if we intervene early, the earlier that we intervene, the better the outcome of the intervention. So if we want to change an adult, an overweight adult lose weight, of course, the risk of death will be lowered, but it will not be as much as if that individual has never been overweight since young. Yeah, so the risk of death will be much, much lower. So it's better to intervene early than in the later life. All right. So let's look a little bit, a relationship between physical activity and obesity. So this study, titled "The Relationship Between Obesity and Physical Activity of Children in the Spotlight of Their Parents' Excessive Body Weight," because we know in community, in the family, if you have overweight parents, the risk of the children being overweight and obesity are also much higher. So this article wants to look at the mediating factor of physical activity. So regardless of the parents, if the children are active, will that reduce their risk of being overweight and obese? And this study has found that, even though their parents are overweight and obese, compared to not doing any organized leisure time physical activity, so it's organized, it's not just, random physical activity, just walking here and there, but it's an organized physical activity. So the likelihood of achieving moderate to vigorous physical activity is much higher in these sessions. You can see that compared to not doing any in a week to doing more than 3 times in a week, there is a significant decrease in the percentage of obesity among children. So those who do not do any physical activity, okay, any organized leisure time physical activity, compared to those who do more than 3 or more times a week of organized leisure time physical activity, the prevalence of obesity are much lower, although all their parents are overweight or obese. So this is quite a recent study conducted in 2020. So before I jump straight into the built environment, so just want to discuss a little bit about the social ecological model of physical activity. So why the built environment is linked with physical activity. So we know at the core of physical activity and active learning, so according to the social ecological model, the determinants is mainly the individual determinants. What are their beliefs? Do they have very strong self-efficacy to do physical activity? Do they have the skills to do physical activity? Do they know how to manipulate the ball? Do they know how to run properly? Do they enjoy doing physical activity? These are all individual determinants, including their age, including their gender. Okay, so many studies have looked at the differences in gender and physical activity. After your individual determinants come your second layer of the social environment determinants. So one of it will be, of course, your social support. Do you have the needed social support to do physical activity? Do your friends play with you? Do you have friends to play with? Do your parents allow you to play with friends? Those social support. The culture, that's our culture encourages children to play. Does our culture encourages girls to participate in sports and physical activity? Income disparity, equity, all these are social environment that can support or deter physical activity behavior. Okay. After that, you have the built environment. So the built environment refers to the land use. How did the government plan the land around the living area or the land around the school? Do you have bikeways? Do you have walkways? Do you have a field near your school, or do you have a field near your housing area? So the urban design, do you have green space to play with? Is it safe? Do you have street lights? Do you feel safe playing outside? Those are all built environment. And after the built environment, of course, is our natural environment. So I think Malaysia and Indonesia, we are very lucky. We don't have fierce winters and we don't have extreme summers. So we only have wet days and dry days, but sometimes our dry days are very hot. Yeah, just like recently, Malaysia had a very hot spell, and Ministry of Education had to ask for precaution to conduct physical education outside, okay, in the open sun. So this is the socio-ecological model of physical activity, and so based on this model, definitely it's very clearly stated here that built environment can and does contribute and influence physical activity behaviors of the people living in that area. So let's look at some studies that have manipulated the built environment and the outcome of those studies. So these studies actually is from Active Living Research website, and it is all studies conducted in the US. Okay, so the Active Living Research, they are like changing communities and getting people moving. They are promoting physical activities, and they build sidewalks and crosswalks. So if you look at the first study up here, in 5 states, Florida, Mississippi, Texas, Washington, and Wisconsin, Walking and biking to school increased by 37% after sidewalk and crosswalk were improved. So all they did was spend some money, improve the sidewalk, improve the bikeway, and they found a 37% increase in walking and also biking. Okay. The next in Houston, so this is a study done in Houston, the number of children walking or biking to school increased by 125% after schools began participating in the walking school bus program. So, meaning the bus does not stop right in front of the school. It stops a distance away, and then the teachers or someone will bring the children to walk to the school. All right, so walking school bus. This study also looking at bike lanes. So after the installation of new bike lane in New Orleans, the number of cyclists increased by 225%. So, you know, just building the bike lanes, people who cycle in that area increased by 225%. This study looking at in Los Angeles, people who use outdoor fitness equipment in Los Angeles Park to exercise 46% more frequently than those who did not. So what they did in Los Angeles is in their park, they installed exercise equipment. So I think in Malaysia, as we do have some parks, they do install exercise equipment, but not all. And when Los Angeles did this, they recorded a 46% increase in people who exercised. Okay. This is a little recent study. So looking at the built environment and the impact on youth physical activity behavior. So this is during the COVID pandemic restrictions. So we just recently came out from the COVID pandemic, so this study was conducted during that time, and it looked at play behavior changes during COVID-19. So it looked at those who had a yard, those who could access the neighborhood, and the neighborhood has some facilities, those who can access the wider community, meaning the lockdown was not that wide, and those that are inside the house. And they reported that those that youth that have access to safe built environment were more active and play more outdoor or indoor. Okay, it was found playing behavior in yard, okay, in neighborhood increased significantly, but community-based play increased, but it was not significant, and inside the house it actually decreased. So regardless of the ethnicity, the magnitude of the reduction of moderate to vigorous physical activity also was found to be higher among the low SES groups compared to the higher SES group. So this one, I think the SES comparison is quite well established. Yeah, but this is interesting. So if you have access to yard, if you have access to the neighborhood, actually during the COVID pandemic, youth physical activity increased. This study published in BMC Public Health, looking at the adolescents' use of the built environment for physical activity. So I just want to highlight the findings for this study. So compared to being at school on the streets and sidewalk, in park and playgrounds, they are all well associated with physical activity. Okay, and of course, achieving overall higher physical activity. So you can see here, odds ratio. So if they have access to playground, the odds of them being active is 8 times more. If they have access to park, it is 4 times more. If they have street or sidewalk, it is 6 times more. So, this shows that built environment does affect the physical activity behaviors of youth. So here it says adolescents were more likely to engage in physical activity if they have certain built environments. So built environment, another study here, also looking at the odds, okay? The odds of additional minutes. So this is like looking at minute per minute, okay? The odds of additional minutes of physical activity per week, okay, are attributed to various built environment. And the first thing will be here is the, looking more on increase in moderate to vigorous physical activity, okay? So you can see here, if they have enough adequate street lighting, if they have cycle lanes or they have the beach, their odds of having more per minute of physical activity per week is higher, and the highest is with the residential density. That means if you live in a place that has higher residential density, the likely that you will participate in more physical activity per week. So before I go on to sharing my studies, so the previous slide shows that physical activity, although have many factors that will contribute to the physical activity behavior, but the built environment, I think we can establish that it also plays quite an important role as well. And we must not forget that if we are trying to do any intervention to increase physical activity. Okay. So just want to share, recently, myself and my research group, we participated in the global metrics on physical activity for children and adolescents. And it is launched under the leadership of the Active Healthy Kids Global Alliances. You can go to their website and have a look. And Malaysia participated and contributed to this, and it's called our Malaysia 2022 Physical Activity Report Card for children and adolescents. And actually, we're looking more on physical activity and health-related indicators of Malaysian children and adolescents, and our age is between 5 to 17 years old. So I just want to say this report card does not address the changes in COVID. But why I want to highlight this is because one of our indicators is community and the built environment. All right, so in this report card, we have strategies and investments, settings and sources of influence. We have settings and sources of influence by family, community and built environment, by the school, by looking at the behaviors, looking at the fitness, the weight status. So I just want to highlight the community and the built environment. So actually this report card relies heavily on published national representative papers looking at it. So the indicators used for this report card is percentage of parents and children who perceive their community as doing a good job in promoting physical activity, percent of communities that report they have policies promoting physical activity, percentage of communities that report they have infrastructure, okay, specifically geared towards promoting physical activity, percentage of parents who report having facilities, programs, park and playground available to them, percent of parents or children who report living in a safe neighborhood where they can be active, and percent of children or parents who report having well-maintained facilities like park and playgrounds in their community. So what was our result? Inconclusive. So there's no grade because we lack nationally representative data. Okay. However, if anecdotally, I think the city may have more facilities, but whether the community feels safe enough to use them after work is for our guess, because there's no studies looking at it. But if places that do not have well-maintained street lights, I don't think you will see many people using it after dark. So the priorities for this, we found that more research needs to be done for Malaysia, looking at the built environment and physical activity and how we can use and manipulate the built environment to promote physical activity. Another study that I did is called the Toy Box Malaysia study. So looking at promoting energy balanced physical behavior like healthy snacking, drinking water, physical activity, and reducing sedentary behavior. And we were looking at implementing this in the preschool. Okay, well, when we were like collaborating with the researchers and collaborating with the teachers, doing our modules, we realized from the feedback that maybe not everyone can do it. So, but before we started this toy box study, we just wanted to find out what is the physical activity behavior of our preschool children in Malaysia. So we went to we just went to 23 preschool under Kemas in Kuala Lumpur and Selangor just to get a sense of what's going on. And but I think the strength of the study is that physical activity was measured using accelerometers. Okay, not using questionnaires. So it's an accelerometer. They wear it on their right hip and wear it for 7 days, 7 consecutive days. And if they wore it for more than 10 hours a day, then it is included as a valid data for that day. All right. And we use the Butt et al. 2014 cutoff points to categorize the physical activity into light physical activity, moderate physical activity, and vigorous physical activity. So what did we find? We find that less than half of the children met the movement guidelines of at least 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity. So it's not very high. And time spent in moderate to vigorous physical activity among boys were higher compared to among girls. And it is higher in the weekend compared to weekdays. However, there were no significant difference observed in light physical activity. So when we found this, we said, yeah, so our intervention, to start inculcating good behaviors among the preschool children is needed because less than half are actually adequately active. So then we moved on and starting to plan to implement our intervention. But before we can implement the intervention, we had to look at the readiness of the kindergarten itself, because at first we didn't think of it. So when we did the survey of our intervention selected schools, we found that not all have enough facilities to implement all the activities that we have come up with in our modules. So what we found was 6 kindergartens does not have drinking water available. So how can they promote drinking water in the classroom if they do not have drinking water available at all? So however, all kindergartens were equipped with a functional kitchen, okay, and this allowed us to implement the snacking behavior module without having to give them a kitchen. Okay, all meals were served under the Ministry of Rural Development. So all the kindergarten that we went to were under the purview of the Ministry of Rural Development. And we also found out that, our sedentary behavior and physical activity behavior module fits nicely into the curriculum for the preschool curriculum, because they have designated 20 to 60 minutes of physical activity every day in their curriculum already. Okay. Although all Kemas kindergarten had the basic equipment for physical activity, but not all have the needed space for the children to conduct physical activity that will allow them to easily reach moderate to vigorous physical activity. So these are some pictures that I took during our audit of the kindergartens. So some you can see, they even have a little playground attached, but others are just in a little cramped room like this. However, this is considered a very, very lucky kindergarten. Okay, so kitchen, one of the better equipped kitchen, and some of the sports equipment. Okay. So what we did was we got a grant, and we had to supply the needed equipment for the kindergartens that does not have it to implement the study. So how can school help? We are physical activity teachers. We are in the school. So as a teacher, I think we can all help increase the physical activity level of our students, especially to reduce the sedentary behavior, because sedentary behavior is like sitting for longer than 30 minutes, right? Sitting, doing their homework, writing. So if the teachers can think of very creative ways to, to allow students to move around while they teach the content, that would be very beneficial, because children spend almost or at least half a day in school every day, Monday to Friday. And if to achieve the 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity per day, if the school can at least, contribute to 30 minutes, I think that would help with the children to meet the 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity. So some ideas, I'm not sure, maybe you can contribute later, can give more ideas and discuss among yourself what can you do. Of course, for PE teachers, PE is already a physical activity class, but I did a small study previously with my undergraduate students for PE classes conducted in Malaysia, and not all 30 to 40 minutes of the PE class or an hour of the PE class is actually spent on moderate to vigorous physical activity. Teachers actually allow the students to spend quite a bit of time lining up to do the activity, so there's more light physical activity, or they sit down to wait their turn, and things like that. So maybe PE teachers can think about, how can I conduct my class more creatively, that all students can maximize the time they have with me, that most of their time is spent doing at least moderate physical activity. Yeah. So we can also ask the students to contribute ideas. But if we are a teacher that, we have to teach health education, in Malaysia, health education is taught in school, in the classroom, maybe we should think about ways to teach the content of the class, but at the same time, the students are moving around and not just sitting down sedentary. Maybe, if you are a school administrator, you can think about using more creatively the time when students come to school, between students coming to school and class starting. My daughter's primary school used to have trampoline and some hula hoops and things like that in their primary school, and the teachers would take them out during this time. So children who come early to school, they can play in the trampoline, they can play basketball, they can run around before school starts. Think about recess time. Can the students access the multipurpose hall to play games? Can they access the school sports equipment to play some games so that they can move around? What about after school? What about promoting active transport, like the Los Angeles, they call it walking bus, right? So there are many ideas that we can think about and implement. And if you are thinking of continuing your master's or doing a PhD, you can even think about researching on how teachers can manipulate the school environment to promote physical activity among their students. I know my time is coming up, so I'll just conclude. Public health professionals, of course, need to build collaboration, the town planners, to keep emphasizing on the need to build an environment that is safe and has the amenities and to promote physical activity in the communities. And teachers can also play an active role. So I think my time's up. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, welcome them.
Thank you, Dennis, for nice, great presentation about build environment for physical activity. I think this is very important for us and also for another country to build environment, so then children or adults can take physical activity during the time. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think now we have become to the question and answer regarding the presentation from Dennis Koch. Would you like to raise your hand here in this room? Oh, this one, Mr. Ubad. Yeah, please. Dennis, there is one question from participant here.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, hello Denise, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Yeah, hi. My name is Ubad. I'm from Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program. I couldn't agree more that built environment play a very crucial key for physical activity for everybody, not only limited to for young learners, let's say, or children, but especially for children in a diverse country like Indonesia. It is, let's say, a big challenge because in Indonesia, we have big metropolitan city in which, let's say, kindergartens have all the facilities, the curriculum, or affiliated to international curriculum, Stanford, Cambridge, whatsoever, so they have access to clean waters, healthy snacks, even some of the schools oblige naps for the children. However, on the other hand, there are very remote areas in Indonesia that are very limited to those access. So what is actually, do you think, the simplest thing that we can do within like the micro level to create such built environment so that especially children who are unfortunate living in those remote areas can have at least like the bare minimum of the built environment supporting their physical activity? That's question number one. Can I ask two questions? Okay, and the other one is, teaching something to children can be a little bit tricky because on one hand, we need to obtain the goals or like the competence whatsoever in any context, including introducing them to an active lifestyle, let's say. On the other hand, they get bored easily. There should be this fun element that draws their attention every time they do something, including when introducing physical activity. What do you think within the micro level? Let's say the built environment is the family or like the community or like the peer. What is the very basic principle to balance those two? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Thank you so much. So I'll start with the first question. At the micro level, what can we do to manipulate the environment? I think the first thing is the teacher, right? The teacher. So if you come energetic, if you come, full of energy, ready to move, and you move around when you teach, I think instantly, without having to spend a single cent, you have livened up the whole environment. So that would be the first one. But of course, we can do very changes without, if you have budget, because we are talking about rural areas, very diverse, Malaysia is same, we have very diverse communities, and we have also quite rural communities as well. I think the first thing is to rearrange the desks of the children. Rearrange them so that, to promote walking. Or if you're doing arts and craft time for young children, so we can put paper in one station, colors in one station, or different colors in different station. So children have to say, I want blue, and then they have to walk to the blue station, color the blue. They want green, they have to walk to the green and color the green, and therefore they are walking around. So, but this is not, it definitely will not reach moderate to vigorous physical activity, but this will definitely break the sedentary behavior. Instead of just sitting down half an hour, 1 hour, they're actually walking here and there, but definitely will not come up to moderate to vigorous physical activity. And therefore, PE is very important, yeah? Sports and PE, this is very important. This is the one that will allow us to go all the way to moderate to vigorous physical activity. But to do that, we need empty space. We just need space. And I understand, same in Malaysia, we have schools that don't have that space. So again, what we do is we ask the teacher to rearrange the classroom to make space and just do what they can within that space. But of course, it's more work for the teachers and it takes time away. So if you only have 30 minutes, you will have 10 minutes rearranging, you know, and then you only have 20 minutes left to do. But I think at the micro level, this is the simplest and most effective way to actually improve. You know, little improvement is better than no improvement, right? So as long as we can just improve a little bit. For your second question, it's about, sorry, I can't remember. So what can we do at the micro level? The second question is also at the micro level.
Yeah, to balance between the competence goal and the fun element.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, competence goal and fun element. So I think the example of coloring is already the balance between the goal of coloring and the goal of walking around. So just teachers need to be creative. So what are they teaching that day? Mathematics, can they do stations as well? I think station is the most basic way to allow children to move around, and yet they are learning the content of the class for that day. But of course, we can liven up the whole the classroom. We can make it more colorful. We can, put up pictures of children moving, and then we put on music. I think music for children works very well. And I think be creative in using the time before class, the time during recess, and the time after class before the parents come. I think if we can, utilize those pockets of time, I think we can do some good magic here.
Wow, thank you very much, Dennis. Very doable, very applicable. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
You said that physical activity for people is very important, and you describe how then environment can facilitate by maybe a kind of changing the environment. But maybe what can you say if then in the global macro or in a global area, the policy of the government, and also maybe at this macro level about the school management policy. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think you are very right, Dr. Bambang. I thank you for the question. So globally, that's why we especially us, we participated in the global metrics. I think initiative like the global metrics of looking at physical activity somehow can initiate a reaction from the government, because when we were doing our report card, our physical activity report card, we had to work with all government agency, from the school, from health, and we said we need this data. They said we don't have, and then oh no, we're going to give a D, we're going to give a C. So if you look at our result, there is C, there's D, and there's inconclusive. And when we were doing our meeting with them, they were of course not very happy that we are giving an inconclusive, but at the same time they cannot deny that there were no data or things like that. So but we did get good grades for other parts. If you want, I can share again. Hold on. Share screen. I'll just take a look here. So this is our result. So we have overall physical activity. We have a D minus, and then we have a C for sedentary behavior, a B for fitness. This is from school. So school, you can see the schools have a better data, okay? Government policies, actually Malaysia has quite good government policies, but the implementation may take time or may wait for budgets. So when we were doing this, I think it was a very good exercise. They allow us to have the opportunity to talk with the stakeholders, especially the government agencies. And after this, they were like, "Oh, share with us the indicators that you need. So share with us early. So if you do it again, we will have the data. You know, we will do more studies. And I think it's a good collaboration.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because then here in my town, Bandung, we have a lot of facilities like gazebo here. There is a kind of government area, and many people comes every Saturday and Sunday, and they take exercise or even play or physical activity. So I think the government policies and also school management policy is very important to facilitate the people to active in their life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, maybe there is one or two questions for perhaps from Ibu Arianti again. Please, Ibu Arianti.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening.
Maybe a little
my
bit
name is Ariati.
loud, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, my name is Ariati. I just wondering, you were talking about physical activity behaviors. I think this is really underlined. Actually, that's how you look for the children on 4 to 6 years old. And Indonesia now changing the policy about early childhood on the age because of readiness. So, and then you're talking about readiness, and then you mentioned about male and female different changing activity, like a male more active than a female. So how you recognize both sides with activity to involve, because they have to pass on the readiness, because this is helping them. It's not only behavior, that's why your environment on the readiness has to be effect of them. So we are looking for more quality of education here. So make sure all of here in the room will understand, because we are changing the policy in early childhood 0 to 8 years old. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu. So when I was talking about readiness, I was more on the physical readiness of the schools to implement what we want to do, to implement our intervention, which is reducing sedentary behavior, increasing physical activity, in promoting drinking clean water, and also healthy snacking. But I think what you're talking about readiness may not only include physical, is it? You're talking about the children itself. Are they ready? So I think for young children, for our role as physical activity teachers, physical education teachers, our role is to make sure our young generation has the basic fundamental skills to move. So now we are talking a lot about physical literacy. Do they have the fundamental movement skills? Do they enjoy moving? Do they know the importance to move? And do they have the knowledge, and are they motivated to move? So I think what we can do micro level, I guess, as a teacher, if we are preschool teachers, if we get into contact with preschool children, and I think is to make sure that we really, physical education is not just to play. We want them to play, yes, but they must also learn. So sometimes, in Malaysia, we notice, because our preschool teachers are not really trained. So they do allow the children to play, but it's just play without the emphasis on is it developing their fundamental movement skills. So I think that is very important. It's a gap. Yes, they are moving, but when they get older, they still don't have the fundamental movement skills to move on to sports. And therefore, sometimes they are active, in their younger age. And as we grow older, maybe part of the reason they drop out, it may be because the lack of skills, the lack of confidence to involve in sports, the lack of confidence to move. So I think that is one thing that we can look at. And definitely for the gender differences between male and female, I think we need more female role models. We need more energetic, we need more active female teachers, to show them, hey, we can be. And I think part of the reason about the gender differences is also partly could be due to culture as well, because there are certain cultures that do not look fondly on girls participating in active sports. So they said girls should be, docile, should be at home. So that might also contribute to it. So yeah, many challenges. But I think if we do it on micro level, like I think slowly but surely we can exert some change.
If I'm not mistaken, here in Indonesia, we are trying to change the role of physical education teacher among the elementary teacher. We try to do like movement planting. And then the student have many movement vocabulary to capable in their living. So I think it's not again about sport technique or sport lessons, but we try to make the student become capable in movement. So then the student can be.
I think young children is very important to have a very solid fundamental movement, because if you look at it, all sports movements are actually from fundamental movements.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you, Dennis Koch. Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you.
Do we have still eager to ask a question? I think it's enough. So let's big applause to Dennis Koch. Thank you very much. But then at last, I think we have some. Do we have some souvenir or something like that? Okay. Mr. Dr. Dennis Koch, thank you very much for your information and explanation about build environment for physical activity. It is inspiring me to build a good environment in within our country. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Next time, hope to see you here in Indonesia.
Yes, I hope to come and visit UP soon.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think our last session, my last session is already done. So then I thank you very much for your attending, for your attention to hear or to listen the presentation. And now I give it back to the moderator, to MC, Mr. Ubad.
Everybody give it up for Pak Bambang. And finally, we've come to the end of today's session. But before that, there will be a token of appreciation to our moderator, which will be presented by Bapak Dr. Yusuf Hidayat. So Pak Bambang, please proceed, come forward to receive the token of appreciation from the organizing committee of ISPESH 2023. Yeah, the best moderator. Yay! Sekarang mah dalam bentuk transferan, Pak. Tos teu usum amplop. Well, everybody, yeah. The presentation of the appreciation token marks the closing of our first day of the third International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health. Sorry, udah nggak mudeng. 2023. It means that it's time for me, your MC and moderator, to sign off. And good luck for you who would like to present tomorrow in the parallel sessions. What time?
Excuse me, Mr. Ubad.
Yeah, oh yes.
And we also want to invite you to come here and
to sing.
To receive our souvenir from our Prodi, please.
Yay, finally.
And to Mr. Charsiwan, please, to guide the souvenir. Okay, please, big applause for Mr. Ubad, please. And please continue the closing statement, Mr. Ubad. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So tomorrow the link will be open. Tomorrow the event will start at 8 and the link will be open since 7. Waktu Indonesia Barat ya. So thank you so much once again. Good luck for your presentation for tomorrow. Bye bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, kepada para peserta untuk mengambil posisi
is committed to apply cross-fertilization approach between educational and non-educational programs
melengkung segera
both of the areas.
Sudah bisa kondisikan?
A part of the main campus in Bandung, UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi,
Punten, bapak-bapak ini
UPI
merapat ke
Cibiru,
sebelah kanan.